Good morning. Good morning. Let me make sure my audio is. Oh, can you hear me?
I think there are a great many
Oh,
issues
that's
that
not what I
are of
want.
interest to me and Democrats on the committee. We want to know what is the department doing to attack the fentanyl crisis, which is killing so many Americans. We want to know what the Justice Department is doing
Testing.
to
Okay.
try to defend our democracy and the rule of law and make sure that those that are involved in the process are safe. There are all too many who are getting death threats in terms of both judges, prosecutors, even potentially grand jurors or jurors.
Let me know if
We
you
want
can
to
hear
make
my
sure
voice
that
okay or if any of the
members
sound
of
has
our
issues. Thank
Justice
you.
Department and system be ready
Welcome.
for these trials.
Welcome.
We expect a lot to be
Welcome.
talked about Hunter Biden, the investigation that's sort of at the core of the
Welcome.
Republicans' impeachment inquiry. Is there anything there that Democrats feel they can use their time today to show that this inquiry doesn't have merit? What are your plans there?
What are your
Well,
plans?
this is essentially a fact-free impeachment inquiry. First, they couldn't decide who they
Fact-free.
wanted to impeach. They
Yeah.
wanted to impeach Ali Mayorkas, then they wanted to
Oh,
impeach
good.
Merrick
Okay.
Garland, and now they want to impeach Joe Biden. They're not sure what they want to impeach him for. They have no evidence of wrongdoing on the part of the
Burp,
president.
burp, burp. I thought I'd
Sounds like
go
they
a
really
little
want to impeach
early.
Biden, except he's not impeachable as he's not an officer in the government.
Oh, I forgot to turn my
So
sign on.
there are facts
Yikes.
to rebut, but there's a lot of misinformation to rebut. Merrick Garland did what he should do, which is he kept on the Trump-appointed prosecutor. He gave that prosecutor discretion to handle the case. That prosecutor has used that discretion to handle the case. That's what we would hope an attorney general would do. And we should allow him to make that record, point out all the untruths that both Donald Trump and his acolytes in the committee seem intent on trying to propagate to the American people.
All right, Representative Schiff, thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone.
Thanks so much, Rhonda Colvin.
Good
There with Congressman
morning.
Adam Schiff, Democrat on this committee.
Good
Can you flesh out a little bit
morning.
what Democrats do need to do today? We heard
What
there
do
from
they need to
Congressman
do
that they're gonna
today?
try to give Merrick
Ask
Garland a chance
questions?
to answer some questions. But what do they need to do to sort of act as a foil here for the Biden administration, as well as get some questions answered?
Yeah, I think the key for Democrats is to keep this as far away from the president as possible. Which is, Joe Biden has repeatedly said in public that he's never discussed a single case with Merrick Garland. That ultimately, if this is about a Republican effort to say Joe Biden is masterminding this obstruction, that Biden has not been involved at all. That Hunter Biden, I think Democrats, including Adam Schiff, would
Piggly
stipulate,
Wiggly. Oh, really?
screwed up, did a bunch of bad stuff, but that's not.
Oh, how's she doing so well? Oh no, that's not it. That's the Publix heiress. I I got my pig heiresses wrong.
Protect the president, and I think a lot of these people, Adam Schiff included, were line prosecutors. Adam Schiff was an assistant U.S. attorney. He made his bones in the 1980s prosecuting Soviet spies as a.
Yeah, Merrick Garland's a fucking badass. I definitely have
a lot of these people, mostly men,
erotic fantasies about Merrick Garland.
And they all it's a big ego thing, and so you're going to see a lot of people trying to sort of show up.
I definitely do.
You're also going to see a lot of
That
Democrats
brain, oh
show
my
off their
God,
own
I'd fuck that brain.
prosecutorial experience in the course of
Sorry.
trying to defend what the Justice Department has done.
Good morning.
Let's go to Rhonda Colvin to get her in this conversation. Rhonda, I just want to step back for a moment and have you set the stage for us. What else is happening on Capitol Hill this week? Because even though House
Merrick Garland
Republicans
should
will
be on the
kind of come
Supreme
out swinging
Court.
today,
Yeah, right.
led by Jim Jordan, the committee
damn.
chair, House Republicans are in the news right now for a lot of other reasons that are not in their favor. They seem to be in quite a bit of disarray.
Why do
when
they
it comes to
act
their
like the
plan
Republicans
for,
are a normal
avoiding or
party?
even pushing forward towards a government shutdown?
This is
What else is happening
this
on
woman
Capitol
is the
Hill?
problem. This
That's
woman
right.
is the
What else
problem.
is happening on Capitol Hill is that there are only a few legislative days left until the government could enter a shutdown. Right now, it's according to our reporting, just from reports in the hallway, is that a lot of hardline Republicans just aren't going to sign up for a stopgap measure that Speaker McCarthy is trying to float. A stopgap measure would be something that kind of kicks the can down the road, that would keep the government funded until another date, until they can get everything together. But it it does not appear that any of those measures will take shape by the end of this week. I talked to one Democratic aide and also Representative Schiff off camera that, this could go into next week without any sort of plan or strategy. So one aide on this committee that I spoke to yesterday put it in the terms of, it's not necessarily if there's going to be a shutdown, it's just how long it's going to last. That's how we're operating here.
Stop
on
it.
Capitol Hill.
Stop it.
It looks like it will be.
They're not serious
inevitable at this point,
legislators.
unfortunately.
They
So
shouldn't
that's
shut down the
happening in
government.
backdrop
They
of
don't
this hearing.
govern.
I also spoke to an aide who said that
They shouldn't make people
this might
suffer
be a very
because they
good
don't
week
know
for
how to
Merrick Garland
govern.
to be here on the Hill, just because all of the shutdown
Idiots
news is
electing
happening at the
idiots.
same time. They're expecting him to kind of keep the same
Yeah, I'm so
temperament
tired of
he
that.
has usually, which he's kind of cool and collected, and that might kind of be a foil to a lot of the Republicans' plans to grill him and to press him hard at the same time when there's a shutdown going on. So there's that. And then also there's this impeachment inquiry. We know now that the Oversight Committee, led by James Comer, they've announced that they will have a hearing next week to lay out what their plan might be for an inquiry, how it might look. They've termed it as it will be a refresher of sorts, that they will tell people about their plan.
What, they're going to
how an
refresh
impeachment works.
themselves on how
So
an
that's
impeachment
all
works?
happening right now at the same time of this major hearing.
Wow. That's
Thank you,
balls.
Rhonda. James, what do Republicans have to contend with here in their own ranks on Capitol Hill right now? There's a lot of infighting happening.
There's also infighting about whether to go after Joe Biden, whether to pursue this course. On the one hand, everything Rhonda said is going on, but then you have people like Ken Buck, one of the more conservative members of the Congress, member of the House Freedom Caucus, who's been out there saying there's not evidence to move forward with this impeachment inquiry.
Oh, I didn't know that.
This is not a slam dunk. This
Good
makes
old
us look
Ken.
distracted from the pocketbook issues. You even have people like Newt Gingrich saying this is not the thing to run on. Talk about pocketbook issues that real voters care about, not get into the weeds of the president's son and what he did in Delaware a few years ago. That's not the way to win the 2024 election. So there's division in the ranks of even the House Judiciary Committee over how to pursue these probes. So the conference is divided, and Kevin McCarthy is in this very awkward position of where he has to kind of keep throwing bones to various members. The McCarthy folks like to joke that there are 5 families. It's like The Godfather. There's 5 different mob families in the Republican conference, and you sort of have to give something to each of them. And if you give something to one of them, which was announcing the impeachment inquiry, you have to give something to someone else. And so McCarthy's trying to do that with a very, very narrow majority. And
It's
I think
ridiculous.
what we're seeing with
Playing
impeachment
games
today
with our
is part of McCarthy's effort to thread a very difficult
government.
Let's go now to Devlin Barrett, reporter focused on national security and law enforcement. Devlin, we've been reflecting on what we know Merrick Garland plans to say today. But since you cover this so closely, I'd like to hear from you. How significant is the language he plans to use and also the tone with which he tries to approach this hearing today?
I think tone is going to be really important in this hearing. We know sort of where everyone is situationally on the issues that they want to yell at Merrick Garland about. The Republicans want to yell at him about the Hunter Biden case and argue that it shows that the justice system has essentially 2 tiers. It treats Republicans differently from Democrats. Garland's job and assignment and task here is to try to deny that in a respectful but forceful way. And there's a subtext to a lot of those arguments about Hunter
attacked
Biden,
Armenia.
which is to try to undermine the credibility from the Republican point of view, undermine the credibility of the charges against Donald Trump.
Partnered with the
dance
generals
we're gonna
of
see, and I think
Iran's
tone is really
Revolutionary
important
Guard to build a
because,
hotel.
the House Judiciary Committee has a let's call it a tendency for
Oh,
yelling.
shit.
And Merrick Garland is not that kind of person. So I think you're going to see a bit of hot versus cold in all this.
Hunter Biden is suing the IRS. Can you talk to us about that and why?
Sure. So just to give you the background, Hunter Biden thought he had a
Hi,
plea
Clay.
deal with prosecutors this summer to plead guilty to some tax charges, misdemeanors. And that plea deal fell apart because the 2 sides found out they actually didn't agree on whether this took.
Rufus
this made
is
the
a
case
Clay
go away for
fan.
good. So
I'm a Clay fan too.
then you get prosecutors saying they're probably going to or might pursue criminal charges indicting Hunter Biden for tax crimes. And as we're waiting to see them make that decision, Hunter Biden decided to sue the IRS. And Hunter Biden's argument is IRS agents have basically told Congress and told the public about my personal tax information.
Yeah.
IRS rules specifically prohibit that.
Yeah.
So the IRS broke those rules in going to Congress with their complaints about the Justice Department. So the Hunter Biden case, the actual
Clay Higgins profile pic.
Fairly straightforward. It's the politics surrounding it. It's the positioning surrounding it that is so messy and so complicated and goes in so many different directions. And this lawsuit is part of that mess.
All right, stay with us, Devlin. I want to bring Rhonda in to talk more about the relationship between members of this committee and the Justice Department and Merrick Garland. Rhonda, paint a picture for us of how members of this committee feel about Garland and what we'll see in terms of their interactions.
Well, as we've been saying all morning, this is expected to be very contentious. In fact, if you read the announcement for this hearing, it said that they are going to ask him about how
they said they were going to bitch slap him. They actually used the word bitch slap. You've got the quarterly meeting for mother-in-law memory care. Okay. Have a good day, Jim. Much love to you and your family. Thanks for stopping in.
Into the former President Donald Trump. There are a lot of hardline Republicans on this.
Why?
Ken Buck, as James pointed out earlier.
It's true, Clay. Why are they? Why are the Republicans allowed to do this?
Part of that group that usually stands in the way of a lot of what
Ridiculous.
Speaker McCarthy has tried to do. Outside of Ken Buck, who is someone I think might be interesting to watch today because he did write that opinion piece in the Washington Post a few days ago saying he didn't think that there was a smoking gun for his Republican colleagues to follow in an impeachment inquiry. So this is going to be, out of all the committees on the Hill, this is going to be a tough one for someone like Merrick Garland or anyone from the Biden administration to come in front of. So it will be tense, but as we've heard,
I don't think tough.
Seem to have a strategy of trying to throw.
Oh, I'm sure Ivan's there. He has nowhere else to be. Dealing with Medicare is a pain in the ass. Yes, Jim, I can concur. I know you're paying a little bit. Horrible. We need to take care of our citizens, our residents. We need to take care of each other. Medical care is a right.
With this committee, it is a pretty noisy committee. It's one where the chair, Jim Jordan, of course, he's going to be part of that impeachment inquiry.
Little Jimmy Jordan
does ask some very targeted things, often does interject in the questioning as well. So I would expect a lot of fireworks out of this one.
I almost called you Garland. Devlin, as Rhonda sets up for us the dynamic here on this committee, I want you to explain a little bit some reporting that you've done. There's been this flare-up between the Republicans on this committee, the House Judiciary Committee, and the Justice Department that Merrick Garland leads. This happened last week, and it regards an FBI employee giving testimony and what lawyers were allowed in the room. Can you explain that for us?
Right. So what's been going on leading up to this Merrick Garland hearing is that the Judiciary Committee and another committee have been having a series of private interviews with law enforcement officials to talk about the Hunter Biden case and some other issues, but primarily the Hunter Biden case. And
other issues like their cases. I don't know.
You can see it in the transcript. They're grown increasingly confrontational. So you get to last week, and there's a particular FBI agent coming in for an interview, and basically there was a confrontation over whether that particular FBI agent could have both a personal lawyer and a government lawyer in the room with him during the interview. That's pretty standard practice, but in this instance, the committee folks decided that he had to pick one or the other.
What?
And the FBI agent said, no, I'm not picking one, I want them both. And it ended up being getting very contentious. And at one point, a Republican staffer said he was going to, call the Capitol Police to come remove the government lawyer from the building. That's obviously not. That's a sign of the very tense and acrimonious relationship.
Oh no, right, that's authoritarianism
on the one hand and the Justice Department on the other.
That's
but
fucking.
Also, frankly, is symptomatic of
my God,
how ugly these fights have gotten in the last 7 years now. This is a very bad relationship between Congress and the Justice Department. And
Well,
frankly,
not Congress, just a few guys. Yeah, shut up.
and it's been that way.
Fucking
for a long
shut up,
time.
dude.
And realistically, however this hearing
Fucking
goes
hate
today,
these
we
guys.
don't expect it to get better.
You just want everyone to listen to your little soundbite, fucker. You don't care.
Likely hear about today. Let's talk about who some of them are, so that we have some more awareness as we hear these names drop. Let's start with Gary Shapley, who's this IRS whistleblower.
Exactly. So a lot of this was started by Gary Shapley coming forward, as Devlin was talking about, to Congress and saying, look, the government isn't pursuing Hunter Biden as aggressively as I think that they should. And I've been in these meetings with various officials, including David Weiss, the U.S. Attorney for Delaware. And he said, according to Shapley, and Shapley has some notes that he took during the meeting, an email he wrote right afterwards, that he wasn't the final authority on bringing charges against Hunter Biden, which would suggest that it was someone above him, which would be potentially Merrick Garland. And subsequently, which would be at odds with Merrick Garland's sworn testimony that he, was deferring to the U.S. attorney. Subsequently, there have been several.
So it literally goes from the assistant U.S. attorney all the way, or the U.S. attorney all the way up to Merrick Garland. Really?
So
That's quite an org chart. That's a weird fucking org chart.
Darrell Walden is interesting because he was Shapley's boss at the IRS, and he came before the committee and basically testified that he sought Shapley's removal from the team before his own departure because of what he testified that he perceived to be unsubstantiated allegations about motive, intent, and bias. So you have basically, it's like a team at work. Where
that's kind of doing your job, right?
Their side of the story about how this meeting went, and in some ways, these other witnesses, including an FBI agent, actually 2 FBI agents, David Weiss, the U.S. attorney, who they want to come testify, are contradicting Shapley's testimony, and so it is sort of a he said, she said situation. And so you're going to hear Republicans mention Shapley a lot, and then you're going to hear Democrats mentioning some of these other witnesses. But these are all these transcribed interviews Devlin is talking about. And the perspective of the Justice Department is that as they're bringing these people in for these very contentious interviews, that they're sort of spoiling for a fight. That this incident last Friday is just Republicans looking for something to grab onto to say, look, the Justice Department is trying to obstruct our investigation, that they are looking for kind of something to grab onto. So I think you'll hear a lot of those names.
Please like, share, and subscribe. And share the broadcast. Thank you.
What comes out of a hearing day like today, these oversight hearings that really can be a grab bag of topics? We heard Congressman Schiff say that he wants to talk about the fentanyl crisis. What can actually come out of these hearings?
So I think for a long time now, congressional hearings are really best understood as 2 very different hearings because rarely do the 2 parties stay on the same topic. So I think you're going to see a lot of Republicans yelling at Merrick Garland, accusing him of things, and Garland denying those accusations.
Yeah.
I think
can be a lot of that.
I think you're going to see, as Rhonda and others have said, I think you're going to see a desire to, kind of protect Garland and encourage him and back him up. And, I think what comes out of these hearings is usually both sides come out saying, see, it's just what we said. I don't think there's a lot of listening in these hearings. I think
there's actually going to be not a lot of use in this hearing.
Republicans are
it's useless
against President Joe Biden in the context of today's hearing.
Well, it's significant, but one thing that is significant is we don't yet have anything to really work with. We don't yet.
They're going to abuse the shit out of Garland. Yes, Gal, it's true.
More about that next week. When the oversight
going to be painful.
Sort of an opener to their impeachment inquiry, but we don't quite yet know. One thing that applies to this committee.
Can't wait for that.
Republicans say that they have enough information
laying out the impeachment inquiry. That is now of course. He has nowhere else to be. It's not like it's a big fucking. He just has nowhere else to be.
Joe Biden knowing or having knowledge that his family used his role as vice president in order to have advantages in the business world. So that's at the core of the impeachment inquiry. Of course, the chair of this committee, Jim Jordan, is going to be one of the 3 chairmen to lead the inquiry. So it is likely that this hearing will be used to try to bolster their case a little bit. It's not an impeachment inquiry hearing, but since they have Merrick Garland there and they are relying on this whistleblower and Hunter Biden theme as the centerpiece for their inquiry, they will likely use their time to try to bolster it. So we'll see over the next few days or weeks what Republicans want to lay out as the crux of the inquiry. But right now, we just don't know.
Hi, Marie. The corner losers are going. Oh, yeah, of course.
So Devlin, I'd like
Of course
to go
they
back
are.
to you to remind us about what's coming down the road in terms of Donald Trump being in multiple trials, also the charges that Hunter Biden faces. Talk to us about what we're anticipating for the next year.
Right. Part of the reason why this hearing is important is it's the first one Merrick
Okay,
Garland has had. before
speed it up,
Congress
Devlin.
since the
Come on, we got to get to
indictments
this
of
thing.
Donald Trump. There's 2
Ivan
federal
Raiklin is a
indictments of
Russian
Donald Trump.
propaganda
Both
agent.
of those
Ivan
are-
and
both
Mike
those
Flynn are
cases
attacking
are,
the
scheduled
United
to go
States
to
of
trial
America.
next
Ivan
year.
is a traitor,
And
as defined
obviously,
in the
this is a
Constitution.
big test,
Word.
and a big moment for the Justice Department.
Word.
It is living smack
Hi,
dab in the middle of
butterflies. How are
American politics and the
you?
presidential campaign. And that is a tough place for the department and Merrick Garland to be in. On top of that, making it only a little harder is the fact that they've also
Good
indicted Hunter Biden
morning to
on gun charges and are weighing whether to
you.
indict him on tax
Good
charges as well.
morning to
Again,
you.
that's another case or cases that could go to trial right in the middle of next year's election
With
season.
bright, shiny
So the department is in a
faces,
tricky spot. The
this
department
is the
trying to convince people that
way
it's doing the right
we
things
start
for the right
our
reasons.
new
But obviously, when it comes to
day.
indicting very political
I'm reading
figures,
the transcript of Stephen
there's a lot of
D'Antonio
skepticism,
by
and
Jim
there's a
Jordan.
lot
I'm
of,
not sure what the
rooting interest
GOP
in the
morons are
outcomes of criminal
coming,
cases,
claiming this
which
former
is not
FBI
good for
agent
the
is
political
supposed to
system,
be
and it's not good for the
supporting.
legal system.
So far, he's not giving them anything. Did you hear Fox was hit with another? No.
Members, as you reminded us, this is a sprawling.
I like
committee.
that.
What sort of power does it actually have?
It has quite a lot. And if we think back to the Trump
No,
impeachment,
actually, it really
they
doesn't.
ran that out of the House Intelligence Committee under Adam Schiff.
Okay.
But they had to actually vote the articles of impeachment out of the
Yeah.
Judiciary
See, they
Committee.
don't.
Jerry Nadler from New
They
York,
don't do
still
anything.
the now
Okay.
ranking member. He's going to give an opening statement after Jim Jordan. So it's less important.
Good for
than the
them.
Senate Judiciary Committee because
Good for
the
them.
Senate Judiciary Committee actually
It's about
confirms
time.
judges. So that's
It's about time shareholders
more of
did
an
something
impact,
worthwhile.
than U.S. attorneys and others, but it still is considered an A committee.
Yeah, Rhonda, what else do you expect to come up today? We've talked about these investigations.
A
at great
for
length, but
asshole.
What else are the topics on people's minds?
Let's see.
Especially Democratic members may start to bring up.
Will the new Indiana Jones movie live up to all the hype? That's my question.
That they feel are related to increased threats on FBI.
It's going to be bigly.
And increased threats on federal.
I'm
judges,
watching
That's probably going to be a part
Meatwad
of their
video,
redirect when
Marble
they get their
Walks,
time with Merrick Garland.
yelling. I'm
I
not a
also
tour
expect the shutdown
guide
to
when
play
chat
some sort of
asks him
role
what
in this as
he's
well.
videoing.
Democrats are
It's
going to
sublime, and I'm
ask
going
how
to
the
hell for
shutdown
sure. I
will
love his
apply
Tony
to the
Clifton
DOJ,
homage.
how that might
I
hurt
haven't
some of these
watched. I don't watch.
investigations into
And frankly, I don't know what's going on with that guy, but
law enforcement possibly being furloughed. All of
this
those things will
internet
likely
thing
be,
about watching
played
people in
here. Of course,
distress
the investigation
is
will
getting
probably hit the
really
headlines, but there are some other
challenging.
areas that especially Democrats will want to look into in this.
Really strange.
Devlin, you've talked about how contentious this relationship is, how critical this moment is. What does Merrick Garland want to have Americans take away in this moment about what he sees as the utility and purpose of the Justice Department?
So Merrick Garland's whole goal here
People
is
need to
try
pass a
speak
test
to the
before they
American
get a
people and
live
assure
stream.
them that when it comes to
Not that
cases
I would
involving
pass it.
political figures,
I'm not
they're being
claiming that I
handled
would pass it.
and investigated and prosecuted the right way. Obviously, you have sort of cheering sections and booing sections for these cases.
Just wait.
Whether you're talking about Trump or Hunter Biden, they're obviously very, very different cases. But I do think like one of the ways in which Garland has really tried to navigate a difficult time period for the Justice Department is try to get across the message that, look, whatever your rooting interests are in the outcomes of these cases, we are doing them carefully and responsibly. And you see through the IRS whistleblower issue and other things, there are even some people within law enforcement who aren't sure of that or who challenge that description. And so that's part of what he has to speak to, not just to the American people, but to the members of the FBI, to the members of the IRS, to the members of the Justice Department, and try to convey a sense of calm and maturity and discipline that, yes, these are difficult cases, but they will be handled the right way.
The Attorney General Merrick Garland has now taken his seat there as he prepares to go before the House Judiciary Committee. More than 40 members representing, of course, both sides of the aisle. And as we all know, James, it will not be a linear through line. This will be, Republicans, Democrats, Republicans. And so there'll be different
Okay, let's start this party. Come on.
See the chairman, Jim Jordan.
I got a full cup of coffee. I have a charged vape.
There are a number. They're doing the
got my
Pledge of
lip
Allegiance
gloss.
there are a number of committee members here who have strong political
It's borderline
aspirations, as you said, who have
Langer.
backgrounds,
I don't know what
in,
Langer is.
the law. And so this is a chance for them to make.
Well,
a name
I
for
mean, we're
themselves,
all. I mean, there is no
and
hell,
some
so
points
don't
on the
worry
board,
about
so to
that.
speak, for both sides of the aisle. Let's go now to this hearing where the Attorney General will.
But also,
the Judiciary Committee.
don't throw stones at glass houses. So how about that? That's another thing that people might remember as they're entertaining themselves with that gentleman, is that they threw some pretty big stones at other people for the same behavior. So maybe they need to rethink their
even with the
position.
indictment last
Blech.
week of Hunter Biden, everyone knows the
Blech.
fix is in. 4.5 years. 4.5 years, the Department of Justice has been investigating Mr. Biden, an investigation run by David Weiss, an investigation that limited the number of witnesses agents could interview, an investigation that prohibited agents from referring to the president as the, quote, big guy. In
Hi,
any of the
Adriana.
interviews they did get to do. An investigation that curtailed attempts to interview Mr. Biden by giving the transit team a heads up. An investigation that notified Mr. Biden's defense counsel about a pending search warrant. An investigation run by Mr. Weiss, where they told the Congress 3 different stories in 33 days. They told this committee on June 7th, David Weiss said, I have ultimate authority to determine when, where, and whether to bring charges. 23 days later, June 30th, he told this committee, actually, I can only bring charges in my U.S. Attorney's District, the District of Delaware. And then to further confuse matters, on July 10th, he told Senator Graham, I have not sought special counsel status. Rather, I've had discussions with the Department of Justice. An investigation run by Mr. Weiss that negotiated a plea deal that the federal district court declined to accept. A plea deal so ridiculous, the judge asked this question.
Does he still have his dental dam in or something? What's going on with the voice?
Nothing to do with the charges being diverted.
It's like his dentures are slipping.
I'm not aware of any, Your Honor. A plea deal so ridiculous that the judge also asked, have you ever seen a diversion agreement where the agreement not to prosecute was so broad that it encompasses crimes in a different case? The response from the DOJ lawyer, no, Your Honor, we haven't. An investigation run by Mr. Weiss that not only had a sweetheart deal rejected, but according to the New York Times, there was an even sweeter deal, an earlier deal, a deal in which Mr. Biden would not have to plead guilty to anything. 4.5 years.
Okay, well, they didn't.
All that, and now we get a special counsel.
Seems to me like the U.S. attorney needs to be investigated.
David Weiss, the guy who let all that happen. He could have selected anyone.
Where's
He
he?
could have picked anyone inside government, outside government. He could have picked former attorney generals, former special counsels, but he picks the one guy he knows will protect Joe Biden. He picks David Weiss. And here's what the AG said in his August
one
11th
guy?
announcement
There's not
of
more?
David Weiss as a special counsel. Quote, I am confident that Mr. Weiss will carry out his responsibility in an even-handed and urgent manner. Urgent manner, every witness we've talked to The two FBI whistleblowers that came forward, Mr. Shapley, Mr. Ziegler, the two FBI agents on the case, Mr. Sobosinski, Ms. Hawley, they've all said this thing was anything but urgent. The FBI said this was, they were frustrated at the pace. Ms. Hawley said she was frustrated at the pace. And of course, the IRS agents, they said the investigation was slow-walked and even-handed. They limited the number of witnesses that could be interviewed. They tipped off the defense counsel about a subpoena. The judge says the plea deal was a joke. And all that's just half the story. There's one investigation protecting President Biden. There's another one attacking President Trump.
Oh.
Justice Department's got both sides of the equation covered. Look at the classified documents case. Spring and early summer of last year.
Oh, get your bingo cards out, kids. Get them out. Get them out and get ready. Day drunk it is. Hurrah!
In the process, President Trump signs 38 additional documents. He tells the Department of Justice. Very next day, the FBI comes to his home and he turns them over. Then the Department of Justice asked the president to put any boxes he brought from the White House to his home in his storage room and secure it by locking it. He does that as well. Everything they asked him to do, he did. And then what's the Justice Department do? August 8th, last year, they raid President Trump's home. And according to the FBI agent, Stephen D'Antuono, the assistant director in charge of the Washington field office, the search was a complete departure from standard protocol. When we interviewed Mr. D'Antuono, he said, first, the Miami field office didn't do the search. Instead, they sent folks from D.C. He said there was no U.S. attorney assigned to the case.
Yeah, I've done that before, Gal.
DC, in particular, Jay Bratt, who's now on the special counsel team. He said the FBI didn't get President Trump's counsel's approval before they did the search. And then Mr. D'Antuono told us he had recommended that when the FBI got to Mr. Trump's home, President Trump's home, they contact his counsel, wait for him to get there and do the search together. Of course, the DOJ said no. And then who does?
That's what I'm reading.
Who does the Attorney General name as special counsel in that case? Jack Smith, the guy who a few years ago was looking for ways to prosecute Americans, targeted by Lois Lerner and the IRS, looking to prosecute the very victims of the weaponized government, the weaponized IRS. Jack Smith, the guy who prosecuted Governor McDonald, only to have the Supreme Court overturn that prosecution in a unanimous decision. That's the guy that the Attorney General of the United States selects as special counsel. And you wonder why 4 out of 5 Americans believe there are now 2 standards of justice in our great country.
Who? Well, maybe for different reasons than you think.
On these 2 investigations.
It might be slightly different reasons.
We'll also get questions about the many other concerns the American people have with the department.
Oh, he's like shifting. He's like,
memorandum,
oh man,
my
memo
that said
my hemorrhoids. Jim's
the 5th Circuit
3 out of 5 are already there. Yeah, exactly.
The Department of Justice and other agencies censoring American speech.
Okay, great. I'm so sorry.
It's up for reauthorization this year, and how that process has been abused and infringed on the rights, privacy rights of the American people. Americans believe that today in our country, there is unequal application of the law. They believe that because there is. Republicans are committed to making that.
Republicans are a committee.
Change. With that, I would yield to the gentleman from New York, the ranking member, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Oh
Chairman,
boy, here we go.
At the outset, let me make 2 comments. One, just about every assertion you made in your opening statement has been completely refuted by witnesses who have testified before this committee. 2, far from being favored, many commentators have noted that people accused of simple gun possession while under the influence of a drug, when that gun was not used in the commission of a crime, are rarely, if ever, prosecuted the way Hunter Biden is being prosecuted. Mr. Chairman, one of this committee's most important duties is conducting oversight of the Department of Justice. We are called upon to ensure that the DOJ uses the enormous amount of power it is granted in a fair, just manner that respects the civil and human rights of all Americans. The Attorney General of the United States oversees issues that affect the lives of each and every American. Violent crime, drug trafficking, attacks on our civil rights, threats to our national security, and environmental crimes all fall under his purview. That is why we regularly request that he or she appear before this committee to speak about the work the department is doing for the welfare of the country. This is how we ensure that the department stays accountable to the American people. But if it were up to the Republicans, Americans would hear nothing about any of these substantive issues today. They would hear nothing about the rise in domestic terrorism and what the Justice Department is doing about it. They would hear nothing about what the department is doing to stop hate crimes and prevent gun violence. They would hear nothing about how the department is disrupting efforts by Russia, China, and others to interfere in our elections. Extreme MAGA Republicans have poisoned our vital oversight work. They've ignored our legitimate oversight responsibilities and used their power to stage one political stunt after another. They have wasted countless taxpayer dollars on baseless investigations into President Biden and his family, desperate to find evidence for an absurd impeachment and desperate to distract from the mounting legal peril facing Donald Trump. They have fought tirelessly to stop efforts to fight malign foreign actors trying to influence and manipulate Americans through social media. They have unconstitutionally interfered in criminal litigation and attempted to bully state and local law enforcement officers. They have publicized the names of witnesses who did not further their political goals, leading to threats of death and physical violence against those witnesses and their families. They have cost any number of private institutions and companies millions of dollars in legal fees as they struggle to respond to ridiculous and
Okay, I need the woman
requests
staffer
information
behind him to
satisfied
fucking,
interviews.
yeah,
They've
thank
issued
you.
subpoenas for show
God.
without making meaningful attempts to get the information they seek by consent. They have levied low, baseless personal attacks on any prosecutor to bring charges against Donald Trump or January 6th rioters. They have attempted to discredit investigators who are not hard enough on Donald Trump's political opponents. They have supported
Jordan.
those involved in the deadly attack on our Capitol on January 6th in an attempt to overthrow a lawful election. They have justified conduct that we all know to be wildly illegal, like the theft of classified materials and incitement to violence. And through it all, rather than try to unite the country or solve the problems that affect us all, they have sought to exploit our divisions for cynical, personal political gain. That is their goal, division. They want to divide this country and make our government appear like it's broken, because that is when their broken political party thrives. So today, I implore the public to see through the sham. I have no doubt that you will hear a deluge of conspiracy theories and baseless accusations. They will quote freely from so-called whistleblowers who have been broadly discredited or contradicted. They will viciously attack federal law enforcement. They will tell you that all 91 criminal charges against Donald Trump are part of a conspiracy, despite overwhelming evidence of each of Donald Trump's crimes. And they will attack Special Counsel Weiss, who was appointed, let us not forget, by Donald Trump, for not being hard enough on Hunter Biden. Republicans will continue doing what they've done for years, discrediting anyone who does not serve their political goals at any cost. And the shame of it is that in this hearing room, like on the House floor, where we are barreling towards a government shutdown while my Republican colleagues call each other names, we could be working together to put people over politics and to solve any number of problems affecting the American people. More than 30,000 Americans have died from gun violence so far this year alone. Guns have become the leading cause of death for children aged 1 to 17, surpassing car accidents. Domestic violent extremism and white nationalism are on the rise. We are seeing active clubs and other white supremacist groups pop up around the country. Anti-Semitism is at an all-time high. Malign foreign actors like Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea are attempting to influence our elections. Political rhetoric is causing threats against law enforcement officials to skyrocket. Our immigration court system is in desperate need of reform. Our election workers receive death threats from conspiracy theory-driven extremists. Fentanyl is filling our streets and poisoning our children at historic rates. This list goes on, and we, the people in this room, are in a position to do something about it. In fact, it is our duty to do something about it, consistent with the oath we took when we were sworn in as members of Congress. We could work with the Department of Justice and Attorney General Garland to address any number of real substantive problems facing the American people. Instead, House Republicans will use their time today to talk about long discredited conspiracy theories and Hunter Biden's laptop. They will do it because they care more about Donald Trump than they do about their own constituents. I hope my colleagues will see reason and at least attempt to work with the Attorney General in good faith. Sadly, on the other side of the aisle, reason and good faith seem to be in short supply. In any event, Mr. Attorney General, I thank you for your testimony and thank you in advance for your patience. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back without objection. All other opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. The Honorable Merrick Garland is the Attorney General of the United States. He was sworn in on March 11th, 2021. We welcome our witness. Thank him for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? You swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God. Let the record show that the witness is answered in the affirmative. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. You know how this is done, Mr. Garland. You've been here before. We want to again thank you for being here. You're welcome to give your opening statement.
I'm sorry, is this working? Yeah.
You got it.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Nadler, distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you on behalf of the more than 115,000 employees of the Department of Justice. Since the Justice Department was founded, it has been tasked with confronting some of the most challenging issues before.
I do feel bad for Garland. There's no almost. I feel very bad for Garland. He should not have to do this, frankly.
A lot has been said about the Justice Department, about who we are and what we are doing, about what our job is and what it is not. This work. I want to provide some clarity. First, who we are. Justice Department is made up of more than 115,000 men and women who work in every state and communities across the country and around the globe. They are FBI, DEA, ATF agents, and United States Marshals who risk their lives to serve their communities. They are prosecutors and staff who work tirelessly to enforce our laws. The overwhelming majority are career public servants, meaning that they were not appointed by the president of any party. Second, I want to provide clarity about what the job of the Justice Department is and about what it is not.
Ooh, he's a little spicy.
Our job is to help keep our country safe. That includes working closely with local police departments and communities across the country to combat violent crime. In fact, today we are announcing the results of a recent U.S. Marshals operation conducted with state and local law enforcement.
If people want to know what he's doing, subscribe to their email because you will get a lot of information about what they're actually doing. And it's pretty impressive.
Our work also includes combating the drug
It's not perfect by any stretch, but
Last Friday,
they're doing a lot.
Video Guzman Lopez, a leader of the Sinaloa cartel, from Mexico to the United States. He is a son of El Chapo and one of more than a dozen cartel members we have indicted and extradited to the United States. Our job includes seeking justice for
interesting.
survivors of child exploitation, human
That's
smuggling,
interesting.
and sex trafficking. And it includes protecting democratic institutions like this one by holding accountable.
They are
all those
nonstop. It's
criminally
awesome.
responsible for the January 6th
It's awesome.
attack on the Capitol. Our job is also to protect civil rights.
This has been a lot to unwind.
Protecting our freedoms as Americans to worship and think as we please, and to peacefully express our opinions, our beliefs, and our ideas. It includes protecting the right of every eligible citizen to vote and to have that vote counted. It includes combating discrimination, defending reproductive rights under law, and deterring and prosecuting attacks such as hate crimes. And our job is to uphold the rule of law. That means we apply the same laws to everyone. There is not one set of laws for the powerful and another for the powerless, one for the rich and another for the poor, one for Democrats and another for Republicans, or different rules depending upon one's race or ethnicity or religion. Our job is to pursue justice.
Well, we could do a little bit better on that. Okay, a lot better.
Our job is not to do what is politically convenient.
Yeah.
Our job
Right.
is not to take orders from the president, from Congress, or
Mhm.
from anyone else.
That's right.
About who or what to criminally investigate. As the president himself has said, and I reaffirm today, I am not the president's lawyer. I will add, I am not Congress's prosecutor. The Justice Department works for the American people. Our job is to follow the facts and the law. That is what we do. All of us recognize that with this work comes public scrutiny, criticism, and legitimate oversight. These are appropriate and important given the matters and the gravity of the matters that are before the department. But singling out individual career public servants who are just doing their jobs is dangerous, particularly at a time of increased threats to the safety of public servants and their families. We will not be intimidated. We will do our jobs free from outside influence, and we will not back down from defending our democracy.
Yeah.
Third, I want to explain why we approach our job in this way. The Justice Department was founded in the wake of the Civil War and in the midst of Reconstruction with the first principal task of bringing to justice white supremacists and others who terrorize Black Americans to prevent them from exercising their civil rights. The Justice Department's job then and now is to fulfill the promise that it is at the foundation of our democracy. The law will treat each of us alike. That promise is also why I am here. My family fled religious persecution in Eastern Europe at the start of the 20th century. My grandmother was one of 5 children, born in what is now Belarus, made it to the United States, as did 2 of her siblings. The other 2 did not. Those 2 were killed in the Holocaust. And there is little doubt that but for America, the same thing would have happened to my grandmother. But this country took her in, and under the protection of our laws, she was able to live without fear of persecution. That protection is what distinguishes this country from so many others. The protection of law, the rule of law, is the foundation of our system of government. Repaying this country for the debt my family owes, or our very lives, has been the focus of my entire professional career. That is why I served in the Justice Department under 5 different attorneys general under both Democratic and Republican administrations. That is why I spent more than 25 years ensuring the rule of law as a judge. That is why I left a lifetime appointment as a judge and came back to the Justice Department 2.5 years ago. That is why I'm here today. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. And you were right. America is the greatest country. We on this side, I know, are very concerned about the equal application of the law that you talked about in your opening statement. With that, we'll move to 5-minute questions, and we will start with the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. The rule of law does
Mr.
distinguish
Weiss?
our country, but you have not.
Mr.
upheld
Weiss?
that. You have allowed the rule
Mr.
of law
Weiss?
to erode, and that's why 65% of the people in this country have
Oh,
no
I
faith
hate
in the
this
Department
guy.
of Justice under your leadership. They don't trust it. They don't trust you.
He's a sick
The reason is because they're
motherfucker.
witnessing every day.
He's, you know, he gives me vibes of
tiered system of justice. For example, they say
Kevin
the DOJ
Spacey. He gives me
forced
Kevin
aggressively
Spacey vibes.
prosecuting President Biden's chief political rival, Mr. Trump. While at the same time, they see slow walking and special treatment given to the president's son. That's just a fact that everybody can see with their own 2 eyes.
No.
I want to focus
Dexter.
on the investigation of the Biden family. We have many important questions for you today about that. let me just get right to the chase. Has anyone from the White
Yeah,
House
he's got some
provided
plastic
direction at any
tarps.
time
Let's be
to
honest.
you
Let's
personally
call a thing
or
a
to
thing.
any senior officials at the DOJ regarding how the Hunter Biden investigation was to be carried out?
No.
Have you had personal contact with anyone at FBI headquarters about the Hunter Biden investigation?
I don't recollect the answer to that question, but the FBI works for the Justice Department. It's,
No, I'm sorry.
agents
You don't
at heart.
recollect. You don't recollect whether you've talked with anybody at FBI headquarters about an investigation into the president's son?
I don't believe that I did. I promised the Senate when I came before it for confirmation that I would leave Mr. Weiss in place and that I would not interfere with his investigation.
Okay. Did you ever?
I have kept that promise.
All right. Have you had personal contact with anybody at the Baltimore field office on the Hunter Biden matter?
No.
On July 10th, 2023, U.S. Attorney David Weiss told Senator Lindsey Graham, quote, I had discussions with departmental officials regarding potential appointment under 28 U.S.C. Section 515, which would have allowed me to file charges in a district outside my own without the partnership of the local U.S. attorney, end quote. With whom did Mr. Weiss have those discussions?
I'm not going to get into the internal deliberations of the department.
Oh, but you must, sir. This is important for us.
Whoa,
Oversight responsibility of your
dude.
department, and we need these answers.
As appropriate and necessary for Mr. Weiss to have conversations with the department. I made clear that if he wanted to bring a case to jurisdiction, he would be able to do that. The way you do that is to get an order signed by the
Rogue.
I promised he would be able to do that, and he in his letters made clear he understood he would be able to do that.
Okay. Can you tell us about any briefings or discussions that you personally have had with Mr. Weiss regarding any and all federal investigations of Hunter Biden?
I'm going to say again, I promised the Senate that I would not interfere with Mr. Weiss.
So you have not, I'm just under oath today, your testimony is you have not had any discussions with Mr. Weiss about this matter?
Under oath, my testimony today is that I promised that the Senate I would not intrude in his investigation. I do not intend to discuss internal Justice Department deliberations, whether or not I had them.
Oh, okay. So your testimony today is you're not going to tell us whether you've had discussions with Mr. Weiss.
My testimony today is I told the committee that I would not interfere. I made clear that Mr. Weiss
He can be briefed on things. My God, he runs the fucking department.
he thought were appropriate.
Okay.
Mr. Weiss's
All right.
letter.
Okay, let me stop you.
Makes
For a second
clear-
time, sir. Are you aware that FBI officials have come before this committee and they have stated that there was
FBI
a
officials?
bureaucratic
Nah.
process that Mr. Weiss has
Yeah.
to bring charges in another judicial district? You know that?
I'm not aware, but that's not true.
Stop
There's
it
nothing
there.
cumbersome about the
My
process.
cat.
So those
All I
whistleblowers
need
are
to-
lying to us under oath? Those whistleblowers are lying?
You
That you're
say
telling-
that their description of the process cumbersome is an opinion, not a fact question.
There you go.
All I
Thank
have to
you.
do is
Okay,
sign a
all right.
section-
Let me get
Lawyer
this.
him.
Mr. Weiss
Lawyer
has
that
been the
bitch.
prosecutor on the Hunter Biden case since 2018, correct?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Weiss has been the lead prosecutor on the Hunter Biden case since 2018. Now, here's the question.
He's been the lead prosecutor since he was appointed by President Trump.
Okay,
And
why,
assigned-
let me ask you, why has the Justice Department dragged this investigation out for so long? Does it really take years to determine if Hunter Biden lied on a federal form
well-
related to purchasing a firearm?
Shouldn't you ask David Weiss?
He's a long-time career prosecutor. President Trump appointed him as.
You're not answering the question. Is that standard procedure? Should it take that long to make such a simple determination?
I'm answering the question.
Mhm.
Give me an opportunity to do so.
Okay.
He was charged with that investigation under the previous administration. He's continued. He knows how to conduct investigations, and I have not intruded or attempted to evaluate that because that was the promise I made to the Senate.
The whistleblowers gave us testimony about serious misconduct of the Justice Department in regards to the preferential treatment afforded Hunter Biden. Has your office requested an investigation into that?
No.
There are well-known.
They can have their
processes for
opinions.
How whistleblowers make their claims. I'm a strong proponent of whistleblowers and a strong defender. We have an Inspector General's office. We have an Office of Professional Responsibility. That is the way in which complaints from whistleblowers should be and are appropriately handled.
I'm out of time. I yield back.
I'm out of time. I yield back. Oh, it's Matty Gates. Ooh, Matt's lost some weight.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney General, thank you for being here today. It's no secret that some of my colleagues across the aisle have threatened to shut down the government unless and until the FBI and the Department of Justice are defunded.
Mm.
One Trump-light presidential candidate has said that we should abolish the FBI altogether. Mr. Attorney General, what would be the impact on America of defunding the FBI?
Funding the FBI would leave the United States naked to the malign influence of the Chinese Communist Party, to the attacks by Iranians on American citizens and attempts to assassinate former officials, to the Russian aggression, to North Korean cyber attacks, to violent crime in the United States, which the FBI
Oh, Samuel.
against. All kinds
Thanks.
of espionage.
Thank you.
To domestic violence.
How you doing? Thanks.
Who have attacked our
Thank you.
churches, our synagogues, our mosques, and who have killed individuals out of racial hatred. I cannot imagine the consequences of defunding the FBI, but they would be catastrophic.
Thank you. I want to turn to Mr.
I'm
White's
good.
investigation. The
Yeah.
authority he's been granted to conduct that investigation without interference in whatever way he deems necessary. You testified to the Senate Judiciary Committee.
Conduct his investigation however he wishes, and Mr. Weiss has confirmed that in letters.
Thank you. This authority included ensuring that Weiss would be able to bring charges in jurisdiction outside of Delaware if necessary. Is that correct?
I assured Mr. Weiss publicly that he would have the authority to bring a case outside of Delaware if he thought that was appropriate.
Does that remain true today?
Yes, that is true today.
Has it ever been the case over the course of this investigation that Mr. Weiss would not have been able to bring charges outside of Delaware if warranted?
As a matter of my authority, I promised he would be able to do that. I think as is apparent in the letters exchanged with the committee and in my previous testimony, in order for a United States attorney or a special counsel or anyone else to bring a case outside this jurisdiction, it requires me to sign a paper called Section 515. That's the statute which permits bringing cases outside of the jurisdiction. I promised that I would do whatever was required to enable Mr. Weiss to bring a case outside his jurisdiction if that's what he thought was appropriate.
And I assume it was your understanding that Mr. Weiss was fully aware that he could bring charges outside of Delaware if necessary when you testified on March 1st.
Mr. Weiss has said so in the letters he sent to this committee.
Thank you. Did he ever say or do anything that might make him unsure of where he could bring charges?
Mr. Weiss's own letters reflect that he had never asked me to be special counsel and that he understood the process for asking for a signature on a Section 515 form.
There have been accusations that the handling of the Hunter Biden matter is an example of a two-tiered system of justice. What's your response to that allegation?
The Justice Department treats everyone alike, regardless of party, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of wealth. Everyone is treated alike. I understand that people may not understand why particular investigations are conducted in particular ways until all the facts come out. That's what we have a court for. And all of the explanations will come out with respect to Mr. Weiss, for example, at the end of his period as special counsel. The requirements is that he file a report, which I have promised to make public to the extent that's lawful and consistent with department policy. He will explain his decisions to prosecute and not to prosecute.
Thank you. What are the impacts of members of Congress making such accusations against the DOJ? Do baseless accusations from government officials make it more difficult for investigators to do their job and effectively investigate the subject?
Members of the Justice Department are strong and tough and able to understand that their job is to do the right thing regardless of any pressures from any order. What is dangerous, and I'm not talking about the committee, but what is dangerous is when anyone singles out a career prosecutor or a career FBI agent, and we know as a matter of fact that that kind of singling out has led to threats. This is a concern across the board. It's not a concern about anyone in particular.
I think you would have been justified in referring to the committee. My time has expired.
Ooh, spicy. Spicy spice.
Mr.
Attorney General, you're the only person who could ensure that Mr. Weiss had
Oh
all the
man, I
necessary
can't get into
authority,
my
aren't you?
spreadshirt. Hold on.
I'm the only person who can sign an agreement with respect to special counsel. The authority to do Section 515 can be signed by other people in the department.
You're aware, ultimately, though, the authority is yours.
Yes.
You made the point that you don't take orders from the president about such things. You decide ultimately what the Justice Department will do.
Bum, bum, bum.
I announced at the beginning, I promised that he would be able to bring whatever cases he wants, and I have followed through on that promise. I'm permitted to make that kind of promise, and I have made it.
Did you undertake to inform yourself, to interact with him sufficient to ensure that he knew he possessed that authority, or that you would see to it that he had all necessary
I don't
authority?
think there's any doubt that he knew. He has written 3 letters to this committee indicating that he understood he had that authority.
You're also aware, though, aren't you, sir, that a senior IRS investigator, whistleblower, came forward and has testified publicly that Mr. Weiss stated that he did not have such authority. He was not the decider. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of the testimony. I was not present at any point during that statement. And
Have
Mr.
you
Weiss Mr. Weiss, who was present, has indicated that he had the authority and he knew that he had it.
Subsequent to those developments, though, you decided to make Mr. Weiss special counsel, which you had not done before.
Mr. Weiss made clear he did not ask me to be special counsel
Yeah.
until last month. And
Right.
Last month, I made him special counsel.
Did you have
Well-
some lack of information that you should have had that would have caused you to act early to make-
Would ya? Should ya? Could ya?
Be special counsel.
I understand you didn't ask.
Would you? Coulda? Shoulda?
Did you take
Woulda? Coulda?
the
Shoulda?
steps to inform yourself
Would you? Coulda?
what
Shoulda?
authority he understood he had, or what obstacles he was encountering?
Dang it! I
Mr.
can't get
Weiss
into my
had, as I said
frickin'
at the
thing.
beginning,
Dang it!
very beginning, he had
I'll have
authority
to get it.
over all that.
Well, here I can put this in at least.
Have you
Who's my link? Who's my
that he
link?
was in fact deterred by
Hold on.
decisions of the United States attorneys in the District of Columbia and the Northern District of California from proceeding as he thought?
With respect, Congressman, Mr. Weiss has not said that he was deterred. He said
Yeah,
that
he
followed
didn't.
all
He
processes
didn't
in
say
the
that.
department, and that he
There's
was
my
never
link
denied
tree, and
the
it has a link to the shop. I'm very sorry. I can't
Change,
seem to sign
Attorney
into
General.
it right
What
now.
made you decide that it was sufficient to leave him in the situation
Right.
he was until you decided to make him special counsel?
Mr. Weiss asked for that authority, given the extraordinary circumstances of this matter, and given my promise that I would give him any resources he requested, I made him special counsel.
So until that time, was it just a matter of his predilection, or did you undertake to investigate and discern what he was doing with his authority, and whether he had faced any obstacles?
Not
Meow.
investigate, because I had promised that I would not interfere with this investigation. The way to not interfere is to not investigate an investigation.
Once he requested to be named special counsel, having not done so over months and months of your tenure, did you ask him what had changed that made him now need to be a special counsel?
Mr. Weiss asked to be made special counsel. I had promised that I would give him all the resources he needed, and I made him special counsel.
I love it.
The
That's all you need to
Justice
say.
Department permit statutes of limitations to expire on some of the prospective charges against Hunter Biden for tax violation?
What?
I don't know anything about the statute of limitations here. The investigation was in the hands of Mr. Weiss to make the determinations that he thought were appropriate.
Are you unaware that statutes of limitations have in fact been allowed to expire after there having been tolling agreements in place?
And say again, termination of
No.
bring cases.
That's not.
Which
That's not a.
context
You're
bring
drawing a conclusion.
Mr. Weiss.
Yes, sir. I understand that you've said that. That's part of the problem. The question
Tell him
is,
he's not
are you
acting
aware
on
that
evidence.
statutes of limitations have been allowed to expire while the matter was under investigation?
The investigators were fully familiar with all of the relevant law.
I'm not asking for the excuses. I'm asking whether you're aware of that.
Don't give me
fact.
excuses. Give me results. Remember that in Madagascar? That was a great movie.
Again, as necessary. I did not interfere with, did not investigate, did not
See, those are
terminations.
statements in response to other questions. Everybody in the country now knows who's paying attention to this that the Justice
Well, slow the
Department
fuck
permitted
down,
statutes of
dude.
limitations to expire.
Slow the fuck
Every lawyer
down.
who's
Slow
ever
your
practiced
roll.
understands the implications applications
Penis
allow
head.
statutes of limitations to expire. Do you
Prosecutors,
not even know as you sit here whether that occurred or not?
prosecutors make
What?
determinations on their own. In this case, I left it to Mr. Weiss whether to bring charges.
If he
or
didn't
not.
investigate, he wouldn't know the thought process that David Weiss went through in order to let them expire, quote unquote, let. He probably didn't have enough evidence by the time they expired. How about that? How about that? Oh my God. Fucking theater. That's not real. These people are so dramatic. It is. That's all it is.
You know, as much as we see
He's-
dirt being thrown in the air, there's a lot
That
of
wasn't for Zoe Lofgren. We love Zoe Lofgren very much.
misinformation that I think is intended to confuse people. I would like to ask unanimous consent to put into the record 3 letters from Mr. Weiss that he sent to Congress on June 7th, June 30th, and July 10th.
Without objection.
He said over and over again that he has full authority over this case, including the ability to seek special counsel or special attorney.
Today's
status
round of
needed.
peekaboo.
You know, trying to
Peekaboo, Ivan.
imply otherwise is just simply
Where is he?
false.
Are they late?
Mr. Weiss was appointed.
They a little hungover?
by
Too many
then President
margaritas?
Obama.
That 5th margarita
Your decision was to leave
really
the
kicked in.
Trump-appointed attorney completely in charge of this, hands off from you. He makes all the calls without interference from the Attorney General. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so the idea that you would
I
interfere.
don't think Merrick Garland is the drama,
completely
okay?
wrong. And
I
I'd
just
also
don't.
like to ask, you talked about your independence from the president, but also your independence from
Maybe
Congress.
Garland
Have you ever,
told.
come
Wait.
across historically an instance where the Congress of the United States
I don't know.
tried to or
Clay was here
successfully
earlier.
with a prosecution initiated by the Department of Justice based on the facts and the law?
It's about time. Keep the insurrectionists out of these hearings,
Interfere,
except for the ones that are sitting on the days.
is a historical example in the case of Iran-Contra. The consequences of actions by the Congress were that the special counsel's investigation of Iran, Mr. North, were dismissed.
Correct. Before I go into another question I have, I just would like unanimous consent to put into the record the annual statistical transparency report dated April of 2023. It indicates that the deduplicated counting method for FBI queries of U.S. persons under the Section 702 database numbered over 119,000. I would just like to note, and we will work
Whoa,
with you.
excuse me?
This committee
Excuse
on a
me?
bipartisan basis is very concerned
Oh.
about querying of the 702 database for U.S. persons without a warrant. We're not suggesting that the law does not permit that, but we are going to visit this issue because it is my view that querying the 702 database that has been collected without due process, because it relates to foreign individuals, is completely wrong in terms of the privacy rights of Americans. And I'm hoping that we can work successfly with you.
Merrick's
as
like,
we
what?
craft
What? You're bringing up an issue, an actual issue?
warrant, to do that querying. I'd like to ask, as we know, and has been mentioned by the ranking member, the proposal is basically to defund the police by the Republicans, to defund the FBI. I am concerned that if we defund the police, as the majority has suggested, that really doesn't have an impact on the statute of limitations. So if we were to defund the Department of Justice, defund the FBI and the police, as has been suggested, what would happen with the statute of limitations for cases that you were pursuing if you were not able to actually do that? Would they be suspended anyway, or would the criminals
I
get
know.
off scot-free?
Well,
I
knowing
know.
my experiences as a judge, if I was asked a legal question that I don't know the answer, I would go back to the office and study it, and I'll have to do that in this case. I don't have the answer.
Well, I think I do, because there's nothing in the statute that allows for the statute of limitations to be suspended because the government has been shut down or because the
I think she's trying to make that point
budget process.
in a
But I just
more
think
subtle way, which is probably not what's needed in this setting.
shut down very seriously in terms of
But
criminals to get off. And I see that my time has expired, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back. To be suspended because the
Whoa.
government has been shut down.
girl, what are we doing?
Police have been defunded through the budget.
Are we
process.
echoing
I just
here?
think we ought to take the implications of a shutdown very seriously in terms of allowing
Okay.
criminals
What the
to get
hell?
off. And I see that my time has expired, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The only yields back. Chair does not recognize himself. Quote, Mr. Weiss has full authority to bring cases in other jurisdictions if he feels it's necessary. That was your response, Attorney General, to Senator Grassley's question.
I've never been
sorry.
Simple, Mr. Garland. You questioning you. Only problem is he'd already been turned down by the U.S. Attorney in the District of Columbia, Mr. Graves. So he didn't have full authority, did he?
I had an extended conversation with Senator Grassley at the time. We briefly touched on the Section 515 question and how that process went. I've
My
never
point's real
been
simple. My
suggested.
point's real simple, Mr. Garland. You said he had complete authority, but he'd already been turned down. If he
Can't
wanted to
be-
bring an action.
Is that really his Twitter though? I thought that was a parody. I just assumed it was a parody. He has to shout. That's
no
how
one had the
he,
authority to turn him down. They could
you know.
refuse, to partner with him. They could
You
not.
can use whatever language. Refuse to partner is turning down.
It's not the same under a well-known Justice Department practice.
Here's why the statute of limitations question is important, and Mr. Bishop was getting at just a few minutes ago. Here's why it's important. You let the statute
Oh,
of limitations
shit.
lapse for 2014,
Whoa.
2015. Those were the years
Whoa.
with the felony tax charges where Hunter Biden was
Whoa,
getting
whoa, whoa.
income from.
I wonder who did it.
Here are 4 facts that I think are.
Do we know who did it?
Hunter Biden was put on the board of directors, made a lot of money, got paid a lot of money over those years, a couple $1 million. He wasn't qualified. Fact number 2, he wasn't qualified to be on the board of Burisma.
Hi, Melissa.
It's his words. He said he got on the board because of his last name. The brand, as Devin Archer said when he was under oath and we deposed him. Fact number 3, Burisma executives told Hunter Biden, we're under pressure. We need help.
I love it.
Fact number 4.
Wow.
Joe
Can't
Biden
wait.
goes to Ukraine, leverages our tax money, American people's tax money, to get the prosecutor fired who was
Winner.
under pressure.
Look at the dude behind him. I hate that guy.
Interestingly enough, that fact is entirely consistent with what the confidential human source told the FBI, and they recorded in the 1023 form. The same form Mr. Ray didn't want to let.
They have to get their clips. This is a clip battle. Battle of the clips.
That all happened. What
Hi,
I'm wondering
Oomph.
is,
Good morning.
You guys let the statute of limitations lapse for those tax years that dealt with Burisma income.
There's one more
What?
fact that's important. That is that this investigation is being conducted by Mr. Weiss, an appointee of President Trump.
Yeah.
You will, at the appropriate time, have the opportunity to ask Mr. Weiss that question, and he will no doubt address
Oh.
the report that will be transmitted
That's a,
to the
there's a
Congress.
lot of Hail Marys
Don't
these
know the
days.
answer to
Did
those
they
questions.
forget? Did the lawyers just like let it? Did they just like, oh darn, we let it? Were they careless?
I expect that won't be what he says, but because I
You know
promised.
that's not the case, because as Mr. Bishop pointed out, they had a tolling agreement. They talked to Hunter Biden's defense counsel and say, let's extend the statute of limitations. And then at some point they made an intentional decision to say, we're going to let the statute of limitations lapse. And I want to know who decided that.
Who
why
did
they
it? That's right.
Mr. Weiss was a supervisor of the investigation at that time and at all times. He made the appropriate decisions. You'll be able to ask him that question, and he will.
You know why they did it? Everyone knows why they did it. May not say it, but everyone knows why they did it. They did the Burisma, those tax years. That dealt with that involved the president. It's one thing to have.
No, you can't just jump to that, you stupid bitch.
But Burisma,
You
come
can't
on,
jump to
that goes
that.
right to the White House.
You
Can't
can't.
have that.
Stop it.
And we can slow walk this.
Stop
thing out.
it.
We can even extend the statute of limitations.
Hunter,
we can intentionally let
thank
it lapse.
you.
And we know this investigation was slow. Here's what everyone said.
Hey,
Shadowing
listen,
said,
Hunter's a
slow walk
fucking
the
tool.
investigation.
I think he's a
Nicholas,
tool and a half.
slow walking and the approvals of everything.
But
This happened at the Delaware
he
Attorney's
doesn't
Office
actually,
and
he's
the
not, I didn't
tax
vote
level.
for him.
Mr. Soba
I didn't vote for
stepped in
Hunter.
and said, I would have liked to see
I
this
voted
move
for Joe.
faster. Ms. Holly said the same. Every witness we've talked to said this thing was slow walk, and we know why.
Why?
Walked it long enough to let the statute of limitations run so they wouldn't have to.
Well, then you should be talking to Mr. Weiss. I don't know.
No, I'm asking Mr. Garland the question.
I think I've tried to make clear that I don't.
I
know the
committed to
specifics of the
Senate that I would
investigation.
not
So much of what you're
interfere. Blah,
describing
blah,
occurred,
blah.
During the Trump administration, during a Justice Department appointed by President Trump.
No, it didn't. This is 4.5 years. This investigation. We're talking about the last few years. Your statement was just this year, March.
You voted
Senator
against
Grassley.
No,
T-Nope.
I'm sorry. I was trying to respond to
Well,
your description.
either
of
way.
the,
I
what
promise
you
to
said.
never
I'm
ever
sure
vote
that
for
was
Hunter.
6 years. That lapse here in the Biden administration.
The statute of limitations, I would say the
That's
explanation
funny.
for why the statute of limitation was lapsed, if it was, has to come
I
from Mr.
know.
Weiss.
My time is this, but let me ask one
It's
last question
true.
real quick here. Who decided that David Weiss would stay on as U.S. attorney?
This had occurred before I came. Mr. Weiss had been kept
Yeah.
on. I promised the.
No, I didn't say you can walk all through that. I said who decided. The White House decided.
Weiss.
They serve at the pleasure of the president, right?
This is a good one. Hunter is not my
Joe Biden
president.
decided to keep David Weiss as U.S. attorney. You weren't sworn in until
What? Oh, slow the fucking down. Slow the fuck down. Yeah.
Pretty fundamental question. Who decided David Weiss would be
Oh,
U.S. attorney in
man.
Delaware?
Mr. Weiss.
Your time has expired.
I'm waiting for an answer now, and I'll
Well, you asked the
No.
question after your time had expired.
Yeah. So sit down.
Point of order.
Sit
Someone
down.
can respond, then I'll go to Ms. Jackson.
No.
Mr. Weiss was the special
Excuse me. U.S. attorney.
attorney from the District of Delaware when I came on. He had been appointed by President Trump. I promised that he would be permitted to stay on for this investigation, and that is what happened.
Yeah. Period.
Texas record.
Period.
Gentleman from New York's record.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you misquoted from the transcript of the Senate hearing. I therefore ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the entire transcript of the Senate hearing.
Without objection, but I didn't just quote what Mr. Garland said. Ms. Jackson Lee from Texas record.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He's always got to get in his last little.
Republicans' goals today include solving Americans' problems of which they are concerned of. There are many reasons, Mr. Attorney General, that prosecutors
Love
are
her.
trying to bring charges.
After the
One of
Trump
those
presidency,
reasons is that they
that one might
don't
be
have any
pretty
evidence for
funny to
conviction.
see.
That is the justice way. That is just in
And
America.
here in the Oval Office,
Let
we
me
have
raise these
the
questions and concerns with
what?
you today. As we
Jacuzzi
all know,
filled
Republicans
with
have
vodka.
repeatedly alleged that the DOJ and FBI are conspiring to shield the Biden family from public criticism and giving Hunter Biden special
Well, they're
treatment
doing
in
a
the
shitty
investigation.
job because
They
he's
have
getting a
criticized
lot
law
of public
enforcement officials
criticism.
working to this case at every turn, which has directly
So
led to increased
you're
threats
doing a
against
terrible
the
job,
integrity
Merrick
of
Garland.
law enforcement, which they pretend to support. I want to place into the record two excerpts from recent transcribed interviews, and I would ask that copies be made available to you.
Doggy, hold on.
The first is from a
BRB.
June interview with Jennifer Moore, FBI contribute to this onslaught of threats against public
Oh no.
Okay, as I said in my opening statement,
Oh, I'm so
we have had
sorry.
an astounding number of threats against public servants over the last several
Oh,
years.
so
I
sorry.
think that when career public servants in the
Terrible.
Justice Department and in election workers and airline crews, when they are singled out, this can lead to threats of violence and actual violence.
Thank
We
you.
have the actual example of an attack on an FBI office by somebody who was incensed by political rhetoric. This does happen. We must not allow that to happen in this country.
Does the rhetoric regarding the Biden case have any basis in reality?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that first part.
Does the rhetoric regarding the Biden case have any basis in reality?
No, it does not.
How does this impact FBI and DOJ employees' ability to do their work? I think you meant specifically FBI and DOJ employees.
As I've already said, the agents of the FBI and the prosecutors understand that criticism comes with their job, and they will continue to do their jobs without fear or favor. But the idea of threatening their safety or their families is just abhorrent.
Thank you. And I assume that provisions have had to be in place to protect these agents and their families.
So I didn't hear the first part.
I assume that provisions or protections have had to be in place to protect these agents and their families.
Yes, that's correct.
Let me move on. Thank you very much, General. Let me move on to the fentanyl crisis, and I want to introduce HR 4272. But let me just put on the record so that you can probably summarize, and I
feel like they're just trying to get some business
in
done.
any event, that the FBI, the DOJ are focused, needlepoint focused, if you will, on the crisis of fentanyl. I want to just raise that for you, and then I just want to follow up with one or two other questions, if you would be able to comment on these collectively. I am dealing with the crisis of human trafficking and the prioritizing of America's children. They are under siege, and the level of child sexual abuse materials generating into human trafficking, and I want to put HR 30 on the record, indicates from ICAC that there are 99,000 IP cases where they're enticing children, and maybe only 1% of them
Picks up what? Oh, my smoking or what? Oh man.
the approach of high
Sorry.
of Yom Kippur to emphasize the work that is hopefully still being doing with anti-Semitism, attacks on immigrants and African Americans and Latinos. If you would answer those questions: fentanyl, human trafficking, and then domestic terrorism.
These are all horrendous problems propagated by people who are truly evil. We are fighting the fentanyl scourge in every possible way, starting with the precursors in China, to the labs in Mexico, to the cartels that are bringing the drugs into the United States, to their networks in the United States, to the streets of America. And we will continue to do that with every resource that Congress gives us. Human smuggling and sex trafficking are obviously abhorrent. The Justice Department has task forces on both of these subjects and have brought many, many cases on these subjects. The idea of putting sexually explicit material about children on the web is another area that we are continuing to investigate and to prosecute and to ask the social media to take down from their sites.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman floor is recognized. 5 minutes.
I guess I'm just wondering, Mr. Attorney General, has anyone at the department told President Biden to knock it off
What?
with Hunter? I mean, you guys are
What the fuck?
charging Hunter Biden on some crimes, investigating him on others. You've got the president bringing Hunter Biden around to state dinners. Has anyone told him to knock it off?
Our job in the Justice Department is to pursue our cases without reference to what's happening in the outside world.
Just yes or no.
You know,
That is what
like
we
where
think.
you get your
No one that I know of has
A
spoken to
drops,
the White House
guys.
about the Hunter Biden
I'm
case.
wondering then,
course not.
okay, I got it. So Hunter Biden is selling art to pay for his $15,000 a month rent in Malibu. How can you guarantee
where?
the
That's
people
really
buying
cheap.
that art
No, I'm just kidding.
are doing so to gain favor with the president?
What?
Job of the Justice Department is to investigate criminal allegations. We have
Are you
information.
investigating this? I mean,
Do
someone
you
who got
have
Hunter
any
Biden's arm
allegations? Do you
ended
have
up with a
allegations?
prestigious appointment to a federal position.
Okay.
Doesn't it look weird that
Why don't you
he's
call for an
making- he's
investigation on
become this
that?
immediate success in the art world as his dad is president of the United States? Isn't that odd?
I'm not going to comment.
You know what? No more odd than
Not gonna
Eric
comment,
Trump
not gonna
doing
investigate.
anything.
So Hunter Biden associate
Like
Devin
breathing
Archer
on
told
his
us that
own.
Hunter sold the appearance of access to then Vice President Biden.
He
Are
does.
you confident he has stopped doing that?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Hunter Biden associate Devin Archer told us that Hunter sold the appearance of access to then Vice President Biden. Are you confident he has stopped?
I'm going to say again that all these matters are within the purview of Mr. Weiss. I have not interfered with them, and I
Yeah, but
do
if you were
not,
confident that he had stopped, you could.
and I do not
probably
intend
tell
to
us.
interfere with
Yeah,
it.
I want to. So it was a lot of Chinese money that was working its way through these shell companies into the accounts of the Biden family. So the China initiative was
Based
set
on
up
what?
during the Trump administration at the Department of Justice.
Based
to go
on
after
what?
The malign influence of the Chinese Communist Party.
I mean,
And the Biden Justice
what about
Department
Tony
dissolved the
Bobolinsky?
China
What about
initiative. So I
Tony?
guess I'm wondering, does the department have any
What about Tam O'Shanter
documents,
guy?
that would detail the basis for why you got rid of the China initiative?
Has
that
Lev
President
Assistant Attorney
testified
General
before
for National
Congress?
Security Division gave a long
I
speech
can't
which
remember if he
explained that.
actually
He
ever
has
got to
testified
testify
before
in
Congress
front of
several times.
Congress.
We'd be happy to provide you with.
What's
I
the
don't
basis?
know.
Just tell us all now. Why was the China initiative dissolved?
But what
He
the Assistant Attorney General
does.
said was that we face
He
attacks
does.
from
He
four
really
nation
does.
states: North Korea,
Good point.
China, Russia, and Iran. And we need to focus our attention on the broad range of these attacks. Sometimes we don't
But wait a
know.
second. Are you saying that North Korea has the same malign influence
No.
to the United States as the Chinese Communist Party?
No.
Are you trying to represent there's some parity there? Because here's what it looks like.
No,
It
it's
looks
a
like the
list, you
Chinese
bitch.
Gave all this money to the Bidens, and then you guys came in and got rid of the China initiative, and it was successful. Like I saw one rationale that you guys got rid of the China initiative because it was racial profiling. But one of the people you convicted was a guy named Charles Lieber, who was a Harvard professor taking $50,000 a month to do China's bidding and give them whatever research.
He
was
really
being
does
done.
look
Are
kinda
you
gray.
aware
Oh
of the millions of dollars that moved through Rob Walker's shell companies from Chinese Communist Party entities into Biden family bank
Are you
accounts?
aware?
There were a lot of questions that you just asked. Let me start with the first one about North Korea. North Korea is a dangerous actor, both kinetically
There you
and
go.
with respect to cyber.
But not on par with the
I'm so sorry.
Right now,
It makes you look unserious to suggest
may
that.
I answer your question? Or
Answer the question.
Oh no, you know who
whether or not
looks
you know about
unserious?
the
It's
millions of
you, little
dollars
You don't
bitch.
want me to answer about North Korea.
I already know the answer, and so does everyone. They're not the same risk as China. So let's get on to serious questions and serious answers. Do you know about the money that moved through Rob Walker's shell companies? Yes or no?
As I have said repeatedly, I have left these matters to Mr. Weiss. I've not
Blissfully
intruded.
ignorant.
I've not interfered.
Blissfully
I've
ignorant
not
to these
tried to
things.
find out what
It's
he
like
knows.
you're looking the other way on purpose because everybody knows this stuff's
Because
happening.
you
And know what?
told him
People
to
don't
look the
pay
other
bribes
way.
to not get something in return, right?
You told
China
him
initiative
not to
resulted in the
interfere.
convictions of a Harvard professor, of someone at Monsanto. So we were working against the Chinese. They paid the Bidens, and now you're sitting here telling me that North Korea is the big threat.
I'm
I got to
sorry.
answer this one
No.
thing on January 6th. So did
Fuck
the
you.
FBI, did the
Fuck
FBI
you,
lose
Matt.
count of the number of paid informants on January 6th?
Let me answer your question about China.
I want you to
China
answer this
is the
question. I only
most-
get 5 minutes. You've already sort of, I think,
you asked
screwed
me
the
a
pooch on
question you
China.
haven't
So
permitted.
January 6th, did you lose count of the number
Whoa.
of federal assets? Did you lose count and order an audit?
Gentlemen's time has expired.
They
I
do
get an
have.
answer to the question of did they lose count?
No, let him answer the question.
Yes,
Time
this
has
is a
expired.
very
The General can
good.
respond.
That's a very good one.
China is the most aggressive, most dangerous adversary that
Attorney
the
General, I think
United
that-
States faces, and we are doing everything within our power to rebut that, to stop that, to prevent their invasions, both kinetic, both and through cyberspace. And we will continue.
If
to do
someone
that.
gave that answer in your courtroom when you were a judge, you would tell them they were being
Mr.
non-responsive,
Chairman,
and you would direct them to answer the
Point
question.
of order, Your Honor.
Time is.
Yeah, let's just stop. Yeah,
Point of order, expired.
That's right.
I was.
Jim was
Like,
just
Your Honor,
sitting
you
on
wanna
his
stick with it?
fucking balls.
I was getting laughed at to call me Your Honor.
Point of order either way.
Okay, I understand that too.
All right.
The gentleman asked his question before his time expired. The Attorney General did not respond to the gentleman's question. I was hoping he would respond to the question about the confidential human sources on January 6th. He didn't respond to that. I'm sure we're going to get an answer to that later.
Of course,
Now-
Mr. Chairman,
now
there were
recognize
8
the
questions before that he was not given a chance. to answer.
Exactly.
Understand,
So
but
the witness might have thought.
But the witness doesn't, Mr. Chairman, point of order. The witness does not control the time.
hang on. Exactly right. Members control the time. If they want to switch their question and focus on one more question that they'd like an answer to, I want to give the witness a chance to respond to that final question that Mr. Gates asked. He didn't respond to it. Someone else is going to ask it, I'm sure. We now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I'll just follow up a few of the questions we were asked here. Did Devin Archer not say Joe Biden did nothing wrong?
Yes.
Be clear, I only know about Mr. Archer from newspaper reports. I want to be clear that I kept
Does
my
he know?
promise to not involve myself in this
Okay,
investigation.
now stated. He said
No.
Joe Biden did nothing wrong.
Mm-mm.
Secondly, did you say that President Trump appointed Weiss, who then you appointed?
Yes, President Trump appointed Mr. Weiss as United States Attorney.
So that should take care of that issue.
Oh,
And they say
hi. I
the department's been
can.
weaponized. Wasn't there an investigation of Mr. Gates and you didn't prosecute him?
Justice Department does not make comments about its
Well, it
investigation.
shows you we're not weaponized. If we were weaponized, we'd have done it. That was a beautiful exchange there. It shows we didn't do that. You are the nation's chief law enforcement officer, and I appreciate that. And law enforcement's one of our government's fundamental functions. Crime is growing too much in this country and in my city of Memphis as well. We need law enforcement to be effective, swift, and fair. I'd like to focus my questions on what actually affects the American people. Crime. How do we get smarter law enforcement requiring smart resource of allocations, not about funding or less funding, but the right funding for the right programs, and see that that happens. Memphis, as hiring has become more difficult, we've lowered our standards to get more officers. That's not the way to do it. The COPS program is helping us review the policy and procedures, and I thank you, the COPS program, for doing that. But what can Department of Justice do to help see that law enforcement is more efficient and more effective?
I was not expecting that from it. Yeah.
This is our partnership, the FBI, DEA, Marshals, ATFs, partnership at every local level with local and state law enforcement, in task forces, in discussions to target the most dangerous criminals in those communities, but at the same time to engage the communities to help engender community trust in law enforcement. Everyone who's prosecuted violent crime cases, and that includes me, knows that you need.
I feel like the Democrats are just trying to give Garland a chance to breathe, right? Like, just breathe through this question.
Just that. The funding you described from the COPS office and in the Office of Justice Programs allows us to give money to state and local police organizations that are having trouble with recruitment and retention and promotion of law officers, and helps them make their departments respectful of constitutional rights, and at the same time effective in the investigation and prosecution of criminal law violations.
Thank you for those activities, those programs through COPS.
Yeah.
Also reinstituted
How about that?
patterns and practices investigations of certain police departments, and Memphis is one of them, and I thank you for doing that. Can you share with us how important those pilot programs are and how they can improve policing?
Yes, Congress has authorized the Justice Department to conduct pattern or practice investigations when they have a reasonable belief in that there has been a pattern of unconstitutional behavior in a police department. We are careful to select those cases where we think there is such a pattern.
I hope they're looking into that recent fugitive where the fucking law enforcement officers took a picture with him after they caught him. That was disgusting. Hope they look into that.
More efficient and more constitutional police department. We have been successful in all of our cases to date in reaching consent agreements.
Thank you, sir. You were part of being announced bringing of charges, federal charges against the 5 officers who killed Tyree Nichols in Memphis, and I thank you for that. We need that federal charge, and we need our department looked at. If there's a shutdown of the federal government, how will that affect the Department of Justice and affect policing in local communities?
I haven't done a complete calculation on the effects of a shutdown and the difference between which employees are indispensable under the statute and which ones not. It will certainly disrupt all of our normal programs, including our grant programs to state and local law enforcement.
Oh, that's true. They do.
And to our ability to conduct our normal efforts with respect to the entire scope of our activities, including helping state and locals fight violent crime.
Thank you, sir, and Happy New Year, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman, Mr. McClintock from California, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, looking again at the appointment of Jack Smith and David Weiss, this double standard of justice couldn't be more glaring. Jack Smith was deeply involved in the IRS scandal.
Oh, my God.
Conservative political groups to harass. His malicious prosecution of former Governor McDonnell was unanimously overturned by the U.S. Supreme Court. Chief Justice Roberts rebuked.
You can't win them all.
For attempting to criminalize political activity. You appointed him to prosecute Joe Biden's chief rival for the presidency. And then we have the appointment of David Weiss. Weiss deliberately allowed the statute of limitations to run out on any charges that could have implicated Joe Biden in influence peddling.
The guy in the red tie behind Garland doesn't look like he feels too well. He looks like he's feeling a little sick.
You appointed to pursue the charges that could implicate Joe Biden.
That corruption case was
That leaves me only
prosecuted
two
by Smith.
explanations, either corruption or incompetence.
Oh, it's wild. It's almost as
Those
if
are the
there
kind of
is an
questions that
alternate
judges
reality.
rule out of order.
I'm sure you would. Which is
Look, I said before, and I will say again, Mr. Weiss was the Republican appointed United States attorney appointed by President Trump.
Do you at least see the obvious
No.
Double standard
Nope.
applied in these two appointments?
No.
Mr. Weiss
Nope.
was a Republican appointee. Mr. Smith is not registered to either party. His entire
I don't
career
care what
was
their
as
party
a career
registrations
prosecutor.
are. I'm not
That
asking what
does
their
not
party
seem like a
registrations
double
are. I'm
standard.
asking about their records and how those records would commend them to the appointments. That
I
you
don't think
made.
that.
This
Well,
is a
how
question of
have you
judgment,
checked
and
the
it's a question of
ICC?
motive. What was motivating you
It's
to do
wild.
this?
It's almost
Mr.
yeah,
Smith had
alternate
a
reality.
nationwide reputation for
He has a
integrity,
global
and
reputation.
For, appropriate prosecution. His work can be measured by what he actually has filed.
Yeah.
Everyone in the country can see the indictment.
How can you say that after he was so heavily implicated in the IRS scandal or the rebuke?
Was
that
he,
the Supreme
though?
Court gave him many other examples. But let me go
Well,
on.
again, can't win them all.
We've had two IRS whistleblowers inform Congress of attempts by senior Justice Department officials to obstruct the criminal investigation.
You had two assets
Millions
testify.
of dollars of ill-gotten and undeclared income to
That's my
Hunter Biden.
opinion.
They noted several deviations by department officials from normal process that provided preferential treatment, in this case to Hunter Biden, a direct quote.
That's an opinion.
Including allowing the statute of limitations.
That's an
to lapse,
opinion.
requesting
That's an
IRS to be on
opinion.
management level, investigative communications, prohibiting investigators from referring to the big guy or dad in witness interviews, excluding the investigative team from meetings with defense counsel, and notifying defense counsel of a pending search warrant.
Good point.
The U.S. Attorney's Office even tipped off the Bidens of an impending search of a storage unit where their records were being kept. Now that sounds an awful lot like obstruction of justice to me. Was that coming from you or from somebody else?
I'm sorry, I don't was that coming from you? I don't understand the question.
All of the actions that your employees took to obstruct the investigation of Hunter Biden and the earnings that he made and the taxes he failed to declare, their source and ultimately who they were paid to.
And what?
I'm gonna say
Wait,
again,
what?
with respect to the Hunter Biden investigation, that it has been and still is in the hands of Mr. Weiss, an appointee of
Am I
President
just
Trump. I don't know about all of these allegations. Some of them appear to have been from the period when the Attorney General appointed by President Trump was still the Attorney General.
Do these charges trouble you at all?
No.
Mr. Weiss will have an opportunity to explain the decisions.
Well, you're the guy in charge. Does this trouble you?
No.
I have intentionally not
How do
involved
I
myself in the
wait?
facts
How
of the
do I
case, not
see
because I'm trying to get out of
your
responsibility,
smoking gun
but
as
because
little more
I'm trying to
than-
pursue my responsibility.
Oh yeah, no, these are sound bites. This is like a battle for the clips. It's a battle for the rumble clip, like Gal said earlier.
And he told us that the southern border
Oh.
represents a massive security threat. Those were his
Oh my
words, a
God.
massive security threat.
Oh.
You agree?
I'm perfectly happy to align myself with the director of the FBI.
Well, why is it then that
Well,
we have,
let's not go
senior
crazy.
administration rescind the Trump era orders that had secured that border?
No, that was COVID. That was COVID.
Time the gentleman's expired. The witness can respond.
Nope.
Chooses.
No, that's okay.
This is
I'm
the
good.
answer to this question about immigration law is an extremely long answer. I would defer to the Department of Homeland Security, which is
Just say it was COVID.
and about first contact
Bye,
at the
bitch.
border. With
Well, we've
respect-
tried to get answers from him, and he doesn't give them to us. So
Oh my
hoping he will.
God.
I understand, Mr. Attorney General, you've requested a short break, so we'll take a short break and resume in 5 minutes.
Da 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 da. Ooh. Do 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 do. I could switch to the judiciary. Let me switch to the. I'm not going to say it right. Hold on. Hold on to your love. Yeah, yeah. Let's see what these people, they're still in recess. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't want to like you. I don't want to like you. Do 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 do. Hey, welcome to the show. We're really glad you're here. And when you leave, you're gonna feel a little more stupid, dear. But that's okay, 'cause you have a chance to let it wear right off. Don't believe anything you hear and half of what you saw. I just made that up. Do 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 boop boop boop. You should go to some crazy stream to see what they're saying in the break. I'm very nervous about jumping around on my YouTube. No, I'd rather just sing. Da 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 ba da ba 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 ba. You should really go to make sure you're registered to vote. That is really important. You will really want to vote next year. Actually, we have an election coming up here in Los Angeles. I don't know what for. I just got my ballot, so I have to look at it. But this is, and you know what I was gonna do is when I fill out my ballot, I do a lot of research because they're very confusing. And I was thinking that I might live stream how I research my ballot and see if people learn anything about researching their ballot if they don't. I mean, probably most of the viewers of the lounge do already. Probably a better job than I do. It took me 3 days to fill out my in rural Turkey. I don't know. I don't know anything about it, unfortunately. Yeah, California ballots are super long. But I thought it'd be fun. We could do a fun live stream about how to review your ballot. And it's very difficult. And never mind judges. that was the most difficult. So I think it'd be interesting to take the ballot. Obviously, it's not the same for everybody. It doesn't really matter, but it would just be an interesting exercise to see what are the resources that are out there to research ballot initiatives nationally and locally, et cetera. And it would be an interesting conversation. Like people could figure out if they do have the resources locally to, to adequately research their vote. It's so important. Gosh, think about all the, I mean, let's be honest, okay? And maybe not you guys, but some of us other people. Um, there's definitely been times when I have uh tried to then when I have not been as informed about individuals, like for city council and stuff like that. So I just think it's really important. It's really important. Uh, Dent- Dentuono regarding Kyle Seraphin. It's important that people understand before people like Kyle Seraphin and others are not a case agent. They have no knowledge of the case. Oh, wow. Is that from the transcript, Gal? Is that from the transcript? I remember that. I remember that in the Bay Area, Max. They used to mail out a newsprint book with all the info. Yep. It was really good, actually. Took that for granted. Local League of Women Voters, always a good resource. I agree. I mean, I think basically, even if you don't need to learn anything about how to research, we could just do it together. Like that would be fun. Like just being together would be fun, right? So, all right, look, we've got some good stuff here. Do, 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 do. No knowledge of what happened in the case. He also made another accusation, too, that there was an individual with a Metro card that was chased down. That lead was chased down. And there was, but he says that we didn't chase it down. He has no clue what we did. Oh my God, what a mess. What a mess. The voter guide comes with the registrar. To tell me who to vote for. I've not been to that one. I'm gonna have to go to that. I like it. I love it. I'll check it out. I am fond of this website. I think this is it. Oh boy, I hope it's it. Oh wait, let me make sure it is it. Oops. Not now. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so I actually met the people that founded this little organization, and I just love them. It's two young women. Well, they were young women when I met them. They're probably, well, still young women, I guess now. Anyway, they're amazing, and this website issuevoter.org is really, it's really fun. It's really let's put up Democracy Dino issue voter. So this is it's really just a great analysis website for things that are happening. I really love them. I love these women. I just think they really talk about trying to increase civic engagement. That's so important. So important. Now I'm rural America. I opt for mail ballot. Yes, I agree. I agree. Sorry, I didn't mean to gulp on in my microphone. I agree with that, Max. I think that that's something that you've mentioned a number of times, and I know that obviously Gal has mentioned that too from a Florida standpoint. But there's so many that are there's not Democrats in the I've heard that so much, like in Texas especially, like in the like Idaho. What do you call that? What's the upper Midwest? Is that what it's called? The upper Midwest? Art music, you're here. I hope you've been doing okay. Since when does losing one case in SCOTUS mean you are not a legitimate prosecutor? So true. Oh my God. Hi, Di. How are you? Good to see you. It's true. Well, I mean, that's the theater. That's the theater. It's the theater. Um, so yeah, it's just it's one of those things. Just one of those things. Just one of those things. Sorry, I have new technology, and I not new technology, but I have new websites that I need to make interface, and with like my mics and stuff like that, I'm working out some of the bugs. So I apologize for muting earlier and muting Miss Jackson Lee because she's amazing. So I apologize. Oh, much love. Yeah. The GOP Conspiracy Theater. Welcome to GOP Conspiracy Theater. What's this? I don't know. If you vote in person, do you go in without knowing exactly who's on the ballot? I mean, yeah, unless you've independently researched it before. That's right. Um, and I mean, I admit there have been times which I have done that. I have not known all of the candidates, well, I've known the issues. I can't really recall having to do that, but I have been guilty of that. So, and I'm not proud of it. I've tried to do, but yeah. No, that's why it's so important. You can bring can I oh yeah, I've brought a ballot with me. I've definitely brought a ballot with me. I brought, or like notes and stuff like that. Not necessarily the ballot, but I don't know. But I love like California now. Mail, 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 drop boxes, drop boxes, drop boxes, drop boxes. I love it. Love it. I like to make a nice pattern. I like to try and make a giraffe. I know. Gal's helpful. Gal is helpful. We watched it. Ooh.
Meeting will come to order.
Holy
Chair now
shit.
recognizes the gentleman
Girl.
from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Whoa,
Thank you,
whoa.
Mr. Chairman.
Is that like really loud, or is it
Attorney General
me?
Garland, great to see you. Thank you for your service to the nation. And
I
the
love
nation
this guy.
watches
I love him
as
so much.
Republicans have no answer for why they want to focus and obsess on Hunter Biden receiving $2 million from Burisma after serving on a board that he said he was not qualified to serve on. But yet the Saudi Arabians gave $2 billion to Jared Kushner, who conducted Middle East strategy for his dear old dad, Donald Trump. He got $2 billion for something that he is not equipped to do, which is investment banking. And so Republicans looking at Hunter Biden instead of Jared Kushner, Americans don't understand how that could be. And they also are increasingly alarmed about the fact that the Republicans in control of the House only seem to have three objectives. One is to impeach Joe Biden. Number two is to shut down, is to impeach or get rid of Kevin McCarthy, actually. And the third is to shut down government. And a subset of that is to defund the DOJ and the FBI for trying to hold Donald Trump accountable. So the American people are watching that, and they also appreciate the fact that you've had a distinguished career as a prosecutor and a DOJ official, as well as 24 years on the bench. You served on the second highest court of the land as a judge for 24 years, the DC Circuit Court of Appeals. We appreciate your service. You were for 7 years the lead. You were the you managed
the lead
that
justice
entire office.
Okay.
We thank you for that. You also served on the Judicial Council for a number of years, and so you are steeped in the rule of law. You are a judge extraordinaire, and as a judge, you never had the occasion to receive a private jet travel to an exotic location by a corporate billionaire, did you? You can cut your mic on.
No.
You never received an offer to get a ride on a private jet?
No.
Did you take any vacations at exclusive resorts paid for by a billionaire?
I know these are not hypothetical questions, and I think this is really
yes or
not
no?
within my realm.
I mean, you were a judge extraordinaire, and you know the rules of ethics for judges because your bench had to was covered by a code of conduct. Is that not correct?
Yes, all the judges, federal appellate and district judges, are covered by the code of conduct.
You would never have had somebody to pay for your godson's tuition to private school. Would
And
you?
I don't want to answer these kind of hypothetical, at least for me, they're hypothetical questions. What I would say is that I always, as a judge, and I've said this before and quite publicly and long ago, always held myself to the highest standards of ethical responsibility imposed by the code, and that's really all I can answer here.
And it's required that judges and justices avoid even appearances of impropriety. Isn't that correct?
Again, I know you're asking this both hypothetically and not hypothetically. All I can say is I follow the code of judicial conduct.
That's
and it
good
includes
enough.
Avoiding appearances. That's
Well, let me ask you this question. Senator Whitehouse and I sent a letter to you alerting you to the fact that we were asking the Judicial Council to refer the matter of Clarence Thomas being in violation of the Ethics in Government Act to the Justice Department. And after that, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, along with myself and others, requested that you take that matter up directly. Have you responded to either one of those letters? And if not, why not? And what action have you taken pursuant to those letters?
Gentleman may respond.
I assume that if you sent the letter, we have it, and I'll speak to the Office of Legislative Affairs about where
It's stuck with Jerry.
The time the gentleman has
It's under his keyboard. Check under Jerry's keyboard again. Oh God,
Thank you.
Daryl Issa. This
Again,
is
Mr.
file
Attorney
under
General, and
Kissinger for I
this may
thought
be
this
the
guy was
reason
dead.
that it's good for you to leave the Chief
When I was a
Justice and
little
that group
girl in
before each of
California,
us speak,
Daryl
as
Issa
you would
was
have
in
already heard
something.
all that. I want to
So
thank you
I'm
personally
saying
for
Dorian
your
Gray,
office and your engagement on Camp Lejeune.
and he's coming to the end. Okay, I'm
Obviously
just
a vast
saying.
amount of litigation. That is one of the many, many jobs that falls at your feet. One of the jobs that falls at our feet here is that we are watchdogs of the executive branch. You have previously said that you are not Congress's attorney, and you've said you're not the president's attorney. And I'm assuming that you're neither our prosecutor nor our defense attorney, and you are neither the president's prosecutor nor defense attorney. And that's why today's investigation really does deal with the fact that if you're not, by definition, the president's prosecutor, but we have an obligation to see whether or not the president or a member of his family or in concert with the president's activities, in fact, need to be overseen, admonished, or even prosecuted. And so I have a couple of questions for you. And one of them is that you have not said this very much today, but you often say, I cannot comment on that because it's an ongoing investigation. And when we ask for information, you very commonly say that it is the policy, not the law, but the policy of the Department of Justice not to provide information related to an ongoing investigation. So far, I'm on track. Is that correct?
I think I've said more than that's just a policy. I think the letters we've sent trace it to the constitutional separation of powers, to Rule 6E of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, etc. But in general, I'm in accord with what you're saying.
So one of the challenges we face is
Conspiracy
that just a matter of weeks ago,
theater.
a federal judge found the actions of now special prosecutor to be so outside what he could agree to that he pushed back on a plea settlement and nullified it and sent the
I thought it was the judge.
U.S. attorney going back. In light of that, don't you think it's appropriate for that portion to be considered a pre-ongoing investigation, and for Congress to legitimately look at the activities leading up to that failed plea bargain, rather than wait until weeks, months, or years from now a case is fully settled?
So if you'll give me a chance, first, I
He
don't
won't.
agree with the characterization. of what
Spoiler
happened with
alert,
the plea.
he wouldn't give him a
The district
chance.
judge performed her obligations under Rule 11 to determine whether the parties were in agreement as to what each had agreed to, and determined that they were not. We fell apart, as you know. There's been another prosecution. So that leads to the second thing. We are in, Mr. Weiss is in the midst of an ongoing prosecution on the very matter that you're talking about.
Okay, but Mr. Attorney General, if we believe, and we do, at least on this side of the dais, that a pattern of behavior is occurring relative to the investigation of Hunter Biden, particularly and including, well, he lived in the vice president's home, well, he operated commingled with the vice president, and even today as he travels with the president. So
'Cause
in
he's his
light of
son?
that, can you agree that in fact it should be reasonable for us to look at a number of items, including, and one that I want your answer on, and we know we have limited
I
time.
think they've looked at it.
Mr. Weiss
Why don't you talk to Lev
supposedly had this
Parnas?
ability to bring a prosecution anywhere. He now explicitly has that ability. However, are you concerned, and
I
should
don't-
we have the right to look into the fact that political appointees in
I don't know
California
how you-
and in the
how you
District
do
of
this, how
Columbia
you
refuse
operate
to, in fact, cooperate
this,
with him
kind
in
of
those in the
malign
investigation that he was
ignorance.
charged with doing in Delaware, but which flowed over into their jurisdictions? Isn't that, in fact, an example where those political appointees of the now president, that their decision not to cooperate with him creates at least an appearance of political interference with the investigation of the president's son and possibly activities related to the president?
I'm happy to answer this question in hypothetical, but not in the specifics, because I have stayed out of this matter. In the hypothetical, it is the normal process of the department that if a U.S. attorney in one district wants to bring a case in another, they go to that other district and consult. It's perfectly appropriate. They do that in order to determine what the policies are in that district, what the practices have been in that district, what the judges are like in that district.
Yeah, it's
But
just a
U.S. attorney
soundbite.
in another district does not have the authority to deny another U.S. attorney the ability to go forward. And I have assured Mr. Weiss that he would have the authority one way or the other. And I think Mr. Weiss's letters completely reflect that.
Thank you. To be continued.
Time the gentleman's expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Not really.
Welcome, Mr. Attorney General, and thank you for leading the department with such integrity. We meet today at a momentous time in our history. The country is about to go through a great trial. By this, I do not mean any of the several trials of the former president, but rather a trial of the proposition that we are a nation of laws, committed to the rule of law, and that no one is above the law. It is a proposition well known around the world because it is the one essential ingredient in all democracies. We have all professed our belief in this principle, but it has never been truly tested, not like it is today. In this committee, we are engaged in a portion of that trial. The chairman would abuse the power of this committee by trying to interfere in the prosecutions of Donald Trump, by trying to use the committee's power of subpoena to compel criminal discovery, in effect, making the committee a kind of criminal defense firm for the former president. In doing so, the chairman of this committee would establish a very different proposition. Through Mr. Jordan's actions, he would establish the principle that the rule of law should apply to almost everyone, just not the leader of his party. According to this alternate proposition, if you are the president of the United States and you lose your reelection, you can violate the law and constitution to try to stay in power. And if you are successful, well, then maybe you get to be president for life. And if you fail, there is no repercussion. This proposition is also well known to the world, and it is called dictatorship. Mr. Jordan hopes to camouflage his assault on the rule of law by falsely claiming that Donald Trump is the victim of unequal justice and Hunter Biden its beneficiary. It is a claim as transparently political as it is devoid of any factual basis. And it is cynical, based on the belief that the American people cannot discern fact from fiction. But I am betting on America. History has shown that those who bet against her are rarely successful, and more often they end up covered with shame. I believe in the rule of law, and I thank you, Mr. Attorney General, for defending it. Let me now turn to some of the false claims asserted by the former president and some on this committee. On Sunday, the former president appeared on a national news Sunday program and was asked about 4 indictments and 91 counts facing him. His response was, Biden indictments, Biden political indictments. He said to the Attorney General, indict him. Mr. Attorney General, I want to give you a chance to respond. Was the president telling the truth, or was he lying when he said that President Biden told you to indict him?
No one has told me to indict, and in this case, the decision to indict was made by the special counsel.
So that statement the president made on Sunday was false?
I'm just going to say again that no one has told me who should be indicted in any matter like this, and the decision about indictment was made by Mr. Smith.
Let me ask you this question about the prosecution of Hunter Biden. The prosecutor in that case, Mr. Weiss, was appointed not by Joe Biden, but he was appointed in the first instance by Donald Trump. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he was continued in that position, was he not?
He was continued in that position, yes.
And Mr. Attorney General, can you imagine the hue and cry you would hear from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle if you had removed him from that position? Can you imagine the claims that you had removed a prosecutor who was diligently investigating Hunter Biden? Can you imagine the outrage they would have expressed?
I can say that during my confirmation hearing, discussed with many senators on that side of the aisle, their desire and actual insistence that Mr. Weiss be continued to have responsibility for that matter. And I promised, and I said at my confirmation hearing, that he would be permitted to stay and that I would not interfere.
And Mr. Attorney General, that was exactly the right decision. That was the right decision
him and Swalwell,
to give the American people the confidence that even a prosecutor chosen by the former president would continue the investigation into the son of the
buds for
current
life.
president. That was exactly the right
That's pretty
decision.
cute.
Exactly the right decision.
Okay, I'll BRB. I gotta get. I have to refill again.
I've been screaming if it were otherwise.
But I won't mute this time.
Their attack on you is completely devoid of fact, of principle. But I appreciate you doing the right thing for the Department of Justice, and more importantly, the right thing for the American people. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Attorney General Garland, Elon Musk was a Democrat who admittedly supported Biden, but then he became a critic of the administration and exposed the censorship regime. Now, per public reports, the DOJ has opened not one, but 2 investigations of Elon Musk. Mark Zuckerberg, on the other hand, spent $400 million in 2020 tilting the elections secretly for Democrats. No investigations whatsoever. To the American public, these look like mafia tactics. You pays your money, we look the other way. You get in our way, we punish you. The American public sees what these tactics are. Now I want to direct your attention to a video here that we're going to play.
Obviously, that's a significant matter. It is an ongoing criminal investigation, and so I'm not going to comment on an ongoing criminal investigation.
Were those pipe bombs operable?
Again,
The ATF is the expert.
Again, it's an ongoing criminal investigation, and under longstanding policy, I cannot comment.
As you know, this is a very active, ongoing investigation, and there are some restrictions on that, but we will
Yes,
do
we
our
can
best
handle
to respond.
classified information, and we fund your department, and so you need to provide that.
It's not, respectfully, it's not an issue of classification. It's an issue of commenting on ongoing criminal investigations.
Wait, what
Which
happened?
is something that by longstanding department policy, we are restricted in doing. And in fact,
What'd I
the last
miss?
administration actually strengthened those policies.
Hi, Paulina.
That's not our policy, though, and we fund you, so let's move on. Do you know how?
So I'm not going to violate this norm of the rule of law. I'm going to comment on an investigation that's ongoing.
Right. Okay.
Peter Navarro was indicted for contempt of Congress.
Yes.
Aren't you?
He
in
was
fact,
actually
in contempt
convicted.
of Congress when you
bitch.
give us this answer. This is an answer that's appropriate at a press
Oh.
conference. It's not an answer that's appropriate when we are asking questions. We are the committee that is responsible for your creation, for your existence of your department.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You
Calm
cannot
calm
continue to
down.
give us
Calm
these
down,
answers.
kiddo.
Aren't you, in fact, in
Calm
contempt
down.
of Congress when you refuse to answer?
Congressman, I have the greatest respect for Congress. I also have the greatest respect for the Constitution and laws of the United States.
Yeah.
The
He does.
protection of pending investigations and ongoing investigations, as I briefly discussed in another dialogue a few moments ago, goes back to the separation of powers, which gives to the executive branch the sole authority to conduct prosecutions. It's a requirement of due process and respect for those who are under investigation, the protection of their civil rights. So
Well,
it's nothing
with
to
all
do
due with all due
for
respect,
Congress.
with all due respect to that, Iran-Contra was an ongoing investigation, and that didn't stop Congress from getting the answers. And you're getting in the way of our constitutional duty. You're citing the Constitution. I'm going to cite it. It's our constitutional duty to do oversight. Now, in that video, that was your answer to a question to me 2 years ago when I said how many agents or assets of the government were present on January 5th and January 6th and agitating in the crowd to go into the Capitol and how many went into the Capitol. Can you answer that now?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Oh, last time you don't know how many there were or there were none?
I don't know the answer
He
to
says
either
he
of those
doesn't know,
questions.
yeah.
If there were any, I don't know how many.
You've
I don't know whether there are any.
I think you may have just perjured yourself that you don't know that there were any.
No, he doesn't.
You want to say that again? That you don't know that there were
I have
any?
no personal knowledge
has
of
no
this matter. I
knowledge.
think what I said the last time.
You've had 2 years to
Ma'am,
find out. And the day, by the way, that was in reference to Ray Epps. And yesterday you indicted him.
Oh my
Isn't
God,
that
in
a wonderful
fucking
coincidence?
heaven.
On a misdemeanor.
No, it's not.
Meanwhile, you're sending grandmas to prison. You're putting people away for 20 years for merely filming. Some people weren't
No.
even there yet. You got the guy on video who's saying go into the Capitol. He's directing people to the Capitol before the speech ends. He's at the
Oh
site
my
of
God,
the
this
first
guy
breach.
might bust
You've
like
got
a
all the goods on
blood-filled
him,
tick.
10 videos, and it's an
I'm
it's an
voting for
indictment a
combustion.
misdemeanor. The American public isn't buying it. I yield the balance of my time to Chairman Jordan.
What a fuckwad.
I'm going to ask you one now. Yeah, we'll let the gentleman.
Wow.
Go ahead, but
You guys are weak fucking sauce, GOP. You are weak fucking sauce.
Back to January 6th. The Justice Department prosecutors provided whatever information they had about the question that you're asking. With respect to Mr. Epps, the FBI has said that he was not an employee or informant of,
He did.
of the FBI. Mr. Epps has been charged, and there's a proceeding, I believe.
Co-founder of the what
charge is a
New
joke. I yield the
Mexico Oath Keepers.
The time the gentleman is
Fuck
expired.
off.
The
Fuck off,
chair
Charlie
recognizes
Brown.
The gentleman from California.
Mr. Attorney General, my colleague just said that you should be held in contempt of Congress. And that is quite rich because the guy who's leaving the hearing room right now, Mr. Jordan, is about 500 days into evading his subpoena. About 500 days. So if we're going to talk about contempt of Congress, let's get real. I mean, are you serious that Jim Jordan, a witness to one of the greatest crimes ever committed in America, a crime where more prosecutions have occurred than any crime committed in America, refuses to help his country, and we're going to get lectured about subpoena compliance and contempt of Congress? Jim Jordan won't even honor a lawful subpoena? Are you kidding
Is that Ted? Look at
Are
these,
you
like,
kidding me?
it's like
There's no credibility on that side.
mega
Mr.
California
Attorney General,
contingent.
you are serious.
Fuck yeah.
They are not.
Hi, Summer. How are
are
you,
decent.
sweetheart?
They are
How
not.
are you? Granny,
fair.
Schmanny.
They are not.
The local
So I welcome you
J6 Granny
to
was
the
armed.
law
Oh,
firm
wow.
of Insurrection LLP.
Yeah, there was probably
where they
a
work
few of
every
them.
single day on behalf of one client, Donald Trump. And they do that at the expense of millions of Americans who need the government to stay open, who want their kids safe in their schools, and would like to see Ukraine stay in the fight so that we don't help Russia. That's the expense that this nonsense, this clown show, I call it a clown show,
Yeah,
except they actually
right?
have real
Reality check.
responsibilities that affect
I don't even really
real
like Eric
Americans.
Swalwell. I love Ted Lieu.
It's the
I
difference
love
between
Ted
one
Lieu.
side that believes in governing and
Ted
one
Lieu's
side
the
that
king of the
believes
burn.
in ruling.
He is like
He tried to comply
fucking
with this committee. In
fire.
fact, last week, one of
Fire.
your special agents came here for an interview, brought his lawyer, and was told that he couldn't have his lawyer present. Mr. Jordan, who tells all of us he knows so much about the Constitution, wouldn't afford one of your employees one of the basic constitutional rights to have a lawyer present. In fact, they threatened to call the Capitol Police and arrest a lawyer that was brought. Are you familiar with that
Swalwell
standoff
Yeah,
that
he's
occurred
just
last
like,
week, Mr. Attorney General?
I mean, yeah, he is.
Well, your office also sent a letter detailing it, that you were willing to comply, but you'd like him to have a lawyer, and I'd like to submit that
Ted is
to the
awesome.
record with unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Who appointed
Sometimes I
Mr.
pretend
Weiss?
that Ted is my rep.
Mr. Trump was the last person who appointed Mr. Weiss to the position of U.S. Attorney. I appointed him to the position of special counsel last month.
Who initially appointed
Hi,
John
Spot
Durham?
Man.
Mr. Durham was, I believe, also appointed by President Trump.
Yeah.
And Mr. Barr appointed him as special counsel.
And again, these guys are so upset that
Nope.
Donald Trump's appointed
Nope.
prosecutors aren't doing enough of the corruption that Donald Trump wants them to do. So either they are just following the law, or they're not as corrupt, and they're not willing to go as far as they think that Donald Trump deserves. That's what they're asking to happen here.
Chow. Chow.
Also,
Chow.
doesn't it seem like they want it both ways when it comes to the special counsel? A lot of questions suggested that the special counsel should be independent, but when they didn't like the direction of the special counsel, you were asked why you didn't interfere more or involve yourself more or investigate more. Did you get that sense that you're kind of stuck here?
When I make an appointment, somebody be special counsel or prosecutor, the appointment is without respect to what the outcomes of
It's
the
true.
case.
Okay, not untrue.
Your office
Not
has made a number of
untrue.
reforms to 702, targeting foreign nationals.
He did say that very
but those
well.
reforms have not
Butterflies.
been
I
put
agree.
into law.
You're the
702 is also one of the best weapons we have to go after fentanyl. Can you tell us if you would support putting some of those reforms into law so we don't have to live administration to administration to see if they're going to be followed?
I would. Section 702 provides us with the greatest amount, at least the Justice Department, every morning, the greatest amount of intelligence that we receive about dangerous threats to the United States.
From foreign nationals.
From foreign nationals.
Yeah,
I
it's a
am,
chance to breathe. Take a
quite
breath.
aware and sensitive to civil liberties concerns with respect to the queries. And for that reason, I put into place and extended
Blow out
some
the
of those that
bad.
Mr. Barr had begun at the end of his term. And I put further ones in place. Those have led to a dramatic reduction in the number of queries and a dramatic reduction in the number of non-compliant queries. I believe those are appropriate reforms, and I would be in favor of codifying them, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General, and thank you for coming and doing something that the chairman is unwilling to do, testify to Congress. Yield back.
Ooh,
Gentleman yields back.
spicy.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr.
Oh,
Fitzgerald.
but he went to poop.
Attorney General.
That was a
August
poop
11,
break for
2023,
the chairman.
You appointed Mr. David Weiss, U.S. Attorney for the District of Delaware, as special counsel to oversee the investigation of Hunter Biden. I don't think the question has been asked yet. Why did you choose to appoint him as special counsel?
Because he asked.
The explanation was given, and as far to the extent I can give an I'm permitted to give an explanation, is the one I gave and sent to the Congress, which is that Mr. Weiss requested it, that I had promised to give him all the resources that he that he had reached the stage of the investigation where he thought it would be appropriate. And under those extraordinary circumstances, I thought the public interest would be served by making him special counsel.
How did Mr. Weiss's name emerge? Who recommended him? How was it brought to you or presented to you that this would be the best person to be the special counsel?
I'm not going to get into internal discussions. Mr. Weiss asked that he be appointed as special counsel, and I granted that request and made him special counsel. But I'm not
Was Gomer Pyle here for the earlier
You've had
part?
no discussions with the White House
Or
and
Captain
certainly the president
Stubing?
in
Was
regards
he
to that.
here
Is
for
that
the
accurate?
earlier part?
Of course.
With no suggestions that came
Where
from
it's like
any other
Trump-
level of
Like
government.
Trump appointed him?
Nothing came from the White House. That's right.
So on August 20th, 2023, the Washington Post article claimed that Mr. Weiss worked with Hunter Biden and Hunter Biden's late brother, Beau Biden. Were you aware that there was a relationship there with the Biden family?
I'm not familiar with this. I don't know when he did what.
They worked together on legal cases in
Where?
prior years.
When?
You
Where?
were unaware of
When?
this?
I'm not familiar with that.
Where and
The
when?
article
Bring
claims
it
would
forward.
have been inevitable for Mr. Weiss and the president to cross paths in a state like Delaware. They knew each other. There was a relationship there, but you were unaware of any of this.
Well, then
before you
why did
appointed him?
I'm unaware of this.
Then why did Trump appoint him?
Attorneys, who are in practice certainly get to know people.
Then
very
why?
difficult anywhere in the
Why
country
did?
for attorneys not to get to know
Why did
attorneys on other
Trump?
sides of matters.
You said
Appoint
previously
him.
that Mr. Weiss had the ultimate authority over the investigation of the president's son, including
Hmm.
prior to his appointment
Tomatoes.
as special counsel.
Oh.
And you stand by that statement, I'm sure.
Oh, I really want now. I want like a BLT. Doesn't that sound great? Hunter work. I know. Is he a lawyer now?
Was still there with Mr. Weiss to make
This
determinations.
guy
Being
is
still a
like,
special
oh,
counsel,
yeah.
yes.
Special counsel. So the buck stopped there, and that's been determined. According to whistleblower testimony, Mr. Weiss' deputy, AUSA Leslie Wolf, objected to search warrants of President Biden's guest house, denied investigation access.
Then you
to
should ask
storage
David
unit
Weiss.
containing all the documents from the vacated office of law firm. Is Leslie Wolf still employed by the Department of Justice?
I'm not going to talk about any individuals in the Justice
Yeah,
Department. As
no.
I said before,
You're not my
singling
HR
out
department.
Individuals has led to a serious threat to
Lolo,
their safety. I will say
we.
that the supervisor of this investigation was Mr. Weiss.
Oh, right. Yeah.
responsible
Catch
for
up.
all the
Yep.
decisions
Got
that
it.
were made. Excuse me. Many of the things that you're saying occurred during the previous.
Give the man a drink of water.
Okay, well, there was absolutely a discussion by Leslie Wolf that if they told investigators or got involved with this, that there would ultimately be issues. You still believe that at this point that the entire investigation has moved in the correct discretion, was handled by the correct discretion of the individuals involved?
Mr. Weiss.
Why that sounds like
long-standing career prosecutor.
Why that sounds like communism.
Appointed by President Trump. He has an outstanding reputation, and I have confidence that he will proceed as appropriate.
Heritage
At the end of
25.
this investigation, he will submit a public report, just like Mr. Durham, just like Mr. Mueller. He will be available for you to ask him questions. about
All the
why
Trump
he
appointed special counsels.
I yield the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Garland, what changed? On July 10th, 2023, David Weiss wrote the Senator Graham and said, I have not.
Why don't you
requested
ask
special
him?
counsel
Why don't you ask
designation."
David Weiss?
August 11th, you announced that he's now the special counsel. What happened in that 31 days?
BRB.
As I said publicly several days before my announcement, I think 3 days, Mr. Weiss had asked to become special counsel. He explained that he had reached the stage of his investigation where he thought that appropriate.
What stage is that?
I had promised to give him the resources he needed.
What stage is that? He'd reached the
I'm-
stage. After 5 years, what stage are we in? We in the beginning stage, the middle stage, the end stage, the keep hiding the ball stage? What stage are we in?
I think this one, I would go back to the videotape where I said I'm not permitted to discuss ongoing investigation.
Well, isn't that convenient? Something changed in 31 to 32 days from July 10th to August 11th. I think it's two brave whistleblowers came forward and a judge called BS on the plea deal. You guys tried to get past them. That's what I think happened. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The House Judiciary Committee has the responsibility of helping to ensure the rule of law. Unfortunately, this committee's chairman ignored a bipartisan congressional subpoena. The horrible precedent set by this chairman.
Oh, here's my man. My man.
And damage the rule.
Love him. Love you, Ted.
Attorney General Garland, thank you for your public service.
Yes.
Thank you for being here today. I'd like to start by showing a video of January 6th, and then ask you some questions about that day.
It's a 30-page report.
Here, we're moving on to Capitol now. I'll give you a boots on the ground update here in a few.
Capital entry. Multiple capital entries. Fuck you, police! We're still taking metal, sharpened objects, missiles to include bottles and rocks, and hand-thrown chemical-grade fireworks. This is now effectively a riot.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
Attorney General Garland, the Department of Justice charged over 1,100 defendants in connection with the attack on our Capitol, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to state two facts. The people who showed up on January 6th to attack the nation's Capitol were supporters of Donald Trump. They attacked the Capitol to stop Congress from certifying the fact that Donald Trump lost the election. Those two facts were so horrible that some in the right-wing media and some Republican members of Congress could not handle that, so they made up conspiracy theories. In fact, Donald Trump called January 6th a beautiful day. He said the people who showed up had love in their hearts. A Republican member of Congress said January 6th was like a normal tourist visit. And some Republicans have said there were no weapons used on January 6th. Attorney General Garland, were there weapons used in the attack on January 6th?
Yes, in the video, you already saw some of the weapons that were used, and there are obviously many more, many hours of video.
Another conspiracy theory is that somehow the FBI actually orchestrated this attack. So I'm going to go through some cases that have gone through completion and resulted in sentencing. Joe Biggs was sentenced to 17 years in prison for seditious conspiracy and other counts related to attack on our nation's Capitol. Have you seen any shred of evidence that Joe Biggs was an FBI agent?
No.
In fact, Joe Biggs was a member of the Proud Boys. This is what Assistant U.S. Attorney Connor Monroe stated about Joe Biggs and the Proud Boys in court. He stated, quote, "They saw themselves as Donald Trump's army, fighting to keep their preferred leader in power no matter what the law or the courts had to say about it." And on September 4th, Joe Biggs stated that he is confident Trump will pardon him. He said, quote, "Oh, I know he'll pardon us. We're his supporters. We went there like he asked." I'd like to now ask you about the case of Stuart Rhodes, who was sentenced to 18 years in prison for the attack on our nation's Capitol. Have you seen any shred of evidence that Stuart Rhodes was an FBI agent?
No.
In fact, he was the founder of the Oath Keepers, a far-right paramilitary organization. Rhodes asked Donald Trump to call them up as militia. Then I'd like to ask you about Enrique Tarrio, who was sentenced to 22 years in the attack on our nation's Capitol. Have you seen any evidence that Enrique Tarrio was an FBI agent.
He was not an FBI agent.
In fact, he was the leader of the Proud Boys. What happened on January 6th is that Donald Trump's supporters showed up because he told them to. They marched to the Capitol because he told them to. They attacked the Capitol because he told them to stop the steal. That is the truth. That is how history is going to record it. Thank you for prosecuting those who attacked our nation's capital. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I
Great
have a slide
team.
up here. I'll start. In October or March of 22, Mr. Weiss was denied the ability to bring charges against Hunter Biden in the District of Columbia. In April of that same year, you testified before the Senate Appropriations Committee that Mr. Weiss was free to run the investigation without interference from the DOJ. According to the IRS whistleblower, there was a meeting in October of 22 where Mr. Weiss said that he was not the deciding official on whether charges were filed. And we know that because we have handwritten notes from the IRS.
Oh, I had forgotten the character of Buffalo Man. Geez, butterflies. This is how long it's been since I've seen some of that stuff. I don't watch anymore.
Judiciary Committee in March of this year that he had
That. I don't watch that anymore.
Weiss confirmed that to us in a letter.
Can't stand those people.
Been granted, quote, full authority
Horrible.
on this matter.
If that, yeah, right.
Then he kind of backed up. On June 30th, he said, well, just kidding. My charging authority is geographically limited to my home district in Delaware. And of course, you appoint him as special counsel. So why the heck has his story changed so many times over the course of
Why don't you ask him?
I've seen all the three letters, read them quite carefully. They are all consistent with each other. And I urge everyone watching this on television or anyone who's interested to look at those three letters. They are not inconsistent with each other, and there's no change in the story.
So, but you agree that he had, and you've said this publicly, that he had ultimate authority prior to the appointment of special counsel.
I've explained this.
Day drinking. That's funny.
Explain this.
Oh no, yeah, no. I just hadn't thought
proceeding.
about him in such a long
I said that
time.
Mr. Weiss would have the authority to bring a case
I
in any
didn't-
jurisdiction.
I
in
thought
which
you were
he
talking
wanted
about the
to.
shaman.
Mr. Weiss has confirmed that he would have that authority. I explained that if he had to bring a case in another jurisdiction, as a matter of mechanics, it would require me me or a delegate.
It's true. It's a good point, Max. He did always sound drunk.
Order that is very common.
But Mr. Attorney General,
there was no
terrible.
nothing stopping that from happening.
Forgive me for a second, though, but that's when you say you have ultimate. When he wrote a letter on your behalf in June, I have ultimate authority. This is prior to the designation of special counsel. Ultimate to me means like that you can go wherever you
No,
want.
honey, it
Ultimate means
doesn't.
that
There is
particular
within the law.
charges in the District of South Carolina.
Within the
He would have
law.
that ability, correct? He would have to go through that U.S. attorney. So that's not
All-
full authority.
All he would have to do is ask me for 515 authority, and I would sign it right away. Just
Yeah.
like when he asked me to be special counsel, within 3 days, I signed that.
So he didn't have ultimate authority.
He had
Oh
the
my
authority
God.
because
I
promised
can't
that he
with
would have
these
the authority.
kids. I can't with these
But
children.
he did not have that authority. See, here's where I'm.
He didn't ask for that authority.
The ability to bring charges in March of 22 in the District of Columbia. If he was denied the ability to bring charges in January of 23,
He wants
in
it
the
to
Central
mean
District of
ultimate.
California,
Yes.
that's not full authority. These U.S. attorneys operate
These
as
guys are-
gatekeepers, so that's not full authority to do much of anything. And you know what's remarkable to me? We sit here and we look at this, and his story has changed so many times. You know whose story hasn't changed? Mr. Shapley, Mr. Ziegler, the emails that confirm that he said, I'm not the deciding person on whether charges are filed. And you know what the response back was from his colleague at work? Yep, you covered it all, Gary. That is consistent. What Mr. Weiss has done is this shell game.
These guys are so stupid.
He has authority, he doesn't have authority. But these gatekeepers at the U.S. Attorney's Office in the District of Columbia and in the Central District of California, they would have the gatekeeping authority on whether charges are brought in their jurisdictions.
I'm sorry,
Absent that designation, correct?
Those words have no meaning, gatekeepers, etc. Mr. Weiss said he was never denied authority. I'm the one with the authority to
Yeah.
decide who can prosecute in a different jurisdiction, and I promised that he would have that authority. I do not see any inconsistency here. I was not at the meeting that Mr. Shapley was referring to. I know what I guaranteed, and I know what Mr. Weiss has said. I guarantee.
Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance of my time.
It's a simple question. If he already had it, why does he need it? That's the question. You said in your statement on August 11th, you said he will continue to have the authority to bring charges where, when, and wherever he decides. So how can he continue to have a power that you just gave him? That's the fundamental question.
Those words have no meaning.
If he already had it, why
So
did he-
many words have no
He
meaning, right?
had the authority, and he continued to have.
When did he specifically ask you? Did you tell him ahead of time that he could get 515 status anytime? When did you tell him that he could
He
get that?
knows. He's a fucking U.S. attorney.
No, when? Did you tell him at the start of
Oh
the
my
investigation?
God.
Beginning in my statements to the Senate that he would have the
Oh
authority
my Jesus.
and bring prosecutions he thought were appropriate.
Gentlelady from
God.
gentleman from South Carolina is expired. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your tremendous service to this country. As somebody who was trapped in the gallery on January 6th, I have to admit it's still hard for me to look at that video and imagine that happened at our U.S. Capitol. And I'm deeply
Terrible.
grateful that you have led this nation.
Point of
towards
order,
accountability of all
right?
those who were involved,
Ugh.
including the former president.
Right.
You have done so with full and complete attention to the facts, with a team around you that focuses on thorough investigation, and with a very clear mission that you've stated over and over and over again, despite the asked and answered on the other side, that the Justice Department works for the American people. This is a night and day transformation from a Justice Department that was constantly used by Donald Trump for his own political gain. And it is my firm belief that we have to hold those accountable who tried to destroy our country, including the former president, or we risk losing our country altogether. So I thank you for your steadfast leadership. It is just sad that this committee has also been transformed into a soapbox for political conspiracy theorists, instead of focusing on the really important issues that the American people care about. And so that's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to focus on the critical crisis of
Sisyphean.
reproductive freedom and the efforts to try and strip reproductive freedom from people across this country. As you know, a decades-long project of the extreme right wing materialized last year when 5 Republican-appointed justices overturned 50 years of precedent that established the constitutional right to abortion. As one of the 1 in 4 women across this country who has had an abortion and who felt compelled to share my story after decades,
Me too.
because I saw the attacks on the right to abortion and what it would do, particularly for poor women, for Black and brown and indigenous people across this country, I spoke out and shared that story. In the 22 states where Republicans control the state legislature and governorship today, all have moved to restrict reproductive rights. More than 25 million
good number.
women of childbearing age now live in states where abortion access has been curtailed. And in Washington state, my home state, the Seattle Times reported that we are seeing increasing numbers of abortion patients, not only from neighboring Idaho, which we knew we would see, but also
Yeah, I
from
just couldn't
other
remember
southern
which one that
states where
was.
restrictions
Is
aren't
he the one that burned
Mr.
up?
Chairman, I see unanimous consent to enter this Seattle Times article into the record. She traveled 2,000 miles secretly for her Washington abortion. Why patients from the South are coming here. As our fundamental freedoms are threatened by extreme MAGA Republicans in Congress and across the country, we trust that the DOJ will initiate investigations and file lawsuits to protect reproductive rights. With respect to mifepristone, what has the department done to protect access to this very safe abortion drug that women can take at home safely and to end a pregnancy?
So the FDA authorized the use of mifepristone as safe and effective, and it did it back in 2000.
Well, I hope it's not
That's been
Mephisto.
challenged. It was in the district court.
Is that what the name of it is?
The FDA in that matter. There was an appeal in to the circuit court, which narrowed the district court's opinion in some ways, but allowed it to go forward in other. We have filed a cert petition, which has been granted, I think, in the Supreme Court of the United States.
Very, very important work. Thank you. My home state of Washington has one of the highest rates of religiously affiliated hospitals in the country, with our state's insurance commissioner's office reporting that in 2021, there were several counties lacking even one secular hospital. This is an issue
Really?
under the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act,
Oh my
when patients in
God.
need of abortion care as a life-saving treatment are denied services under the hospital's policies. What is the department doing to enforce this law, mandating that every hospital that receives Medicare funds provide, quote, necessary stabilizing treatment to patients, including abortion care?
You're right. This is a federal law. It expressly preempts any inconsistent state law. For that reason, we filed a lawsuit in Idaho and one in the district court with respect to an Idaho law that impinged on the rights granted under EMTALA. We have filed, I think, a number of statements of interest in other places, and we're continuing to look at where it would be appropriate to intervene.
Thank you. You're on record stating that women who reside in states that have banned access to comprehensive
I think I had heard that,
need to keep that
Max,
care in states where
from
it is
David
legal. Thank you for that.
Hancock.
Can you briefly discuss the progress made by the task force and
But I
DOJ
don't
to
know what
ensure
he
that pregnant
got
people
in
retain their right to
return.
travel?
Look, my view about travel is the
I don't know if he was very valuable. David implied that he may not be as valuable a witness as he claimed to be, which would not shock me.
travel is a constitutional right and it allows a woman in a state that bars abortion to travel and obtain an abortion in a state in which it's permitted.
Thank you, Attorney General, for your commitment to this issue and to upholding the rule of law in our country. Appreciate your service.
Time and delay has expired. The gentleman from Oregon.
Easy. Creep. Such a creep. Probative value of crazy and stupid.
Mr. Weiss, can you explain to us in a little more detail who you promised that you would keep Mr. Weiss on this case? To whom was that promise made?
Yeah, so a number of senators in my meetings with them asked me to make that promise. I think that was discussed in my interchange with a senator from Tennessee, I believe.
And did that promise that you made you to believe?
Whoa, dude. Okay.
Mr. Weiss displayed a level of incompetence,
Men.
you would be precluded from asking him to step down or precluded
Stop
from
it
replacing
with
him.
the light gray suits.
Look, when someone asks me,
Do you
to
see
make
this?
appointment,
It's a
they
beautiful
didn't ask
charcoal
me
suit.
Depending upon what the outcome was. Mr. Weiss has made his
Nice, like
decisions,
steel blue tie.
and Mr. Weiss is an experienced,
Nice light blue shirt. Or maybe it's a white shirt and I just can't see it. Actually, that's better. I like a white shirt. Nice steel blue tie. That's cool.
I just have no grounds for interfering here.
I'm going to give you the fashion report for this. And that tie, I don't know which child of his bought it for him, but they need to be excommunicated from the family.
The level of incompetence I'm referring to, I'll just read this to you.
Wood is listed as a witness in Fonnie Willis filing to get a bunch of defense lawyers recused for. Are you okay, Joe? Are you saying that he tried to be a defense lawyer? Is that what you're saying? Am I understanding that correctly?
Who reportedly allowed the statute of limitations to run out on Hunter's major tax offenses, even though he had the option to extend it. It was the same Weiss.
Well, I mean, maybe you should ask Weiss.
It was the same Weiss who inked a widely panned sweetheart deal that caused a federal judge to balk it.
Oh, I liked Obama's tan suit. I thought that was styling.
Had never been seen in a previous plea deal. So there's a list of what I would suggest under many people's definition.
I would imagine Wood has no. He'll lose his tomato farms if he. That's all he's got left. Oh, is it? Okay, sorry.
Some of the meetings occurred under the previous administration, where Mr. Weiss was assigned to the matter by the previous Justice Department, and I'm not in a position to comment on them.
That's too bad. Is that there's a scope of investigation memo generally issued when
we start these things out, who issued that scope of investigation memo to Mr. Wise? Was it done back on when he was originally appointed to take on the Biden case? Is that when the memo was telling him what he was supposed to do was issued? Is there a scope of investigation memo is my question.
There's a scope of investigation with respect to special counsel, and that has been publicly transmitted to the chairman of this Judiciary Committee and the Senate Judiciary Committee.
And who wrote it?
Who wrote that scope?
Yeah. Who decided what should be within the scope of that investigation?
I'm sorry?
Who wrote the memo? Who decided what the scope of that?
I decided what should be in the scope. If you'll compare that to the scope of many other special counsels, it basically is modeled on the format that we've used in the past, not only in this administration, but the previous one.
In your remarks delivered on August 11th of this year concerning the appointment of David Weiss as special counsel, you say, upon considering his request, as well as, quote, the extraordinary circumstances relating to this matter, end quote. Can you tell us what those extraordinary circumstances were?
I'm sorry.
Okay, so these are your remarks back on August 11th.
Yes.
And it says, on Tuesday this week, Mr. Weiss advised me that, I'm just quoting from your memo. This is what he said.
Yes.
In his judgment, his investigation has reached a stage at which he should continue his work as special counsel, and he asked to be so appointed. Upon considering his request, as well as, quote, the extraordinary circumstances related to this matter, end quote, I've concluded it's in the best public interest to appoint him special counsel. What were those extraordinary circumstances you're talking about?
Yeah. Look, all of these special counsels, including the appointment by Mr. Barr with respect to Mr. Durham, uses those phrases. The reason he uses those
Joe, it's 103 pages. Dang it.
As much as I can say with respect to that, without discussing matters relating to a pending investigation. I can't discuss matters with respect to a pending investigation for the reasons I've said.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Garland, want to welcome you today to this hearing. Want to turn our attention to something very interesting, more important. The most important thing on Main Street today in my district is drug addiction, narcotics, trafficking, fentanyl. I'm going to quote you, June 23rd of this year. You said, I open quote, the U.S. government continues to do everything in our power to disrupt fentanyl trafficking and to prevent more of our communities from being devastated by the fentanyl epidemic. We went on to say we are targeting every step of the movement, manufacturing, and the sale of fentanyl from start to finish. Mr. Garland, I believe that the only thing that cartel leaders fear is the United States prison. I want to thank you for the good job. You recently extradited Oviedo Guzman Lopez, El Chapo's son. Thank you very much for that good job. My question is, do you have plans to extradite additional cartel leaders from other parts of the world to the United States to face U.S. justice and a U.S. prison sentence?
Yeah, I don't want to get into discussions, diplomatic discussions over the matter, but obviously we have indicted the other Chapitos, Chapito being the nickname given to the sons of El Chapo.
How many of those?
Trying to remember, I think there are maybe 4 more, maybe 5, I'm not sure exactly. But they've all been publicly indicted, and of course, we will seek the extradition of it and the apprehension of everyone we've indicted.
The apprehension, the indictment of these individuals requires that you have cooperation from foreign countries, especially Mexico, since that's where a lot of these cartels are operating. Would you say right now Mexico is cooperating with us in terms of working with your office to bring these cartel leaders to justice?
They've obviously worked with us with respect to Ovidio. His apprehension by the Mexicans led to the deaths of a significant number of Mexican Marines.
Oh, Ivan's there?
Ovidio's people fighting back with 50 caliber machine guns, and the Marines having to use Black Hawk attack helicopters in order to arrest him.
These U.S. Marines or Mexican?
I'm sorry?
United States Marines?
No, I'm sorry, Mexican Marines. It's the Mexican Marines who playing an important role in the apprehension of the cartel leaders.
So, Mr. Garland, would you characterize cooperation right now with Mexicans as being good?
But
Not good?
I would say cooperation can always be better. We have an enormous problem with respect to fentanyl coming from Mexico, from its manufacture there, based on the precursors coming from China, based on the cartel leaders.
How can we as members of Congress help you make sure that other countries have stronger cooperating relationship with us? How can we make sure that they cooperate to their fullest abilities with you?
I appreciate that request. I'll have to think about it some more. I will say that I personally traveled.
I would like a pony,
to
personally.
cooperation with respect to these matters.
How important is FISA and 702 to your job when it comes to fighting narco fentanyl?
It's very important. Fentanyl poses a national security problem.
This is true.
So can you
Spot
work
man.
with us to assure that we put guardrails put guardrails, safety measures on 702 to assure that those investigative weapons are not turned against U.S. citizens?
Absolutely. 702 is a crucial, essential tool, but like all tools, it has to be properly controlled. And we would be happy to work with Congress to make sure this
Tools, am I right?
My last minute, I wanted to turn to the antitrust area, the European Union, and the Digital Marketing Act. This is Digital Markets Act, which is
Yeah.
designed to protect consumers in Europe. Yet, it looks like most of their focus is on American firms. No European companies or other foreign operators in the European Union are being targeted. It looks like it's only American firms operating in Europe. And it looks like the DOJ is working to support the efforts of the Europeans in implementing the Digital Marketing Act. I have 18 seconds. I'm going to submit a written question to your office. But my focus, my interest is making sure American jobs, American companies are successful around the globe, and that they are
The
not
globe? No, I'm sorry.
in any way hampered from working overseas. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I ran out of time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5
Oh,
minutes.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Attorney General. You know, following your confirmation, Americans were promised they were getting a focused, nonpartisan to lead their federal law enforcement.
Oh,
I
this
had my
guy.
doubts back then. And the last 2 years have more than confirmed in my mind those fears. Never in
Mr.
my
Van
life would I have
Poo,
thought that I would see such a
globalist.
DOJ. Never in my life
Joe
would I
gets
thought I
me.
would see such a
Joe, you get me.
Department of Justice that didn't obey their own rules. Never in my
I like
life did I
that.
think I would see the egregious investigations conducted under your watch, or the blatant disregard of the First Amendment by FBI field officers under your watch. And never in my life did I think I would see our great DOJ turn into a politicized weapon to be wielded by an investigation to attack political rivals. I still hold the thousands of hardworking staff with high regard, but unfortunately, there are some within the department, in my mind, who have betrayed their oaths.
Oh
And for
my
that,
God. Hey,
you
let's
must
talk.
be held
Hey,
accountable.
oh, girl,
I
you
hold
want to talk about betraying your
labeling of
oath?
parents as domestic
Girl,
terrorists
he didn't do
standing up
that.
for the
He didn't do that. That was a memo about astroturfing, school board meetings, and the violence that if you missed it, it did happen.
into Roman Catholic churches because they were supposedly domestic terrorists. And I hold you accountable for unleashing a special counsel with a history of botched
Oh.
investigations on our current president's
Oh.
political rival. The department under your leadership, I am sorry to say, and I am sorry to say, has become an enforcement arm of the Democratic National Committee. If there is a perceived threat to the Democratic Party, this DOJ attacks every single time. But when there are actionable threats against conservatives, this DOJ stays put. Protesters outside, violent protesters outside the Supreme Court justices' home, unpunished. Attacks on pro-life centers, unpunished. The two-tiered system of justice is clear, and it's clear to the American public. And the buck stops with the man in charge. That man is you. The actions of the DOJ are on you. The decline of Americans' trust in our federal law enforcement is on you.
Lore? I lived in New England. Where's he
Of
from?
the DOJ is on you.
He sounds like
Attorney
he's from
General, I
like
need a simple yes or no to the
New
following. Just
Hampshire.
yes or no, because we don't have much time. Do you agree that traditional Catholics are violent extremists? Yes or no?
No.
Answer what you've said in that long list of statements, and
I
I'll be
control
happy
the-
to answer all of those.
Attorney
But let me
General, I
just-
control the time. I'm going to ask you to answer the
you
questions I asked.
controlled time by asking me a substantial number of things. And let
I
me
didn't
give-
ask you those things. I
will
made a
answer
statement.
I
Attorney
will-
General, through the chair, I ask you, do you agree that traditional Catholics are violent?
God, they're babies. Look at the snitch
no
running to
idea
mommy
what
right
what
away.
the traditional means here.
Oh, New
idea-
Jersey?
May I
Oh.
answer
Go to church.
May I answer your-
Yes
the
or no?
idea that someone with my family background would discriminate against any religion is so outrageous,
And so
absurd.
offensive.
Attorney General, it was your FBI that did this. It was your FBI that was sending, and we have the memos, we have the emails. We're sending undercover agents into Catholic churches.
Both I and the director
This
of
is
the FBI
the
have said that we
director of
were
the FBI.
appalled. Have said that we were appalled by that memo.
So then you agree that they're not extremists?
We were appalled by that memo.
Are they extremists or not, Attorney General?
I think that
Are they extremists or not, Attorney General?
everything in that memo is
Are they
appalling.
extremists or not? I'm asking a simple question. Say no if you think that was wrong.
Catholics are not extremists. No.
Was anyone fired for drafting and circulating the anti-Catholic memo?
Yeah,
You
it's
have
not
to
at all
go
what
to
happened.
Inspection divisions, investigation.
Just tell me yes or no, please.
I don't know.
We have
the
no
answer.
time.
I don't know the answer to that. There's
Okay.
a
Do you agree that
disciplinary
parents attending
process
school
that the
board
Attorney
meetings should be
General is not
categorized?
permitted
Should
to
parents
intervene
that,
in.
should parents that go to school board meetings and are very vocal about their kids' education should they be classified as domestic terrorists?
Of course not.
The
And
ones
my
that
memo
beat
made
people up in
clear
the
that
fucking
vigorous
parking lot
objections
should,
to
motherfucker.
Policies in schools are protected
So it's no.
by the First Amendment.
The president this week accused you, not the president himself, his staff, and it was in the Wall Street Journal, and it was leaked out, of mismanaging the Hunter Biden probe. Do you agree? Yes or no? It was in the Wall Street
Do I
Journal
agree
article.
with
I'm
the
not
Wall-
saying
I'm
that.
sorry. Do I agree with the Wall Street Journal?
Yes, and that the information they released that said you botched this probe.
I think I've dealt with the Hunter Biden investigation the way I've told this.
Mr. Chairman, I yield my remaining time to you.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Appreciate it. The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Garland, for your decades of service to the Department of Justice, to our country, and to our Constitution. It's been truly honorable service, and I think the American public as a
Violent
whole
astroturfers.
recognizes that. I was struck by and appreciate your opening statement in which you made crystal clear your fidelity to the U.S. Constitution and the rule of law, and your reaffirmation that the Attorney General is not the president's lawyer. This is a welcome change from the rhetoric and actions of some of your predecessors in the last administration when they appeared before us. As we all should know, the Justice Department works for the American people to prosecute crimes, uphold the rule of law and Americans' individual rights, and keep our country safe. And Congress, of course, has a legitimate duty of oversight. But the blatantly political and misleading rhetoric, which we've been subjected to today, undermines the seriousness of this committee's work
True.
and ultimately the legitimacy and core values of our American institutions. It's painfully obvious to anyone who cares about our Constitution that our colleagues have called this hearing not to conduct legitimate oversight, but to once again defend the indefensible actions of the disgraced, twice impeached, and now repeatedly indicted in multiple jurisdictions former president, and to distract from their inability to perform the most basic function of Congress, to fund the federal government. So they're baselessly accusing the U.S. Department of Justice of bias against the former president and his allies. But it's important to note that those who are noisily and shamelessly trying to subvert our justice system are the same ones who seem to have both the most to fear from those ongoing investigations and the most to gain politically and personally from impeding them. As others have noted, these attempts now include trying to defund the Office of Special Counsel, Jack Smith's office, altogether. I, like so many Americans, find this behavior contemptible and far beneath what we should expect from our country's leaders. Mr. Attorney General, why is it so important for both upholding the rule of law and maintaining public trust that our justice system be able to conduct investigations into wrongdoing free from political interference?
The law, the criminal law can impose incredible sanctions on people, can take away their liberty. That means due process has to be followed during investigations, and that partisan considerations not play a role.
He's pretty emotional.
Civil liberties and civil rights are protected. And the only way that can happen is if prosecutors are permitted to go about their work without any external impermissible interventions or considerations.
Thank you. I did want to take the opportunity, since this is an oversight hearing, to conduct some actual oversight. And there was an important topic in your testimony, safeguarding the right to vote. During the previous administration, I asked department officials in this committee room what actions they were taking on this critical issue, and they couldn't answer me. So could you describe the efforts that your Department of Justice is taking to protect the right to vote, a fundamental pillar of our democracy?
Yes. Congress, in the form of the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, authorized the department to bring cases and to enforce the Constitution of the United States with respect to the right to vote. As I'm sure you know, in the Shelby County case, the Supreme Court eliminated one of our tools, Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, but we retained Section 2, which the Supreme Court again endorsed in its last term. So we have brought cases in a number of jurisdictions where we felt that state laws unconstitutionally impinged on the right to vote. We have supported private parties when they have brought those cases, particularly in redistricting cases that violated the anti-dilution
Mark
requirement of
Elias.
Section 2. We have a task force with respect to threats against election workers, because threatening election workers and stopping them from going about their work is a significant way in which the right to vote can be impinged. That's just a sampling.
And we certainly saw evidence of that in Pennsylvania during the last presidential election. So we really appreciate all those efforts. I find this hearing very disturbing in that we have elected officials misleading the public, attacking the foundations of our democracy, trying to sow distrust on one of the most critical pillars of that democracy, the U.S. Department of Justice. It's unacceptable and it's un-American. Mr. Chair, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a fact sheet on the Department of Justice's work under Attorney General Garland's leadership to safeguard Americans' right to vote and protect our election officials and workers.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back.
Committee will be in order. Committee will be in order.
Is it fucking Mickey?
Vacillated, please.
What are they saying?
Is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's the streamers, yeah.
Thank you.
On August 11th, 2023, you appointed Mr. Weiss special counsel. You wrote a letter to the House and Senate Judiciary Committees where you cited extraordinary circumstances requiring the appointment. You avoided answering the question when Mr. Bentz asked you. I'll give you another chance to answer it. What were those extraordinary circumstances?
I'm afraid I'll have to give you the same answer I gave before. I've gave as much as I can give, which is that he thought that it reached a stage where it would be appropriate. That I had promised him that I would give him any resource that he needed, and that he asked for it. And to go further would go into a pending investigation.
Okay, let's talk about that authority. Back on March 1st, you told the Senate Judiciary Committee that Mr. Weiss had the full authority to bring cases in other jurisdictions if he felt it was necessary. On June 7th, Mr. Weiss wrote to the Judiciary Committee stating he had been granted ultimate authority over the matter, including responsibility for deciding where, when, and whether to file charges.
Mm-hmm.
But by June 30th, he had changed his tune and said that his charging authority was geographically limited, and it would be up to the U.S. Attorney's Office and then you to determine whether.
But first the U.S.
he can
Attorney's
partner on the
Office.
case. And
Okay.
if not, he can request special attorney status from the AG pursuant to 28 U.S.C. 515.
Okay.
And he had been assured that if necessary, he would be granted 515
Okay.
authority in D.C.
And then what
Central
happened?
District of California, or any
Let-
other district where charges
What
could be
happened?
brought.
Tell me what.
Let me ask you, is there some distinct legal authority known as special attorney status?
I'm sorry.
Is there some distinct legal authority known as special attorney status?
Section 515 permits the Attorney General to sign an order to authorize a prosecutor to work in another district.
And if you had already decided that he had full authority, why did you feel it was necessary to sign that document?
I'm sorry.
Why did you feel that?
What?
Why
I'm
did
so.
Mr. Weiss feel
Oh
that
my.
he would need that extra authority if you had conveyed to him that he would have?
Because it's the procedure.
Speak with Mr. Weiss
Because
about
it's the
that.
procedure.
The
I.
letters are quite clear that he
Oh my
understood
God.
he would have the necessary authority, that no U.S. attorney could block him.
Okay. We asked you earlier about his request for this authority. And we need
Really,
to know
trying to make
who
fetch
he
happen
spoke
is
to
like
about
the
this authority and
theme.
when. Before he asked you in August, he had discussions about this with others at the department. Who did he discuss special counsel authority with, and when did he do that?
I'm
Oh
not
wow,
gonna
that's
discuss
cool.
internal deliberations of the department. I guaranteed that
Those aren't, well,
Mr. Weiss would have the authority
true.
that he needed, and the moment he asked for the authority, I gave it to him.
did he discuss it with the Deputy Attorney General?
Again, I'm not going to get into a discussions of deliberations within the Justice Department.
That is not a valid constitutional objection.
Well, that is a valid constitutional constitutional objection. It has to do with the ability of the Justice Department to do its communications, just as your deliberations with your staff and other members are protected by the Constitution.
Detailed conversations does not implement the internal deliberations of the department.
Yeah.
Substance of
No,
those
it really
deliberations is
does.
simply detailing who and when.
No,
does not
actually, it does.
implicate those.
I'm not going to get into the internal discussions.
He gets to
of the
decide
department
that.
or who talked to who about what. Mr. Weiss has told
Fair
this
the
committee that
foreign
he well
agents.
understood his ability to bring a case wherever he wanted, and I have said that he had that ability.
Oh, the Maui
Do you
conspiracy
think
is
that
horrid.
the extraordinary
Just
circumstances
terrible.
that you cited in the appointment have anything to do with the
Yeah, horrible.
June 22nd and July 19th testimony of whistleblowers, Special Agents Shapley and Ziegler?
I don't think it
Shapley.
has anything to do with.
It's not
Mr.
Shapley.
No.
I'll yield to the chairman.
Appreciate the gentleman yielding. Mr. Garland.
Oh God.
Have you or
Look at him. He's like, I just got a note.
The information that appeared in the Washington Post on October 6, 2022 about this investigation, about the Hunter Biden investigation.
You're saying there was an October 2022.
October 6, 2022, Washington Post writes a story about the Hunter Biden investigation. I wonder, have you investigated who leaked that information to the Washington Post?
What'd they say about
I
it?
don't know the answer to that question.
Has it been referred to the Inspector General?
What'd
You
they
know that?
say about it?
I don't want my answer to suggest that there is or isn't such an investigation. I know that the Inspector General sent a letter to Congress explaining that he had an ongoing assessment with respect to the whistleblowers' charges. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
Time the gentleman's expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
He owns their
and
nuts.
the ranking member. For
They're
holding this
urgently
hearing.
telling
Thank you,
each
Attorney
other
General,
to paint all that
for your
stuff
testimony, for caring
blue.
for us, for your
LOL.
service to our country. I have great respect for my colleague
Oh
from Virginia on the
no.
other side of the aisle. I'm a
No.
bit confused as to why they have zeroed in or focused in on this particular letter in such a myopic way. But your
No, I
testimony,
love
and
him,
wrote
Joe
down
Goose.
words here, that the moment
He's awesome.
he, meaning the Trump appointed U.S. attorney, Mr. Weiss, asked for the authority, I gave it to him. Seems pretty straightforward. And as you said, the letters that Mr. Weiss has written to this committee are publicly available, and encourage anybody who's watching these hearings to certainly review those. As you said, clearly they're consistent with each other in terms of reading those letters collectively. I think it's important, Mr. Attorney General, to perhaps talk a bit about your record and your background in light of the various attacks, unfortunately, by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. My understanding is that you served as a special assistant to the Attorney General of the United States early on in your career. Is that right?
It's my first job out of being a law clerk.
Your first job out of law school. You later
Being
were
out of after law clerk.
After law clerk.
You later were in private practice,
Yes,
and you left private practice to become a line attorney at the Department of Justice,
that's right. To be an assistant U.S. attorney.
an assistant U.S. attorney, a federal prosecutor, taking on
organized crime cases, drug trafficking cases, violent crimes?
Yes, I don't know about the organized crime, organized drug trafficking. Yes.
Following that service, you served in the Department of Justice as the principal associate
Attorney General.
Attorney General.
Deputy Attorney General. Yes.
Deputy Attorney General. This is in the mid-90s.
That's right.
And in that capacity, you supervised a range of high-profile cases. Is that right?
Yes, they were high-profile
The
cases.
Unabomber case?
The what?
The Unabomber case.
The Unabomber case, yes.
The Atlanta Olympic bombing.
The Olympic
case.
bombing, yes.
The Oklahoma City bombing case.
Olympic, yes, that's
You
right.
received praise with respect to that latter investigation from the then Republican governor of the state of Oklahoma. Is that right?
Yes, who was a very good partner in the investigation with respect to Oklahoma.
You then were nominated and appointed to the federal bench, U.S. District Court of Appeals here in Washington, D.C., correct?
For the U.S. Court of Appeals, yes.
Right. You were confirmed by a bipartisan majority. Over 20 Republican senators voted for your confirmation.
I'll take your word for it. I think that's correct.
You served on the bench for a significant period of time, ultimately becoming the chief judge.
Yes, that's right.
You left that position to return to the Department of Justice, where you had started your career.
Yes.
And you were confirmed into this position in which you now hold on a bipartisan basis in the Senate.
Yes.
I think it's unfortunate, Mr. Attorney General, that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have conflated questions about various cases that the department has brought with impugning your integrity. And I can assure you that the vast majority of the American people don't share their opinion, and that my constituents, the folks back in Colorado, are grateful for your lifetime of service that you have given to this country. And I recognize that this is, I suspect, a frustrating exercise in terms of this particular hearing, because I suspect that you'd like to be talking about the prevalence of fentanyl in our communities and the work that the Department of Justice is doing to interdict it, the gun violence epidemic in our country, and the work that the FBI and other law enforcement agencies are doing to stop it. And my hope is that the next oversight hearing, perhaps those can be the focus, the bulk of the hearing. I'd be remiss if I didn't say one note about a rule that the Department of Justice recently promulgated. As you may recall, in 2021, March of 2021, I sent a letter to the Department of Justice requesting that the Department of Justice issue a rule regulating stabilizing braces. One of these braces was used, as you might recall, in a mass shooting in my community in Boulder, Colorado, where 10 Coloradans tragically lost their lives, including one police officer. And the Department of Justice issued a final rule earlier this year on this precise topic. Unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have made it their mission to overturn this rule. I wonder if you might be able to just elaborate a bit on how the rule was drafted and deliberated within the department.
Yes, well, that horrific event in Boulder was one of several examples of the use of attachment of a semi-automatic pistol to a stabilizing brace intended to permit its firing from the shoulder. That violates the rule, the congressional statute against short-barreled rifles being possessed without registration, anything under 16 inches. The reason for Congress's statute, which I think probably goes back to the Al Capone era, was the power of such a weapon and the ability to aim such a weapon when it's shouldered. All that was done in this rule was to make clear that if you convert a pistol into a rifle designed to be fired from the shoulder, you're subject to the registration requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. I yield back.
Attorney General has requested a short break, so the committee will stand in recess for a few minutes, and then we'll be back for the remainder of our members' questions.
All right. We're gonna be on a break. Hey, we're gonna be on a break. Does anyone know the identity of the heckler? Anyone know that identity of the heckler? I'm Yeah. Let me see what is if there's any news on that. Is there any news on that? Is there any news on that? Let me say if there's any news on that. Oh boy, what's the news? I was Heckler. By the way, your voice teacher in California. Oh, is she? Oh my gosh. Oh, Barry, I owe her. And now that I have the microphone, I feel like I can do something a little more serious. You know, in 110 BC, they were talking about the dignitas of the Roman Senate. Well, this is the house. Yeah, this is the house. But is there, do we know if it was probably one of the corner bitches, right? You know, like Heckler, wait, Heckler, Congress, um, no, Heckler Judiciary. Wait, Judiciary? Blah, blah, blah. Hello, Judiciary. Man, I just want to say that the stupid. Can I describe the ruckus? Well, well, yeah, she just yelled. And they were like, get out right now. Oh, man. Da, da, la, 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 la. Let me see on the Explore trending. Hey, yo, cat. That's scary. That was scary. Let's see. Trending with House Judiciary Committee. Do, 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 do. Brian Krasenstein. Eric Swallow. I'll just call out Jim Jordan. Sorry. I don't really like Brian Krasenstein. La 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 la. Okay, that's that. La 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 la. My name is Jim Jordan. I'm just. That was my best. I can't see. Breakfast Club reference. Oh, sorry, Joe. Could you describe the ruckus? I'm actually very high. I'm not just a little high. Very high. All right, come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Come on. I need someone to describe the ruckus. Haven't watched any of the fake docs like 20,000 mules. What is it? What is it? Oh my god. I didn't watch it either. I don't need to watch it to know what's in it. They talk about what's in it all the time. Come on. You guys, come on now. Wait, Heckler? What if I did that? Oh. Wait, this was it? Wait. Oh, July 27th. God damn it. Bitches. Are you kidding me? All right, media. Let's do this. April. Oh. Poops. You poops. I guess maybe they don't call it a heckler. That's pretty good. Boop. This is the longest deer park. That's a good one. I'm gonna retweet that. That's a good one, Rick. Something about 2020 was so surreal to me, being part of something that will be taught in future. I hope it's taught in future history books. It was like having a soap opera. I know. God, it was so performative. Whew. It's like the level of performative is the problem. Come on now. Come on. Come on. Jim Jordan. The select subcommittee on the weaponization is now called to order. That's funny. Sorry. Full car. That's very good. Hope there are future history. Hello, that's what, yeah. I'm like, if you think they teach the real history now, you're sorely mistaken. I fucking hated history books. Oh my God. I fucking hated the selection of history books. It was terrible. Oh God. That's like, I have PTSD about how terrible it was. Anyway, I just want to see. I guess we don't really know who. Vince Coakley radio program. That's a great name. Vince Coakley. That's funny. Yeah, that's weird. That's just a fucking weird thing to say. Okay, well, we can't find it. Damn it. All right, let's see what else is happening. What else is happening? That's very good. A gaslit. That's a great handle. Clay. Wait, I'm so sorry. I need to come back over to chat because I kind of, I'm not paying attention here. Okay, hold on. Da 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 da. The Romans thought Caesar was descended from Venus. I was about to call that cantaloupe. Cantaloupe Caesar. Oh, it is cantaloupe. Cantaloupe Caesar thinks the same. I don't even know if he's just self-preservation. He doesn't want any power. He doesn't give a shit about any of that. He really doesn't. He really doesn't. He doesn't want anything. It is a full car. Is a full car. Hi J31C, how you doing? How you doing? We're just waiting for everybody to stop pooping. That's Flynn. Oh man, let me tell you, I watched I think it was from last Sunday, an event where he spoke and Ivan introduced him, and it was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. It was bad. It was bad. Like I even asked, I'm like, so, like, do we think that Rayclin is just like simping for Flynn and like, pick me, or is he really like way up his ass right now and actually getting paid? And it is so clear to me now that he is getting paid and up his ass and pick me. He's all of the above. Trump worked the news cycle. Yep. Oh my God, the media. We have to have a conversation about the media. We really do. We have to have a conversation about that. He wants power and money. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Peter Thiel. Yeah. He's up this ass and his own ass. Oh yeah, totally. But yeah, no, he drinks his own Kool-Aid by the gallon. It's the bad Kool-Aid. It's the bad Kool-Aid. No, gnome, the little gnome known as Rakelin is just a jerk. He's just a self-serving, horrible traitor to the United States. And he had the balls at this event to cry describing Flynn as like his second father. He needs a Seth Keshel tactical vest. He sure does. He sure does. He sure does. Who doesn't though, really? I mean, like I think we could all use a Seth Keshel tactical vest. Let me lend him mine. You have to try that tactical vest thing. I hadn't realized that was a thing. There you go. Right? Right? But yeah, anyway, okay, wait. Let's see if there's something more more current. Boop. Show 35 posts. Oh my god. Is those chicken nuggets? Or chicken wings? Is that a bus or a plane? Oh, here we go. Oh, wait, we've got to hear this. Wait. We've got to hear this. Wait, stop. Just hold it. Hold it, little dude. Okay, ready?
Because if we don't have that, then we don't have a republic. We don't have a constitutional republic, not a democracy. Not a democracy. And what you hear from the media is you're a danger to democracy. I've been called a danger to democracy. I might be a danger to democracy, but I'm not a danger to this constitutional republic, not a democracy. What you hear from the media is you're a danger to democracy. I've been called a danger to democracy. I might be a danger to democracy. I might be a danger to hear from the media. I might be a danger to democracy. To hear from the media, We don't have a constitutional republic, not a democracy, not a democracy, not a democracy, not a democracy. I might be a danger to democracy. I might be a danger to democracy. I might be a danger. I might be a danger. I might be a danger to democracy. Is if we don't.
I love that. Oh my god. Bookmark that. Oh my god. That is too much. That was great. Oh, Jim, that was great. Well, you're not listening, but you know what I mean. Jim, that was great. That was very good. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, that slaps, as the kids would say. That slaps. Great clip. I think I will play it again. Hold on.
Have that, then we don't have a republic. We don't have a constitutional republic, not a democracy, not a democracy. And what you hear from the media is you're a danger to democracy. I've been called a danger to democracy. I might be a danger to democracy, but I'm not a danger to this constitutional republic, not a democracy. What you hear from the media is you're a danger to democracy. I've been called a danger to democracy. I might be a danger to democracy. I might be a danger to hear from the media. I might be a danger to democracy. To hear from the media, We don't have a constitutional republic, not a democracy, not a democracy, not a democracy, not a democracy. I might be a danger to democracy. I might be a danger to democracy. I might be a danger. I might be a danger. I might be a, I might be a danger to democracy. Because if we don't have that, then we don't have.
Oh my god, Jim Stewartson, well done. Well done, sir. That was a good one. That was a good one. I might be a danger to democracy. I might be. I might be a danger to democracy. Oh, this is yesterday's. I am so sorry that I missed this hearing. Oh my gosh, I'm very sad. I'd like to play this if I could. Hold on, sorry. All right, this is an interesting. Eric Ellison is a great follow, by the way. Slick Rock Web, Slick Rock Web. Eric's hilarious and very good at what he does. So follow him. But this is an interesting exchange from yesterday at the House Oversight hearing on the J6 security failures, where Chief Sund was unable to admit that the Trump supporters that attacked the U.S. Capitol on Jan 6 were not actually great MAGA patriots, as Trump has called them.
Mr. Sun, I have a series of easy questions and kindly ask you to answer yes or no. There has been a direct effort here in this committee and by many Republicans to rewrite the violent events that took place here at the Capitol on January 6th. For example, President Trump called the defendants, and I quote, great patriots. Mr. Sun, do you agree with former President Trump that those convicted of January 6 related offenses are, quote, great patriots? Yes or no, sir?
I'm here to try and identify.
It's just a simple yes or no. Do you believe that the people that assaulted your officers are great patriots? Yes or no?
I think the people that assaulted my officers with weapons and violated the law, assaulting them and injuring them.
The former president also said that the rioters that day, and I quote, had love in their heart, and that it was, I quote, a beautiful day. Do you agree, Mr. Sun, with the former president that it was a beautiful day on January 6th and that those people that attacked your officers had love in their heart?
It was not a beautiful day, ma'am.
Boom. Boom, bitch. Betty Dangerous. Oh, yeah. Oh, just a little light reading. Oh, that's the remix. Okay, I got that. Oh, here we go. Clay, always bringing in the good stuff. Hold on. We got to see. Hey, here's crazy Patty McBurn after reading with another crazy conspiracy theory coming to you live from his dining room table.
Even write something about this. This one. There's an article in the New York Times today about General Flynn. It's just propaganda. Although I have to give the writer some minimal credit that there are certain things that he would have written that we got people on the record to say, no, this is false. This is false. And he at least had the honesty to, include that in the article and kind of broke up some of the arguments made in the article. But it's basically this fantasy that Mike Flynn, well, anyway, you read the article yourself. It's all nonsense. The whole thrust is nonsense. I hate to say it. Mike's such a gentleman. He's protecting me.
Is he? Oh.
Mike Flynn's involvement was he advised me. Okay? That was his involvement. Mike Flynn was going down to Washington because he had the lawyer, Sidney Powell, who was getting all wrapped up in her underwear.
It's so much more than that. It's so much more than that, Kathy.
And he went back and forth to Washington because of that.
Yes, the Overstock guy, the Russian asset. He's compromised. Remember Maria Butina? He was with Maria Butina, and that was something that he was very, very excited about. He was excited to be with Maria. Actually, he does look homeless. Very good point. He totally does. He totally does. Well, he's not homeless exactly, but we don't know where he is because the last I knew, he was in Ghana after saying he had permanently moved to Switzerland. But then he said he was in Ghana, Accra, I think. I don't know. Maybe not Accra, but anyway. And now I think he's somewhere else. I think he's gone. I think he's on the lam. I think Patrick Byrne is on the lam officially. I do. I mean, if it looks like a duck and what? Oh, I don't think he's missing. I mean, I think he's like reporting from whatever bunker or dining room table he's sitting at. I think he's reporting from there. I'm just saying, I think he's never coming back to the United States is what I'm saying. That's the vibe I'm getting anyway. I'm getting the, you know what? Extradite me, bitches. That's the vibe I'm getting. And you know what it was a week ago or 2 weeks? 2 weeks ago, probably. It was, I want to testify. I would like to testify. I think they should go ahead and ask me to testify. So like he was gagging for it like 2 weeks ago. And now all of a sudden it's like, gotta go. Gotta go. In 2020, December 18th, the will be wild. Yeah, that tweet. That tweet. After the meeting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what. I don't think Patrick Byrne could mastermind his anything. But he's got the money. He's got money. And he's certainly dumb, like he's gullible, like no, that's not the word. What is it? Like, just, oh man, I don't know. You know what I mean. Do you know what I mean? Juggler of truth, Putin lover. Yeah. Yeah. There was another clip of him talking about Putin. I can't remember where I saw that. I can't remember where. I think it might have been on Rumble. I don't know. I don't think he's missing though. When will they arrest Flynn? I don't know. I don't really know. I don't really know what his what the trail looks like. Yeah, did he admit to that, Max? Like he actually gave them 500,000 or 50,000 it says, sorry. I think I remember hearing saying he was committing a certain amount of money to them. But I didn't know if he had actually like written the check. But maybe he did. I don't know. He's still got some money, I imagine. I don't know. He has a private jet still. That's expensive. So yes, let me put the link to that in, Gal. Oh yes, he did the 50,000. Oh, on that Spaces. That's right. He committed to that. Yeah. Oh, you heard it. Okay. Oh my gosh. What a jerk. Let me find the insurrection was plan B. Hold on. You won the Powerball 10 times. You said it. It's got to be true. See, that's the thing with Patrick Byrne. I want to see the check. Because he makes a lot of statements. If you watch his locals, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you about all of the wild ass hairs that little doofus talks about. It's crazy. Let's see. Oh, I hear noises.
Meeting will come to order. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona for 5 minutes.
I got to go poop.
Sir,
I'll see you later.
Is it the policy of your office for U.S. attorneys to use prosecutorial quotas?
I'm sorry, I'm having a little difficulty here.
Okay, I'll get right on top of this thing. Is it the policy of your office for U.S. attorneys to use prosecutorial quotas?
Prosecute?
Yeah, do you have any prosecutorial quotas system in place?
No.
None whatsoever. That'd be anathema to your office then, right? I mean, it's not a policy. So would you
we don't, correct. Yeah. We do not have quotas.
Right. And so would it be consistent with that when you have
all Spaces are ops?
They're going to, he wants to prosecute at least 2,000 people who are alleged to have committed a certain type of crime.
So look, I think you're referring to the January 6th question.
I'm just asking you, would that be consistent with your office's policy if somebody said, we're going to get up to 2,000 people on a particular crime? Is that consistent with your policy?
I think what that U.S. Attorney was referring to was a prediction for how many more cases would still be brought because the court had asked how many more people have
filed a letter with the court saying that we're looking at upwards of 2,000. We've got 1,200 more that we think we're going to get. So you don't do that for anything else, right? So you don't have anything like tax fraud. You're not saying, okay, we're going to have so many people that we want to get for tax fraud, so many people we want to get
We
for
don't
lying on
have
federal firearms
quotas. If a
applications.
court asks us what the likely workload will be based on prosecutions and investigations that are pending, the U.S. Attorney is obligated to respond.
Did you guys provide any reference of the number of people you thought you would prosecute who were involved in the 2020 summer riots of the burning of the Portland courthouse while there were still people inside those courthouses?
Oh my God.
You didn't ever file with the court or anything?
Wow.
So
Who
I
was
think we
president
have
during
300
July
whatever,
2020? Let me
didn't file
see. Who was
I'm
it?
not
Who
following.
was
I
it? Who
believe
was
that
it?
I'm sure you're not.
The number
That would
you're
be
asking
a
about
Bill
was
Barr.
the objection that the court had asked the U.S. Attorney to make.
Let's switch topics. Maybe this one be easier to follow, I
Oh.
suppose.
Oh.
Is it the policy of the DOJ to provide advance notice to subjects before conducting a search for evidence?
It
It
totally
is.
depends on the circumstance.
If the circumstance were that you had a guest house where the U.S. attorney, deputy U.S. attorney saying, well, we know that we suspect there's a lot of evidence there, but we're not going to really follow that up. And calls the attorney from the other side saying, we were going to do a search warrant. Would that be consistent with your policy?
Okay, again, I know this is
That's
more
a
hypothetical. and I don't know
hypothetical.
the facts of this case, and I don't know what happened. And I believe the
And he's
events
not
you're
going to
talking about,
discuss
if
it.
was reported in the press, occurred under the previous administration.
That's right.
No.
That's right.
No, that event didn't happen in the previous administration.
Yeah, I think it
let's
did.
talk about that. I mean, you keep saying this happened in the previous administration. But
God,
let's
these
talk
guys
about
are
this for
so
just a
horrid. I'm
moment.
so
You
sorry.
keep saying, I don't know what happened there, but I'm going to opine when it happened. You see the fallacy of that, the inconsistencies? I don't know when it happened. I don't know what happened because I'm not involved, but it happened under the previous administration. That's so logically fallacious.
I'm sorry, I'm not
Fallacious?
following what's-
Yeah, I
Is
know
that
you're not
fellatio? Wait,
So the
wait,
question is,
wait. Hi, Badger. How are
you got
you?
one of your deputy U.S. attorneys calling the attorney on this side saying,
What did he?
we're going to go to these two places, probably go in the next couple of days.
Mhm.
And of course, then
It's all
ultimately the
right.
search
It's
warrant
okay.
is called off. Is that, I just want to know, is it consistent to call up people?
You'd have to
where
go
you
to the
know that
facts of the
they've got boxes
case.
of information, or you suspect they have
You
boxes of
have to
information? That's why you got the
ask the
warrant.
fucking
That's why you gotta go
judge,
look.
or I don't know.
And you give them a heads up so they can move
my
those boxes of
God.
information. Would that be consistent with DOJ policy?
Just going to say again, you're asking me actually to comment about allegations in a particular case about. which I
No,
do
I'm not. No, I'm
know the
not. I'm
context.
asking you, is that consistent with your overall policy?
Fallacious
Forget Delaware and
fallacia.
what they did and that they actually did that. Let's just talk about generic
I'm
policy.
sorry, I thought you were asking about Mar-a-Lago. I may not have understood that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, la-di-da. So when we're talking about this,
Oh, okay. Okay.
general policy,
What is that? Annie.
is that
What is that?
acceptable? When you suspect that there
What's
are
that
movable
movie?
items, you call up and say we're gonna be there to look.
There's no policy on this question. The strategy and tactics to be used to preserve evidence are left up to the investigators.
No, it's
officers on
Biggs.
the ground. Sometimes
He's
it
gained a
is
little
a
weight.
mistake to call up.
He's gained a
Sometimes
little
it
weight.
cannot.
And here once again, you don't know what happened in the Hunter Biden case because that's somebody else is doing it.
No,
But
because
you can
you've
be
been
sure of
asked
the timing
not
of when all
to
this took
interfere
place.
in it.
That is one of the
Oh my
biggest
fucking God.
oddities of your testimony today. I yield back to the gentleman from Colorado.
Mm. Really?
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Mr. Attorney General, thank you for
Biggs.
your decades of
Big
faithful
dick.
service to our country, to our Constitution. and to
Oh,
the people.
counter
Thank you for
protest.
putting up with
Cool.
today.
Great. Thank you,
the American
Badger,
people
for
are
your
watching.
service
They know what's going on here.
to
This is
global
a gross
democracy.
misuse of your time, your team's time, and our time. It is a shameful circus. It has a goal. The goal is to spew lies and disinformation, ultimately to tear away at the confidence of our independent institutions, in your case today, our very important Department of Justice.
Yes.
It's the exact MO of a former president. Tear away at the confidence of our independent institutions, whether it's our electoral system, the Department of Justice, the Judiciary, and independent news media. The American people are watching this sham. But it's not just a circus. It's
No.
dangerous, and you know that, and you have mentioned that.
Not the right
I believe
ones.
that these fictions and fantasies are dangerous. Dangerous for you and the 115,000 public servants with whom you work. Dangerous for national security. Dangerous for community security. Dangerous for the rule of law and our Constitution. All at the same time of a looming shutdown. The other side of the aisle cannot govern. And so they have this hearing, which was supposed to be oversight, and use it as a big distraction because they are failing to govern. Imagine if we go into a shutdown. What does that say to your members of your department? What does it say to our service members, U.S. troops who would be training, fighting without pay and without confidence in this country's governing ability? It's a great distraction. So let me pivot to something I care about, and I know you and your
We talk
department
about this
cares about.
all the
It is
time.
Recovery Month. And for families like mine with a member in recovery, every month is Recovery Month. So I thank you for what you are doing on the fentanyl crisis, the overdose crisis that has claimed 110,000 lives in a single 12-month period. 300 souls a day, every day. Souls who have died while we were in this hearing, every day. What is the department doing to combat the trafficking, to combat the amount of fentanyl on the ground? As DEA has said, there's enough fentanyl on the ground right now to kill this entire population multiple times over. Tell us about your important work in fentanyl.
Well, Congresswoman, let me begin by saying I share your personal concern and grief over this. I have met with the families of children, teenagers, of elderly people who have become addicted to fentanyl and who have died from fentanyl. Everything you're saying is correct, and it's a catastrophe for the country. So as a consequence, the Justice Department has poured its resources, particularly from DEA, with FBI assistance as well, and with fugitive arrests by the Marshal Service and with gun tracing by the ATF into the entire process by which fentanyl reaches the United States. So we have sanctioned the precursor companies in China. We have indicted some of them for their violations. We have arrested some as far off as in Fiji and brought them back to the United States. We have traced these precursors to Mexico, where they are made into the fentanyl pills. Fentanyl costs about 10 cents to make. It can be sold on the street in the United States between $10 and $30. You can see what the enormous profit motive is here. So we must stop the cartels themselves. I have, as I said, traveled to Mexico twice in order to work with our counterparts in the military and law enforcement there.
I thank you for all of that. I want to just pivot once, and I want to do anything I can to partner with you on this issue so that we stop losing people. I traveled recently with the Foreign Affairs Committee to The Hague, met with the extraordinary folks, the top prosecutor and his able team. They were very complimentary of the Department of Justice and your work. Can you tell us about your important role, or America's important role, in war crimes, especially in light of your powerful history?
Yes, I'm happy to. So I've traveled to Ukraine twice and to meet with the prosecutor general there. And I'm going to meet with him again this week here. And he's met with me several times here. The Justice Department is pursuing the war crimes from Russia's unlawful and unjust invasion of Ukraine, to help to investigate war crimes over which we have jurisdiction, to help the prosecutor general in Ukraine investigate those prosecutions. I was, I believe, the first cabinet member ever to visit The Hague, the International Criminal Court of Justice, and to meet with Karim Khan, who is the chief prosecutor, to talk about our cooperation in respect to the investigations that they are doing. I've assigned a Justice Department prosecutor to the investigatory body that's been set up in The Hague for the crime of aggression. And she is there now working with the ICC and with Europol and Eurojust. And I've assigned prosecutor to our embassy in Kyiv to work with our ambassador there and to work with the prosecutor general's office there.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing that answer to go on because it is critically important. America is indispensable and your work is indispensable. Thank you, sir.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Attorney General, do you support the consent decree that I believe was put in place in the city of Minneapolis?
And I'm sorry, do I support the?
You support the consent decree that was put in place with the police
From
department of
2020?
Minneapolis?
One was put in place by the federal government? Yes.
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 Do you support fewer cops on the street?
Do I support?
Fewer cops on the
Whoa,
street.
whoa, dude.
No, I don't support fewer cops on the streets.
That's what's happening as a result of
No, it's
what's
not.
I don't think that's a
That's
consequence
actually
of the
not
consent
happening.
decree.
Do you support-
Minneapolis has been losing police officers for many years.
Do you support more crime?
I support more crime.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
So there was just a hearing in Minnetonka, Minnesota, a Tony suburb of Minneapolis, just I think this last week, where they were just
Was it full of
they're
elites?
beside themselves with the amount of crime that continues in Minneapolis
Well,
since
you should,
the riots.
you
of
should definitely
2020.
talk to the Minneapolis
And,
people about that then.
I would point out to you that I had an officer in my district. I live right across the border in Wisconsin.
This
That's
guy's
where my
really
district
excited
begins.
about his 15
A
minutes
police officer
or
was
5
shot
minutes.
to death as a result of a weak on crime prosecutor in St. Paul and Minneapolis, Minnesota. Guy
Minnesota.
served only 4 years for a violent crime.
Minnesota. What?
Do you think that that's a problem?
Well,
An officer was shot to death. That is not.
That-
that is certainly not an appropriate.
no.
sentence. That's outrageous. Let me be clear. We are doing everything we can to assist Minneapolis. We have a very aggressive U.S. attorney who's brought a number of RICO and Vicar cases. and
Let me continue.
extraordinarily
I got
successful.
I got a real short period of time here.
Sorry.
In regards to disrupting drug networks, why do you think there's so much fentanyl coming into the country?
Fentanyl.
Because it costs 10 cents to make and it can be sold for $30.
So Sheriff Mark Daniels from Cochise County, Arizona, sat right where you were at a few months ago and under oath.
Did he
said
really?
The
Oh.
reason there is such a drastic increase in fentanyl coming into the country is because on January 20th of 2021, open borders policies were announced by President
No, that's an
Biden. Have you
opinion.
expressed
That's
concern
actually an
about those
opinion.
open borders policies that have led
Yeah, I'm failing. Let me try again.
rapid increase in the amount of fentanyl coming into our country?
No.
I can't
Jesus
associate
Christ.
myself with the conclusion reached by the sheriff, although I can certainly commiserate with the concerns.
So the
that are-
sheriff is incorrect.
The sheriff shared an
But the
opinion.
cartels in Mexico are bringing this, are causing this drug to be transmitted into the United States, and we were doing
Terrific.
everything we
Mis-
can to eliminate that incentive.
Yeah, you're not going to do it on doing that. Mr. Chairman, just so we're real clear here, this is the same answer we received from Secretary Mayorkas a couple months ago.
No,
when he was
I'm
in
mad
denial
about it.
about a sheriff who lives,
Mm.
one of the most reputable
Mm.
sheriffs you'll find in the United States.
Oh,
of
if you're
America,
gonna say Mark
sitting down
Lamb,
there
I'm
on
gonna
that southern
fuck
border. He sees it
fuck
every
you
day.
up.
He saw it working in 2020 because he told me when I was down there. And now he says it is not working. And it started January 20th of 2021. You can pretend that you're dealing with fentanyl. You're
You can
not.
pretend.
Because the borders are
You
wide.
can pretend you're dealing with
Shift
fentanyl.
to,
Oh
combating
God, you
gun
have more
violence.
time? Jesus
Do you
Christ.
believe that a prohibited person that acquires a gun illegally and disposes it in a dumpster where a criminal or an innocent child could gain access to it
Are you talking about
prosecuted
dun
to the
dun
full extent of the law?
dun?
This is
Hunter Biden?
You're referring to a specific case, which is now in
Fuck off.
judicial determination before a court of law. It's not appropriate.
But I
for
thought it
me
was a beautiful wall. Did it get torn down?
For the
It did.
record, Mr. Chairman,
It did.
let's
Yep.
understand that the same prosecuting attorney
It did.
who is now the special counsel
Oh
gave
my
a sweetheart
God.
deal to that person. And yes,
Dun,
you are
dun,
correct.
dun.
We're referring to the president's son. He got a sweetheart deal, and the judge was smart enough to smell a rat when she saw it, And she said, you guys go back to the drawing board. That same special counsel is in charge of this investigation. Isn't that correct, Mr. Chairman? Absolutely.
Mm.
I want to close real quickly with this.
Oh God. That's the longest 5 minutes of my
So we did a
life.
naked bike ride in Madison, Wisconsin, just a couple months ago.
Yes!
I sent you a letter 2
Yes!
months ago
Yes!
asking if you had a problem with that.
Yes!
Because it exposed a 10-year-old girl by the race organizer, the
To
bike
genitals?
organizers, to pedaling around Madison, Wisconsin naked.
This is
Do you think that's a problem?
perfect.
And why did
No,
you not
I don't.
answer our letter from 2 months ago?
I get a lot of letters.
Ask the Office of Legislative Affairs to get back.
He's
Does it
laughing.
typically take 2 months to be able to answer questions like this?
It sounds like you're asking about a question about state and local law enforcement. We get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of letters. I'll ask the Office of Legislative
We get
Affairs where that
letters. We get
State and
letters.
local law enforcement would not act. We were hoping you would. It's obvious you're not. I yield.
It's not obvious.
North Carolina is recognized.
You get those loose balls and dicks and vaginas off the streets.
Your patience with this question.
And the boobies. Get them all
I'm
off.
honored to represent a diverse community in North Carolina.
Oh my God. Naked
Wake
bike
County has
riders.
worked to welcome
I know, right? Welcome to the world. Hello.
and
Have you been in San Francisco on any given
success of my
Thursday?
visit to Research Triangle Park depends on our commitment to celebrating the many cultures that contribute to our community. Unfortunately, over the past few years, these very communities that have contributed so much to my state and my district have found themselves under attack. Jewish leaders in my district have received threats to themselves and their synagogues as recently as last month. HBCUs across our state have locked down in response to bomb threats.
That's a good one.
Asian Americans in North Carolina and throughout the country have found
Art
themselves
music. That was a
facing
good comment you made. Emma.
slurs and threats spurred in large part by the racialized language about the COVID-19 pandemic. The Southern Poverty Law Center reported in late 2020 that the number of white nationalist groups grew 55% between 2017 and 2019, noting that the rise in hate-based attacks coincides with the growth of the white nationalist movement. And the Anti-Defamation League relatedly found that white supremacist propaganda incidents occurred over 14 times per day on average in 2020, with a total of 5,125 reported cases, nearly twice the number of cases reported in 2019, and the highest number the ADL has ever recorded. This dangerous trend has continued in the last few years and has recently included as active clubs have been increasing in their number and prominence. These active clubs started popping up in late 2020 and are a network of white nationalist groups that see themselves as fighters in training for an ongoing war against a system they claim is deliberately plotting against the white race. As Attorney General, I am deeply interested and concerned about the rise of these clubs, threats of violence, and actual violence, and wanted to know if you're familiar with these activities and what your department is doing to counteract them.
I'm not familiar with the specifics of those clubs, and I'll certainly look into what the department's doing in that respect. Very soon after
White's off Earth now. Yes, correct, Max.
Crime
it's probably for the best.
That were being made and an actual acts of violence. I directed the department to develop a strategy.
That's right,
for
Joe.
Responding to that. 30 days later, that was pretty much coincident with Congress's passage of the COVID No Hate Act. And we have now fulfilled, I think, all of the obligations under that act. We have task forces set up to investigate and prosecute hate crimes, both as hate crimes and where they satisfy the requirements as domestic violent extremism or as domestic terrorism. We have brought dozens of cases against people who have made these threats, as well as, in particular, those who have attempted to carry them out. And as you know, we have a prosecution pending in Buffalo with respect to the horrendous killing of Black Americans in the Tops grocery store by an avowed white supremacist.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your efforts in this regard. On a different subject with my last 45 seconds, North Carolina also saw the impact of cyber crimes with the Colonial Pipeline. And I'd like to know how your office is counteracting any cyber attacks and dealing with people who perpetrate them.
And infrastructure.
So we are vigilant to the risk of these kind of cyber attacks. In that case, these were criminal gangs affiliated in Russia, resident in Russia. Fortunately, we had available intelligence from Section 702, which we were discussing a little bit earlier today. I have to say that's one of the sources of our ability to fight these kind of cyber attacks, whether they are criminal or whether they are launched by nation states, whether they are attempting to get ransomware and create ransom, whether they're simply trying or also simply trying to exfiltrate our information, or whether they're trying to prevent our computers from working at all. The Justice Department has established a cyber task force for this purpose.
It's true, right, Kathy?
And we are.
I mean, why get all heated?
Cryptocurrency in exactly the same way.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. We're going to try to move quickly.
Thank you. I yield back.
Attorney General. Because
excuse me?
We got a majority conference. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Attorney General, welcome. And my friend and colleague from Colorado outlined your biography, I thought, very well. But he left out 2 points that I'd like to mention. One is, not only did you lead the prosecution of the Oklahoma City bombing case, but in that case, the death penalty was asked for and actually received, and Timothy McVeigh was executed. Not exactly a Democrat priority to seek the death penalty in cases, but you did so because of the rule of law. You did so because the facts.
Hey, Spin, how are you? Happy hump day. Oh my God, that's right. It's Wednesday.
And the law in that situation.
Thank God.
The other issue I wanted, or example in your bio that I wanted to point out, is my understanding that in your conference room, you have a portrait of Elliot Richardson. And the reason you have a portrait of Elliot Richardson is because he demanded that the Department of Justice stay independent from the Nixon administration. He had the backbone to stand up to the President of the United States and make sure that the Department of Justice would not become the government's lawyer. You put that portrait there soon after you became Attorney General because it was a signal. It was a signal to the world.
A signal? A signal or a signal?
The same way that others that had come before you were known. And frankly, one of the reasons I respect Attorney General Barr so much is because after January 6th, he made the very difficult decision to walk into the president's office and tell the president the election was not stolen. We have looked at this.
He did.
And for that reason, he resigned before January 20th when power was turned over.
He resigned in December. You stupid motherfucker.
You know what people would have said if you had asked for U.S. Attorney Weiss's resignation when you became Attorney General? I'm sorry, U.S. Attorney. Yeah, U.S. Attorney Weiss's resignation. They would have said that you were obstructing the Hunter Biden investigation.
Right.
That you were firing a Republican appointee so that you could appoint a Democrat to slow walk this investigation and lose the leadership of that investigation. If you had made the same decision a year later because you were frustrated that the prosecution wasn't moving fast enough, they would have again said that you were interfering with the prosecution. If you, when U.S. Attorney Weiss asked to become special counsel, if you had made the decision then to appoint someone else to special counsel, people would have criticized you because you would have been taking someone out of the investigation that knew the facts, that could lead the investigation, and put someone in who would have had to come up to speed on the investigation and wouldn't have allowed major decisions to be made until they came up to speed. So in three different opportunities where you could have acted, you would have been criticized either way, whether you acted or did not act in that situation. Far from slow walking, really, once the Trump administration decided that that was the person leading the investigation, your hands were tied. You didn't have the opportunity to make a decision on the leadership of that investigation. But speaking of slow walking, I appreciate your reference in your opening remarks, your written opening remarks, to the Department of Justice strongly supports efforts by Congress to promote competition in digital markets by passing legislation to prohibit certain anti-competitive practices by dominant online platforms. You can't say who they are, but I can. Apple, Amazon, Facebook, and Google are monopolies, and they have been harming this country and harming competition in that particular market for years. And Congress for 5 years has been investigating and offering bills on that subject. They spent $250 million, according to reports, in the last Congress to defeat those bills. And now we do nothing in this Congress to try to deal with that very serious issue. In fact, there are efforts, I'm told, over in the Senate, and I use the word effort and
Is
Senate
Ken
very
okay?
carefully in the same sentence. But there are efforts in the Senate, S 2321, to take $50 million in funding for the Department of Justice Antitrust Division, and it would be an 18% cut, and to move that money to the General Department of Justice Operations Fund to try to further cripple the efforts that are going on in court. The state attorney generals and the Antitrust Division and Federal Trade Commission are doing a great job jointly in trying to combat the scourge of these monopolies. My question to you is, will you make sure
Is this
that
a
the
joke?
Antitrust Division is properly funded so it can continue this very serious effort at stopping these monopolies from harming our children, from harming competition,
Is Ken
and
back
from further
okay?
strengthening China's position in this area?
Yes, I absolutely will. And one of the first things I did in the first budget opportunity we had was to ask for
I mean,
more money for the Antitrust Division than had been
he's-
given in quite a long time, and to ask for the fees that are paid for purposes of merger analysis be given to the Antitrust
I'm
Division
very confused
directly
because
rather than to go
Ken
into
Buck is a Republican,
Thank you, I
and
yield.
he
I'm
was
just putting up for the
supportive.
record that Attorney General
Nobody's
Barr left
okay.
the Trump
Yeah,
administration on December
that's a good
23rd,
point. That's
2020,
really
not
good
between
point.
January 6th.
I'm not
January
okay.
20th,
That's for sure.
2021. With that, I recognize the gentlelady.
Yeah. Point of order, bitch.
I'm sorry, since you mentioned monopoly, could I also enter into the record?
Yeah,
this
thank
article,
you.
About the MasterCard Visa duopoly by Proactive and their target of a bipartisan bill to reform this monopoly. Could I insert that into the record, please?
Without objection, unanimous consent accepted.
Can you
Gentlelady from
insert a
Missouri is
shaver
recognized.
in your hand
Thank
to?
you, Mr.
No, I'm
Chairman,
just kidding.
and thank you for being here, Attorney General Garland. St. Louis and I are here today to make clear what it means to promote equal justice for every person in this country. Attorney General Garland, you often speak about your commitment to supporting civil rights and the rule of law. But I have concerns about whether the department under your leadership is doing the absolute most it possibly can to advance these goals. In the limited time I have, I want to share my concerns about specific issues with you directly and to make clear the steps that I believe that the department needs to take. First off, as this hearing has shown, a small number of the department's cases get an outsized
I don't
level
know.
of attention in politics.
He must be.
But the reality is you
I think somebody
preside
punked
over
him.
most of the federal system of mass incarceration. And every day in courtrooms around the country, including St. Louis, prosecutors who ultimately report to you are continuing to disproportionately prosecute disproportionately Black and brown people for disproportionately low-level immigration and narcotics and firearm offenses. And under your watch, the federal incarceration rate has increased for the first time in nearly a decade. Meanwhile, corporate crime enforcement is lower than it was during the Trump administration. The department needs to rethink its entire approach to prosecution. But let me also say, I thank you for what you're doing with the insurrectionists. And I urge you to take specific steps towards ending mandatory minimums and prosecutory misconduct waivers and actively supporting alternatives to incarceration funding federal public defenders, use of clemency power, and reporting on disparities in federal prosecutions. I'm also deeply concerned about the Bureau of Prisons. Director Peters is not doing enough to address the rampant issues of abuse and mismanagement at the Bureau, which affects both correctional staff and people in custody. It is shameful that solitary confinement has increased in the Bureau of Prisons during the Biden administration, despite the president claiming he supports ending it. We need to see more from the department across the board on Bureau of Prisons oversight. And you should implement the president's commitment to end the torturous practice of solitary confinement once and for all. I'm also incredibly disheartened that the department has continued to pursue the death penalty despite the president's pledge to end it. I urge the department to reverse course, including by dismantling the federal death chamber in Indiana and advocating for the commutation of the sentences of everyone on federal death row. I'm also still waiting to see any meaningful progress on the commitments that Associate Attorney General Gupta announced in June 22 around the enforcement of Title VI and the Safe Streets Act. I'd also like to, and I'm going on and on, but I'm taking my time. I also like an update on when the department will respond to the Oversight Committee Democrats' letter from June 2021 about the memo issued by the Trump administration's Office of Legal Counsel concerning the Equal Rights Amendment. That deeply flawed memo is preventing the Archivist of the United States from publishing the Equal Rights Amendment as the 28th Amendment. I know that OLC issued a short clarification after you took office, but the wording was not a clear repudiation of the Trump-era memo. I urge you to fully withdraw the Trump OLC memo, which is baselessly obstructing constitutional gender equality for all. Finally, I cannot overstate how shocked I am by the targeting of protesters who oppose the construction of the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, or Cop City, and I urge the department to investigate these obvious violations of civil rights. These may all seem like unrelated issues, but to me, to my constituents, to countless advocates, and to people who are most directly impacted, they are interconnected, and they all speak to whether the department under your leadership will advance justice or simply pay lip service to it. Given the limited time that we have, I don't expect you to comment on all of these issues, but I have a question. Will you commit to working with me in my office on these issues, including having your staff promptly by writing your position and sending that to us, reaching out to us about all of the issues that we just spoke about?
Be happy to have Office of Legislative Affairs work with your staff. I want to say I could not be prouder of the civil rights record of this department. It is the fundamental basis for why the Justice Department was founded. We have a history of also being obviously involved in the 1960s. When I came to the Justice Department.
I'm going to stop you. I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I just want you to understand where I'm coming from, the things that I would like to see. I don't mean to cut you off, but I need to reclaim my time. Finally, I want to remind everyone yet again that this is what good faith oversight looks like, not the Republican playbook of running interference for a twice impeached, 4 times indicted white supremacist demagogue who would rather overthrow our democracy than admit he lost an election. Thank you, and I yield back.
Kelly yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank the chairman. Thank the attorney general for being here for us today.
God.
On October 21st, 2021, before this committee, I asked you about Mr. Scott Smith, a father in Loudoun County, Virginia, who was arrested at a school board meeting where he questioned the rape of his daughter in a bathroom in the public school there. You said at the time you were unfamiliar with the case. Are you now? Yes or no?
Only familiar to the extent I've read about it in the press.
You sent a memo on October 4th, 2021, directing the FBI and U.S. attorney offices to address, quote, harassment, end quote, of school boards. Yes or no?
Sent a memo to address violence and threats of violence in connection with school personnel.
Directed at school boards.
Not directed at school boards, directed at school personnel, school administrators.
Throughout the country as a priority for the federal government.
Did you watch the news?
That followed a letter
I
on
did.
September 29th, 2021
Those are
from the National
scary.
School Board Association
Those
to
are really
President
scary.
Biden, and emails from the National School Board Association Director Chip Slavin
Chip
to the White House, in which
Slavin?
the White House asked for specific threats. And one of the examples was Scott Smith. Subsequent to our hearing 2 years ago, 26 states left the National School Board Association, and Slavin resigned on November 23rd of 2021. Last week, Mr. Smith was pardoned by Governor Youngkin. Do you think the governor was correct? Yes or no?
Pardon
He
authority
doesn't know
belongs to the
that.
governor.
Yeah,
You
he
don't have
doesn't
an
have
opinion
any
on whether the
opinion.
governor was
He's
correct.
not supposed to.
I don't know the facts of the case, so
Yeah.
I'm not in a position to make.
Have you rescinded the memo that you issued in 2021?
No.
Yes or no?
What we're discussing.
Have you
occurred-
rescinded the memo? Yes or no?
What we're discussing here occurred.
Does the memo still exist? Is it still
Retired
going? Yes or
teacher,
no?
yeah.
Has it been rescinded?
The memo was intended to have meetings within 30 days.
Has
The
it
thir-
been rescinded?
The 30 days have finished. Nothing has happened in more than a year and a half with respect to that
But it has
memo.
not been rescinded. It has not
There's
been
nothing
pulled
to
back.
rescind.
It's just a
Despite
dump- yeah, there's
evidence that
nothing
has
to
come out
rescind.
from the National School Board Association commissioned report that White House officials discussed this with DOJ more than a week before the letter was
Yeah,
sent.
because
The
did you
NSBA
watch the
apologized.
video?
Have you apologized?
People
Yes
were
or no?
being intimidated and
Testified
harassed.
7 times since that original.
Those were
It's
scary.
the first time you're back here since we talked about it.
I'm sorry?
It's the first time you're back here in front of
Okay,
us. Have you
so what?
apologized for putting that
No.
memo out that implicated Scott Smith as a domestic terrorist, something the governor
No,
of
I
Virginia
didn't.
has now pardoned him from all of these accusations?
Memo said nothing about him, nothing about parents being terrorists, nothing about attending school
So
boards.
the answer is it's not been rescinded and you haven't apologized for it.
Answer is
Again,
that's
that
not There's
nothing to
labeling
apologize
an American
for.
citizen a domestic terrorist in a memo and referring to it and a memo that's built on
No,
the
he
back of that.
didn't.
But now we had this
No, he didn't.
compliments being driven to the Civil Rights Division. Let's talk about Mark Houck in Pennsylvania, a father who was arrested with heavily armed federal and
Oh
local
my
law
God.
enforcement in front of his wife and children. This after Mark
'Cause
Houck's
he was
lawyers
gonna,
said
like,
he would appear voluntarily. Local
shoot
authorities
up a
investigated,
abortion
found no
clinic or
case.
something.
Mark Houck was arrested by the FBI for FACE Act violations. The jury met for an hour. Houck was acquitted.
Okay,
Now,
then he
when
got
I was
due
in federal
process.
court,
That's
I don't remember
amazing.
that being my result very often. In fact, I don't remember happening at all, where we took it to a jury and it was acquitted after an hour. Did you
Okay, well then
investigate
maybe
this
you
or
were
question
not
the
as
United
good a
States
lawyer.
Attorney why they wasted resources for such
Do you
an
ever
obvious
think about
result?
that?
And can you explain, yes or no, that was a good use of the Department of Justice's authority?
Justice Department respects the jury's verdict.
Yeah,
The
stochastic
decisions in that
terrorism.
case were made by agents and prosecutors on the ground.
Are you concerned that enforcement of the FACE Act has been biased towards pro-lifers over anti-life
No.
protesters, 126-4 by
No,
our
I'd
count?
say that
And
the
we're asking
pro-life
information
or
to be able to
whatever,
track
the
down information of
anti-choice
such
people are more
prosecutions,
violent.
But 126 times against pro-lifers versus
Maybe
4
the
times for
anti-choice people are
who dare
more
to question
violent.
the issue of life.
I
Think of that.
I'll leave that out there just to say
Oh my
that is the
God.
Civil Rights Division at play. Meanwhile, we've got the very liberal progressive groups being targeted as well. Senator Cruz and I sent a letter to you asking for information about how the FBI informant had gone to a liberal group's pro-life meeting, and yet we didn't get any response from you. So I'd
Wait,
ask if
what?
you would respond to our letter that we sent back in March asking about FBI infiltrating such a meeting.
I don't know what you're referring to, but
I don't
will
know what
ask
you're
the
referring
Office
to
of
either.
Legislative Affairs to look into this letter.
Thank you. Finally, our tax cases require approval by Maine Justice no matter what district has venue. Yes or no? Your tax
This
cases
feels
as
like a-
general
this
matter
feels like
require
a
approval by Maine
test.
Justice,
Let me
no
see.
matter what district has
Like a
venue.
word
Yes or
problem.
no?
It depends on the circumstances in the example that I know
Is it
you're
generally
referring
speaking?
to.
Generally speaking, yes.
Not
Since Maine Justice runs tax division, yes or no? Maine Justice runs the tax division.
in the Hunter Biden case. I assured
I
Mr.
love
Weiss
Garland.
That's not what I'm
he-
asking about. I didn't ask. I haven't mentioned that guy's name. I didn't. I very
But you
simply
were-
asked a very
oh,
simple
shut
question.
up, Chip.
Tax cases require approval by Maine Justice.
He said depends on the
Most-
circumstances.
As a general matter.
Most of the time, but not when the Attorney General has granted authority to a U.S. Attorney to do what he thinks is best.
And in a turf battle, a tax division
Mr.
approved
Chairman,
changes.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Point of order.
I mean,
Are you interrogating
I
him?
my colleague
Gentleman's
from
time
Texas
is
having a minute and a half of additional time.
Well,
Gentleman's time
you'd be
is expired.
wrong, you little
Chair now
bitch.
recognizes the gentlelady from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Attorney General Garland, thank you first and foremost for your public service and your dedication to justice. I'm delighted to see you here today. Thank you for appearing before us. I represent El Paso, Texas, a community right on the U.S.-Mexico border. And so we have been witnessing firsthand the abuses at the hands of Governor Greg Abbott through Operation Lone Star, which began in 2021. Governor Abbott has deployed state resources and Texas National Guards members to the state's border with Mexico.
They left
And
Jim
Operation
Jordan.
Lone Star
Oh.
has
Oh.
created border management challenges. It's resulted in countless humanitarian and due process violations for migrants. It's harmed guardsmen assigned to the mission. It's cost the state billions of dollars, and it has completely undermined the federal government's authority over immigration. I sent you a letter, my colleagues and I from Democratic colleagues from Texas sent you a letter in July about Abbott's floating barriers. I know that that is now that case is going through appeal. But we have also learned that the National Guard shot, a guardsman shot at a Mexican national across the Rio Grande. And in September, on September 1st, I sent you a letter asking that the DOJ investigate that. We also know that Governor Abbott, we've learned from whistleblowers that he has ordered National Guardsmen to prevent migrants from turning themselves in to CBP, has even ordered that they push people back into Mexico. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to unanimous consent to enter into the record an El Paso Times article from earlier this week. Texas National Guard orders hundreds of asylum seekers on U.S. territory back into Mexico.
Without objection.
This, in addition to Governor Abbott separating fathers from their children and their families, it's egregious what is happening on the border via Operation Lone Star. Attorney General Garland, are you able to speak to any responses the department has had to Governor Abbott's blatant undermining of federal immigration authority?
I can obviously speak on the boys question. When we brought suit under the Rivers and Harbors Act for the interference with navigable waters. That case is still under adjudication in the district court.
I understand that. There are other issues, and want to make sure I flag them for you today at this hearing, but would also like for your folks to take a close look at the investigation that I've requested. And I will be sending a follow-up letter after what we've learned just this week from the El Paso Times. Switching gears, I do want to offer you an opportunity for some rebuttal, because what we've seen from some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is their penchant for performance for Twitter and for other news programs. Mr. Attorney General, we've heard a lot of accusations regarding some U.S. attorneys' offices not partnering with Mr. Weiss, and hypotheticals about what that means. Can you please explain the difference between partnering with a U.S. attorney's office and acting as a special attorney or special counsel?
What kind of world is this?
I can talk about it, obviously.
World without coffee.
Theoretical. It's a normal process of the department. If prosecutors from one area of the country and has a case that has significance in another.
Me either.
Speak with the U.S. attorney in the other district, find out what the policies of the district are, to find out what the practices are, to see how judges and
They also know the answer. This is so performative. It's so dumb.
Sometimes decision is made to partner together in those
So
investigations.
stupid.
And sometimes a decision is made for the U.S. attorney from the other district to have his or her own people bring those cases. I have personally been involved in, I think, 3 those cases during a period when I was an assistant U.S. attorney. And over my entire career, I have been given 515 authority twice myself for this purpose. It is not it is just a mechanical question of what courts require in order to make an appeal.
Thank you so much, Mr. Garland. Again, appreciate your public service to the American people. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady,
I love
back
her.
gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Garland, for being here today.
Oh.
Every time I'm in my district, constituents are concerned about
Every
the
time.
weaponization.
Oh, is that what they're concerned about?
Them being selected because they
Hmm.
happen to be conservatives. And I think
Really?
on your watch now, the DOJ actually is a mid-30% approval rate. And, you know, every time
Oh,
the
that's
DOJ
good.
gets
They're
that
elected?
Trump, he
I didn't
goes
know
up
they
and
were
calls. I
elected.
think the American people are starting to wake up to what's going on. And I think
No,
it's fairly
I think
obvious.
you're a simp.
first
For a
question I have is,
traitor.
I understand now
For a
that we have,
traitor.
thanks to an FBI whistleblower,
He sent for a traitor.
the FBI received
Sorry.
information on Americans from Bank of America. Specifically, Bank of America sent the FBI a list of customers who made transactions in the days on and around January 6th.
Oh, here we go again.
My question for you is, did the Department of Justice acquire any geolocation data from January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2021? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, did you say locational data?
Geolocation.
Geolocational, I believe everything that was done with respect to geolocational data was disclosed in the public filings in the January 6 cases. I don't have that at my fingertips, but this is a matter of public record.
Do you remember any specific analyses that you may have done with that data?
I'm sorry, I can't.
Any specific analyses that you may have gotten from that data? Was there anything particular you were looking for, Mr. Attorney General? Like,
Mr. Attorney
did they
General.
exercise their rights? Did they maybe buy a firearm?
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about the second thing. The purpose, as I understood of the location data, was to determine whether people who claim they weren't inside the Capitol actually were inside the Capitol.
Well, where did the, I guess the question is, to your knowledge, and where the DOJ, geolocation data from external sources, entities, or organizations, to your knowledge, did you receive that from external sources, or are you buying that data?
I don't know the exact answer in general, but I believe with respect to January 6th, these were the results of subpoena as issued to telephone companies.
So you subpoenaed the telephone companies and they got the data.
Well,
from
they require,
outside
this
sources?
requires orders authorized by the court.
Does it concern you that
Rule of law
we
shit.
talked about Durham's report earlier? That
Do
he
you
said
want
that
judicial
the
reform?
FBI's
Fantastic.
activities were
Thanks for
somewhat
joining us.
Sobering. Does that worry you on your watch that the activities of the FBI have been called sobering now?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Who calls it sobering?
John Durham in his report. Did you
Oh,
read his report?
God. Yeah.
Who? John Durham?
Yes, sir.
I did read the report.
Bitch!
All those
Bitch!
events had to do with the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Is that what
That was
you're
part of
referring
it,
to?
yes, sir.
Yes.
Oh, nobody,
Were you concerned
Max.
when he
I'm
said it was
out.
sobering
I'm
what the
so
FBI was doing?
fast
I
out.
think
So
Mr.
fast.
Durham, and I just want to make sure everybody
Yes, they
understands,
would,
Mr.
actually.
Durham thanked me for not interfering with this investigation. I had promised he would be able to go forward without interference, just as I promised Mr. Weiss. Mr. Durham's, and I did not
I
interfere.
did what I
with the
said, and I
report.
said what I
His
did.
report
Wait.
reported a lack of analytical rigor and a number of other problems with respect to the investigation. I think both the Inspector General made a similar comments and Director Ray has made the same.
Thank you, Attorney General. I don't have a whole lot of time. I want to yield a little bit to the chairman, but
So
is
sad.
it a crime in the U.S. to question an election?
Oh,
Is it a crime in the U.S. to question an election? Is that a crime?
I'm sorry, it's my fault. I can't hear. To request a what?
Is it a crime to question an election in the United States of America? It is a crime. Is it a crime for the U.S.
No.
citizens to say,
Hi, Marie. I
we
know.
want to ask about this election, we want to question this election, we actually want to look into the election? Is that a crime when citizens just question an election in
That.
America now?
Again, I think you're asking not a hypothetical, but something specific about this.
I think that's just general. I don't think that's specific. Elections have been questioned for decades past. Is that now a crime in America?
You say to ask questions about an election? Is that what
To
you said?
question an election?
Question.
Just to
No,
question the
it's not
results.
it's not a crime to question an election.
Because I question the election results in 2020. And there are a lot of people in America that do. And they question the
No, they don't.
weaponization of government
No, they
attacking
don't.
American citizens.
No, they don't.
And so you, sir, have an issue with trustworthiness of the American people.
What is
and
it?
with Congress.
What
at
is
this
a
point.
crime?
With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry,
What
I'll
is a
yield 36
crime?
seconds.
No problem. Mr. Garland, did you consider, I just want to go back to this question. Did you consider anyone else when David Weiss requested special counsel designation on August 8th?
No, Mr. Weiss asked to be made
Yeah,
special counsel, and I
exactly.
did not consider an alternative. I, of course, to have put in an alternative would have greatly disrupted an investigation that was
Okay.
already
I want to
ongoing.
be clear. He was the only one under consideration. It was either no special counsel, or if there was a special counsel, it was going to be the guy who presided over the investigation for the previous 5 years.
I thought about the possibility, what the consequences would be, both of not
hello?
appointing him and trying to find somebody else at that time, but there was no
Jim,
other.
Jim, you're
no
getting your
concerns.
bite.
I mean,
Don't worry,
whistleblowers have
baby.
brought forward
You're getting
all
your
kinds of
bite.
concerns. Earlier, when someone brought those up, you said, well, those are allegations. I think they stand up well. They've been cross-examined for 4 hours by Democrats in the Oversight Committee. But there were two facts that can be questioned. Two facts about the investigation to Hunter Biden. Fact number one, they let the statute of limitations run. They let it expire.
Well, then
And
talk to
fact number
David
two, the plea deal
Weiss.
fell apart.
You
So
don't
I
see
just
Ivan?
wanted to make clear that the
tweeted
guy who
at
presided
him.
over all
There's
that
a
was
tweet.
the only guy under consideration for special counsel
find it.
designation. Is that right?
Mr. Weiss is a person known for high integrity, for great experience in the prosecutorial realm, and he was appointed
But
by
again,
the president.
You can. That's fine. You can see how that. I appreciate what you're saying there.
I
but
have no doubts about his abilities in this
he
area.
was the only one under consideration.
The question was whether to appoint someone, and I thought, I will say, what the consequences would be of trying to switch horses in midstream, but I did not consider any other
Okay,
person.
on July 10th,
No.
he wrote Senator Graham, and he said, I've had discussions with departmental officials. He said, I haven't sought special counsel status, but I've had discussions with departmental officials. Who? And I don't know if this asked earlier, who did he talk with then?
I'm sorry, you're talking about the letter that he sent to
Senator Graham on July 10th.
Again, I'm not going to get into internal deliberations.
Okay, fine. Is there one person though who's like the point person at the Justice Department for David Weiss as he now is functioning as a special counsel in this investigation?
Mr. Weiss is now subject to the special counsel regulations, which require urgent reporting under certain circumstances, require him to consult with numerous places within the Justice Department.
Fine, you follow the statute. God bless you. That's where it's supposed to happen. But you said there's reporting. Who does he report to?
Again, I'm not going to get into
Is it you?
I'm ultimately responsible.
Is it the DAG?
Mr. Weiss did not have to report to anybody. He was the supervisor and decision maker in these matters.
Okay. We have votes on the floor. We're going to have to take another break, Mr. Attorney General. We'll get back here as quick as we can, and we'll start with
It's a lot of pooping going on today. Just want to say that. All right. Well, la dee da. Here we are. Here we are walking down the street. I want to take you to Twitter. Hi, Jen. I can't believe that douche. I know. Douche canoe. Oh my God. Stop it. Stop it. Jen, that's a winner. Winner. Yeah, Jim wants names. He wants names, bitch. Get the funniest looks from everyone we cheat. Hey, we're the fascists. We ain't done fucking around. We're just over here scheming, and you still think we're just clowns. Hey, we're the fascists. That's a good one. Thanks, Diana. That was helpful. That was a helpful prompt. Hey, we're the fascists. Just had someone ring my doorbell to ask for permission about hunting on your land, and it's you had posted, I guess. Oh my God, that is, I mean, it is. I lived in New England, so I remember that being a thing. But it is always kind of daunting when you live in a rural area when there are hunters around. So yeah, that's a little like jarring, like, oh, okay, so I could have like gone into my friggin' backyard, and if I was dressed as a deer, which, I don't know, maybe sometimes I want to dress up as a deer. I don't know. Don't judge. Free country, freedom. Yeah, that's just daunting, I think. I don't think that's right. Let's see what's going on. Oh, I wanted to because Ivan had sent some. Was that in Signal? Did he send that in Telegram? If any of the Gal Squad are here. Oh, let's listen to the Mike Flynn song again. Hold on. Hold on. Wait, let me see if I can just find it because I bet you it's somewhere close up here. Hold on. Oh, Trixie Mattel. I love you. Okay. What? Oh man. Okay. Now I gotta find it. Okay. Hold on. Oh man. I'm right in the way. Jim Stewartson. Okay. You got to hear this. If you haven't heard this, you've got to hear this. It's the hottest, newest beat from the anti-fascist group known as, it's Jim Stewartson's. It's the house remix. Okay. Ready? Everybody get ready to dance.
Is if we don't have that, then we don't have a republic. We don't have a constitutional republic, not a democracy. Not a democracy. And what you hear from the media is you're a danger to democracy. I've been called a danger to democracy.
Dresses up as deer, eats on gladiolus. Yes.
But I'm not a danger to this constitutional republic, not a democracy. What you hear from the media is you're a danger to democracy. I've been called a danger to democracy. I might be a danger to democracy. I might be a danger to hear from the media. I might be a danger to democracy. To hear from the media, the media. We don't have a constitutional republic, not a democracy. Not a democracy. Not a democracy. Not a democracy. I might be a danger to democracy. I might be a danger to democracy. I might be a danger. I might be a danger. I might be a danger to democracy. Is if we don't have that, we don't have a republic.
I thought that was so good. I love that. At least they asked. You're absolutely right. That's nice. It's very nice. Yeah. I love that. That was really good. That was really good. Yeah. Let's see what else is going on in the news today. What else is going on? I haven't even checked the fucking headlines. I've been on for 4 hours and 35 minutes, so I haven't checked the headlines. Is there anything else going on today that's important? I need to make sure I understand the court schedule for fucking Atlanta. I don't mean to despair. I'm not disparaging Atlanta. I'm just saying I'm emphasizing how important it is that we know the schedule for the I love this stranger danger. Jen. What was I saying? Can't remember now. It was good too. Anyway. Anyway, whatever it was. Oh man, it just went right out of my head. No. I am fucking Atlanta. That's right. Fucking Atlanta. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I am not disparaging Atlanta. I love Atlanta actually. Hot Atlanta, I like to call it. Even if they don't believe in the integrity of the election, it doesn't justify breaking the law because of those beliefs. It doesn't, nor does it justify defrauding the American voters by pushing clear lies. I mean, it's just totally ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. Point of order. Point of order. But back to fucking Atlanta. Yeah. So I just want to make sure we don't miss anything. I feel like there's a real chance to miss something. So I subscribe to the Atlanta news channels and we'll try to keep up with that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to covering. And by covering Atlanta, I mean smoking during the restream of the trial. There are way too many deer around here, so I'm probably going to let them. Oh, Max, that's true. You do have a particular issue this year, don't you? Yeah. To describe democracy as not a democracy, I mean, they use that Talk about weaponizing something. That's what's weaponized, is them using that fucking phrase over and over again. They weaponize being they weaponize the lack of critical thinking. That's what's weaponized. Want to talk about weaponized, baby? I got your weaponized right here. It's your lack of critical thinking, bitch. Yeah, semantic battles. I think it'd be interesting to try and do, I almost wish I had like a real MAGA friend, because it would be interesting to see if you could have a MAGA person and you like bring on, like, actually debate and make it as entertaining as possible without being, Coliseum. But see what is model the behavior for civil debate. That's what I feel like, in my stupid myopic opinion, probably. That's what I feel would be helpful, is if you could have a true MAGA, not I don't know, but that could sit long enough with someone on the who's not to actually have a reasonable debate that MAGA would find entertaining enough to watch. You know what I mean? Because that's what I don't think I see. Stop every two phrases to negotiate definitions. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I guess it would have to be someone who has some intellectual integrity, right? Yeah, I do mean MAGA. I mean, like, I just don't have any friends that are MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. I probably have, well, no, I don't think I do. I don't think I really do. I just don't think I do have those types of friends. But I don't know. It's weird. It's really odd. But that's what I think is missing, frankly. I mean, if anybody wanted to ask me. What do you mean, what? No, what I was saying, Gal, was that I think what I'm not hearing is, and we tried to do it a little bit and it didn't, I don't know. And I know why it doesn't take, is MAG is never going to come into a space that is predominantly left leaning and think that they're going to get oh God, Joe, thank you for bringing that up. I'm going to come back to that. But I don't think you can expect MAGA to come into a predominantly left-leaning space or conversation and be ready. I mean, I don't even want to. Max, I might have some distant MAGA relations with whom I have zero contact. I might too. I might have cousins. I have cousins in the Midwest. I don't know their political leanings that much, so. But I think it would be interesting if you really, really, really could have a conversation. I don't know. I can't even think. I'm thinking through like Twitter personality, like Warrior, Gal. I'm thinking of Warrior. Warrior. I know there's no good faith, but it wouldn't have to be necessarily good faith, I guess. It would just have to be the desire for civility. What's weird is me and a MAGA, but mostly just conspiracy theories, dude, at work, agree on most everything, just not who's behind it. Oh, that's interesting, Jen. That's interesting. I know, lost friends. So Joe, Favorito's testimony. Okay, listen, I need to make a note, because I had an idea to get that to get the transcript, to try and get the transcript from the California bar and see if you're brainwashed. No, you're brainwashed. All right. Okay. Okay, negative Nancy. Just go ahead. Put a pin in my balloon. Just pop my balloon. Probing even slightly deeper than the surface reveals that the belief is a driver. I don't know. Check in on Georgia. What do you mean? Check in on Georgia? Is there a store? What? What's up? Cheers. What's up? Hi, Easily. How are you? Hi, Easily Distracted. There's a funny clip about you. Anna Bowers. Okay. Wait, I gotta write this down. Hold on. What is I say? What was I gonna say? Fucking Georgia. I know. Oh, Farland Gavarito. Fartman Gavarito. Fuck, I already forgot what I was supposed to write down. God damn it. I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, hold on. Let me go to this. Okay, where am I going? Anna Bauer? Okay, here we go. Update. Defense counsel for Schaefer, Latham, and Still. Schaefer, Latham, and Still. Wah, 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 wah. Fartman Gavarito. That's right. Epistemological divide seems unbridgeable. It does seem unbridgeable, but we got to try, I guess. Maybe we don't. I don't know. We could just keep going like we are. I have no problem with that. Defense counsel for Schaefer, Latham, and Still argued that they are entitled to removal because they acted as federal officers when casting contingent electoral votes for Trump on December 14th. Prosecutor called this argument nonsense, unsupported, fantasy. I'm a federal. You can't say that. Isn't that against the law? Isn't that against the law? Is this being televised? Is the Schaefer Latham? Schaefer Schaefer Latham, I don't even know where it is. But I'm bump Thorpe. Good one, Oof. That's a good one. Shaver, I don't even know her. Okay. It's called what? Impersonation? Yeah, that's true. It's called impersonation, and I think it's not legal. Anyway, Garland Favorito, put a pin in him, literally. Not televised. Oh, it's federal. Right. Gosh, thank you, Kathy. Damn it. All right, I'm back in federal court today as the legal teams for 3 of Georgia's fake electors, Latham, Still, and Schaefer. Latham, Schaefer, and Still attempt to persuade a judge to move their Fulton County criminal cases to federal court, even though they have nothing to do with federal government. No phones or things or other things to things. Wait, what? Are we, what? What? Oh, after the hearing. Oh, okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Oh, update. Wait. Okay. I'm I'm so stupid. Why am I so stupid? Update. Okay. Oh. I really apologize, everybody. Hi, Jim. How are you? Dewey, Cheatham, and How. That's my favorite. Do we have the badges given? Yeah. Do they have their badges? Oh my God. Badges? We don't need no stinking badges. Wait, hold on. I got to go back over here and figure out what the fuck I'm doing here. Okay, so this was this was early. Wait, what? I'm sorry. Let me go back to Anna's account. Okay, so what happened? Oh, no word on 45 minutes. No word on ruling yet, but Judge Jones, for his part, did not appear to be persuaded by defense counsel's argument that Schaefer, Latham, and Still qualify as federal officers for purposes of removal statute. More details. Okay. Oh, is this it? Did you do it? No. Huh? What? Okay, so where's your lawfare dispatch? Come on. I wonder if this will be what? Oh, hmm? 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 No phones or electronics in federal court. Yeah. I don't even know. Can you have like writing t-shirt? Do we cheat them and how? That's a good one. Can they write? Can they make notes? I guess you'd have to be able to make notes. I mean, I guess. Right? Let me just see if this is, did this go to where I needed to go? Yeah, it did. Okay. Awesome. 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 All right, let's see what's up. What's up? So, States notice of potential conflicts of interest regarding multiple defense lawyers who previously represented. Oh, this is the Lynn Wood thing, isn't it? This is the Lynn Wood thing. Oh, oh, whoa, whoa. Where's my effing glasses? Where's my glasses? Oh. Ah! Okay, never mind. It's okay, everybody. Nobody panic. It's all right. No one panic. Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on. I hope this thing doesn't come. It was bad. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can write and draw. Okay. Okay. All right. So notice the potential conflicts of interest. Continuing attorneys, Christopher Scott, blah, 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 blah. Comes now, state of Georgia, buying through Fulton County, notifies Christopher, who previously represented defendants or witnesses for the state of Georgia in this matter, pursuant to, I'm going to not understand this. I'm not going to understand this. Alpha War is a skilled propagandist. Yeah, he is. He's that radio guy, right? He's a pussy too, because he blocks you right away. So he's kind of pussy in some ways. Let's see. So he's not so alpha, is he? He's a little bit gamma. Just saying. Or theta, whatever that is. What's the last one? Zeta? I don't know. Anyway, Georgia rules of professional context say that a lawyer shall not represent or continue to represent a client if there is significant risk that the lawyer's own interests or lawyer's duties to another client, a former client, or a third person will materially or adversely affect the representation of the client, subject to limited exceptions requiring written informed consent of the client, blah, blah, blah. Client consent is not permissible if the representation, quote, includes the assertion of a claim by one client against another client represented by the lawyer in the same or a substantially related proceeding, end quote, or if the representation, quote, involves circumstances rendering it reasonably unlikely that a lawyer will be able to provide adequate representation about one or more affected clients. In light of the prosecutor's public responsibilities, broad authority, and discretion, the prosecutor has a heightened duty of candor to the courts in fulfilling other professional obligations. Yes, Omega. There we go. Well, but he's, yeah, okay. All right. Whatever the opposite of alpha is. Accordingly, as set forth below and in conformity with the Georgia Rules of Professional Conduct and relevant guidelines related to the ethical duties and obligations of prosecutors under applicable rules, statutes in both the United States Constitution and the Georgia Constitution, the state of Georgia is compelled to notify the court of potential conflicts of interest. Get to the meat. Okay, wait. Da 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 da. Wah wah wah. Blah 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 blah. Between May 2nd and the issuance of the final order, a special purpose grand jury in Fulton County to investigate facts and circumstances relating directly or indirectly to possible attempts to disrupt the lawful administration of the election. Okay. From 75 witnesses, most of whom were represented by counsel. During roughly the same time, the state of Georgia also conducted voluntary interviews with many of these and other witnesses represented by counsel. Counsel for these witnesses served a variety of purposes. Some simply acted as logistical liaisons between their client and the state. Some negotiated the scope of their client's testimony in the context of of certain testimonial privileges. Some moved to quash subpoenas and engaged in other related litigation on behalf of their client, and some obtained immunity from prosecution for their client in exchange for testimony or interviews. In the months following the November 3rd election in Georgia, many individuals who later became witnesses involved in or subjects of the special purpose grand jury's investigation engaged in private litigation related to that election. That litigation, in both state and federal courts, included lawsuits against Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, members of the Georgia State Election Board, and other government officials. There was considerable overlap in the subject matter witnesses, parties, and attorneys involved in both the special purpose grand jury's investigation and many of these lawsuits. On August 14, 2023, a separate grand jury in Fulton County heard testimony, reviewed evidence gathered by the state, and ultimately returned the indictment in this case, charging 19 defendants with 41 criminal violations of the laws of this state. In the days following the return of the indictment, all 19 defendants secured representation by counsel, many of whom had previously been involved in the special purpose grand jury proceedings, private post-election litigation, or both. Since the return of the indictment, the state has worked diligently to identify any potential conflicts of interest concerning attorneys who currently represent defendants in this case, and who previously represented material witnesses or parties before the special purpose grand jury and other post-election proceedings. Oops. 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 It's still up, Gal. I can't play it, but I want to go listen to it. Maybe I should. Oh, you know what? I could probably get a transcript from it. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is what they know. All right, so Anulowicz, on August 23rd, Christopher filed an entry of appearance as the counsel of record for defendant Robert Cheeley. Mr. Anulowicz previously represented Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and members of the Georgia State Election Board in Trump v. Raffensperger. That seems like a problem. The answer filed by Mr. Anulowicz in this matter has been sealed, but the preceding exhibits demonstrate his involvement in the matter from beginning to end. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, members of the election board, and Mr. Anulowicz himself are witnesses for the state in the present case. Mr. Anulowicz, former clients would be subject to cross-examination by him were he to remain counsel of record in this case. Wow. Okay, that just seems weird. Okay, Amanda, what's your problem? Amanda, who are you? You're for Ray Stallings. Okay, and you previously represented Sullivan Strickler LLC. Boy, that sounds familiar. During the special purpose grand jury investigation. Email titled Sullivan Strickler follow-up. Ms. Clark Palmer also previously represented former Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan and other members of the Georgia General Assembly during the special purpose grand jury investigation. How did they sign up to be fucking lawyers for these people then? I'm confused. How'd that happen? Okay. Or whatever. Okay, so she's also been called as a member. Her former clients would be subject to cross-examination by her. Okay, so yeah, this is just so weird. I'm almost high enough to not understand it. So Grubman, he's on record for Mr. Cheese Bro. Mr. Grubman previously represented Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and Patricia Raffensperger during the special grand jury investigation. LinkedIn post. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and Patricia Raffensperger are witnesses for the state in the present case. Mr. Grubman's former clients would be subject to cross-examination by him. Holy poop. Harry McDougald filed an entry of appearance for Jeffy, I wear my boxers low, Clark. Okay, so he, entry of appearance, Mr. McDougald for defendant Sidney Catherine Powell and L. Lynn Wood, previously represented Corco, Jaquan Pearson, Vicky Townsend Consiglio, Gloria K. Godwin, James Kenneth Carroll, Carolyn blah, 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 in Pearson v. Kemp, District Court, da, 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 da. Certificate of interested persons. The state is not attaching the complaint in that matter because it is 104 pages in length. Yeah, okay, fine. Oh, okay. Wow. Ooh, this is so weird. Okay, so da 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 da. Linwood. Oh, he's cooperating. Ah. Oh. Hi, Lynn. How you doing? That should be fun. That should be fun. All these people are now witnesses for the state. Sidney Powell and Latham are defendants. Mr. McDougall was also co-counsel to Lynn Wood in Wood v. Raffensperger. He's crazy then. Ugh. Crazy. Oh yeah, now I get it. Okay, yeah, I can't. Whatever. Anyway, Morris, he was for stalling. He's for stalling Smith, and he also represented Paul Maggio during the special by purpose. Paul Maggio is a witness for the state in the present case, so he's flipped too. So we're getting all kinds of like flippy people here. Cheese and Kraken. Oh yeah, no, we've got to put that up. That was so good. That's like the winner. Winner chicken dinner. Okay. Okay, so this is like really crazy. This is crazy. That's a lot of lawyers that can't represent their clients. So these are all the rules. 103 pages. Rules. We got your rules. We got your rules. I got a lot of rules. I got a lot of rules. I got a lot of rules. We got rules. As set forth above, in this case, absent inquiry by the court, there is a significant risk that the rules of professional conduct may be violated, which may compromise the rights of certain witnesses for the state of Georgia, should those witnesses be cross-examined by their former attorneys. Inception. Further, there is a significant risk that the representation of the affected defendants in this matter may be materially affected. And they're really, really fucking bad lawyers. So really, we're doing them a favor, Your Honor. Thank you. Oh, Fonnie Willis, please take care of yourself and be careful when you go anywhere because I really want you to be safe. Yeah. Because we think you're really brave. Yeah. All right. Let's see if there's anything fun in here. And then I'm going to call it. I'm going to put some lipstick on this pig and ship it. I used to love that one. Tainting the pool of available counsel must not be. Yeah. That's a good one. That's smart. That's smart. Right? Yeah. Cheese and Kraken. Cheese and Kraken. I like that so much. Oops, whoops. Where is it? Where is it? Cheese and Kraken. Oh, wait. Here we go. Oh, all right. Rudy making friends all over town. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay. Let me just keep going here. I know what's going on. What's going on? Let's see. Yeah, I guess Cassidy Hutchinson wrote a book, Gal. Someone else was mentioning that too. All right, hold on. Let's go back. I'm going to make this a little bigger. Right. All right. Order approving the request for special purpose grand jury. January 24th, 2022. Let's see what we got here. Rudy just got sued for, by his lawyers. He hasn't paid his lawyer. And you know what? It's that lawyer that's really awful. He's awful. He was one of the impeachment lawyers, and he's a terrible human being. He's poops. Crack and cheese. Entry of appearance. Oh, I see. This is like the supporting blah, blah, blah. Okay. Oh, okay. So this is not going to be that great. All right. Fine. Do 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 do. Yay, the leaker got sued. How much longer are they going to go on? I mean, really, I'm not trying to be mean about it. I'm just curious. Color me curious. And I'm starving. I'm curious and I'm starving. No, I'll eat soon. I'll eat soon enough. I'll eat crack and cheese. I'll make myself some crack and cheese. Let's see. What was I going to say? I don't even know. Blah, 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 blah. As long as there is air. Yeah. Giuliani will end up in a poor man's grave. Yeah, I think he will. I think he will. Must have been toast after the Borat movie. I don't know. Like, and I wonder about the case with Nora Dumphy, his assistant, as well. That case is seems pretty airtight, right? It seems pretty airtight. Oh, thank you. I just feel like he's gonna, like, yes. Oh my God. That. So here's the thing. Here's the real interesting part of this too. I think it's a big fucking deal that Patrick Byrne left the country. I think it's a big fucking deal that Patrick Byrne left the country. And I don't know why people aren't talking about that a little bit more. I mean, for real. Oh. I mean, I think he's too addle-brained to even do anything, but I don't
Thank you,
know.
Mr.
There's
Chairman.
something
Good
not right
afternoon,
about that.
General, how are you?
Obviously.
Very well, thank you.
Good. I want to point out three things that you've said.
It's a
so
pretty
far
big guilty
today,
conscience.
because I want to emphasize these for the committee going forward. One was you said, we will not back down. We will not be intimidated. And the other thing you said too was the way to not interfere with an investigation is to not investigate the investigation.
I think he's
Now,
just
I thought
money.
that was
I think he's just
apropos
money.
here because
I don't think
this
he is
committee
significant.
has been doing exactly the opposite.
But
we've been under the chairman's leadership investigating prosecutors all over the country.
But Clay and
in the middle
Gal
of criminal
and Jay Rance and
investigations,
Tina know
sometimes
better.
post-indictment, sometimes pre-indictment. I think in an effort, frankly, to derail the prosecutions in those cases. And I'll start with the one, this is the Alvin Bragg effort. The chairman and two other committee chairs sent a letter, I think two actually, to DA
No,
Bragg.
not
at the time he was
independently.
still investigating former President Trump for potential prosecution. And then after he was indicted, they raised the issue again. And the concern I had on that front was multiple. One was one of the letters that the committee chair sent was demanding information that potentially would have violated state law in New York, similar to the federal grand jury secrecy laws that we have in some of the matters that you govern. If he had complied with what the committee had demanded. But more importantly, I thought it was pretty clear cut that it was an effort to undermine and derail DA Bragg's investigation. There was a similar version of that with DA Willis. I know there have been a lot of calls.
Would the gentleman yield for just a second?
Not at this point. Although I'd
What
be
the
willing to
fuck
make
is that a
letter
point of
for the
order?
record, at the end of
Is that a point of order?
DA Willis in Georgia faced similar calls. In fact, there are a number of prosecutors across the country frequently they're in blue jurisdictions, cities, in red states, where they face pressure from usually state officials to curtail the way they're doing investigations. And in some instances, the state AGs have stripped them of their authority, even though they've been duly elected by citizens in those states. And then with respect to the Jack Smith investigations, at the beginning of the hearing, the chairman brought up Trump did everything DOJ asked him to do. Now, this is with respect to the search warrant. And I was appalled at what was said. Frankly, as the record bears out, both in the indictment and frequently in statements made by Mr. Trump himself, there were multiple efforts by the Department of Justice to reach out through the attorneys that represented Mr. Trump and have him comply and turn over documents. He refused to do so. In fact, the allegations are he, in fact, moved documents and tried to hide them so the Department of Justice couldn't get them. And that also led to the issue where Mr. Trump's lawyers ended up having to provide information and testimony.
There's a lot of
about what had
flippers.
happened, which is
That's
highly
what that
unusual,
just told
but
me,
the scenario
what
is
we
highly
just read.
unusual. And we know that's the case because former Vice President Trump, or Pence, and current President Biden had similar issues.
The cast of characters is much bigger than we understand.
And so you didn't need a search warrant. But the news here is, I guess, if you don't comply with subpoenas from the Department of Justice, they will go get the information. They'll get a search warrant and go get it. And I know that because I've seen that in multiple cases in my career. There's no surprise, and there's certainly no two tiers of justice with respect to what was done in that instance. In fact, the fact that they took so long to do it, I think, is based entirely on the fact that he had been president. And then with respect to Mr. Weiss, because this is the most recent version, and I get why they're doing it. They want to try and build a case to impeach President Biden. The Weiss angle seems to be one of the ways they're trying to do that. But as Congressman Buck said, everything the department did with respect to Mr. Weiss was correct. Because if the Biden administration had removed him when it came into power, there would have been howls from the Republican side that you were derailing the investigation.
They just agreed to let some of them do that, by the way, with judge oversight.
In fact, the Senate Republicans, as you testified earlier, sought your assurances that you would let him continue going forward. And as you've testified today, you've done exactly that. So I want to be clear. I know the committee's talking about bringing Mr. Weiss into testimony. They brought all these other people in to testify who were part of an active investigation. But it is a horrible precedent to be bringing in prosecutors in the middle of an investigation that's about to go to trial, that's already been indicted. That's not the way this committee should be doing business. We should allow prosecutors to move forward. If we got questions after the fact, we can raise them, as you pointed out. Mr. Weiss is going to issue a report at the end. Let's let them do their jobs and stop politicizing these cases. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Chairman.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I think the gentleman for yielding. Just two responses to the gentleman.
Hello,
my friend from
Mrs.
Maryland. He
Putin.
said
How
they'll
are
get
you
a search
doing
warrant and
today?
Go get it, unless it's Hunter Biden. Then they tip off the defense counsel. We know that happened. Second, relative to Mr. Bragg. Mr. Bragg sued me, and it went to court. And guess what the court said? They said we were right, and the guy we wanted to talk to, one of his prosecutors, came here and testified in this room. So the court was on our side there. Yield back to the gentlelady from Indiana.
With the gentlelady yield?
I need to get to my question. Sorry.
All right.
Attorney General, you had a very moving statement about your grandparents coming here from Belarus to live in the country without fear of prosecution. I grew up in very similar country, Ukraine now. And when I came here as a young person, I believed.
Did you grow up in it before it was
as an
Ukraine?
American, not to be afraid of my government. But I wanted to tell you, and I want to share with you and get your thoughts on that.
Well, don't
Are
break
you
the
aware
law,
that
and
a
then
lot of
we won't.
Americans are now afraid
No.
of being prosecuted by your department. Are you
No,
aware about that?
Not if we don't commit crimes.
Are you aware of that?
Nope.
I'm just saying, are you
That's
aware
an
or not?
opinion. That's an opinion. That's your fucking opinion.
I think that constant attacks on the department and saying
It's
that
not a tax, but let me give you an example.
I don't know
We
what-
talk about January 6th.
You suck.
Yeah,
That's what they
there
said.
some people came on
Oh.
January 6th. There probably were some people that came on January 6th here.
Oh, she's going
you know,
right
that
in. Hi,
had bad
basket
intent,
package.
But a lot of good Americans from my district came here because they are sick and tired of this government not serving them. They came with strollers and the kids, and there was chaotic situation because the proper security wasn't provided.
Then
That's a
you should
question that
talk
was
to the
answered,
president,
really
Trump.
Why we
Yeah,
debated
how
for
many
45 minutes on the
Americans?
floor and didn't stop the debate after the people broke into the Capitol. But these people came, they were throwing the smoke bombs into the crowd with strollers with kids. People were
Are you
showed
kidding
up,
me?
you know,
Are you
FBI
fucking
agent to
kidding me,
people's
you stupid cunt?
houses. You had
Hello,
in my
FSB.
district, in my town,
FSB.
FBI phone numbers all over
Hello,
the district.
darling
Please
FSB
call that.
agent.
People are truly
FSB
afraid. I
chick.
just want to make sure if you're not aware that you
She's
are.
a FSB
And
chick.
this is a big problem when people are afraid.
You're
of their
Russian
own
asset,
government.
you
And I'll share
stupid
some
bitch.
other things. We're talking about
Yo
justice
твою
system.
мать.
I don't question. You're probably not a bad person.
That's
I
a
don't
very
know you,
bad
but
thing
what
to
I'll
say.
tell you, you're in
Yo
charge of the
твою
department.
мать.
And people right now feel, you know, I look at Durham report.
She's
and I
standing
call
up
on
for
the fight for
J6.
violations of
She thinks
queers
it
of
should have
millions of
won
Americans, right? It's like KGB,
because she
but when I
wants
read Durham
an
report, we have this,
autocracy.
you have a
Natasha,
nice,
she is Natasha.
you know, playbook. First, let's have a special counsel. and then
Girl, you
don't
need to
have
calm
answer
the
any
fuck
questions
down,
here.
bitch.
Then let's extend slow walk investigation on Hillary Clinton, on
Whoa,
Hunter.
whoa!
In the slow walk. We were very quick on Donald
Ding, ding,
Trump.
ding,
but
ding,
we
ding,
were
ding. Did
very
anybody have
slow walk.
Hillary
Then
Clinton
by
on
the
their bingo
time,
card? Because I
you
don't
know,
think
that
that Merrick Garland was
investigation ended,
in
statute
the
of limitation
Department of.
expired, and all of your agents
What?
need to be tested
I-
for amnesia. No one recalls anything. Okay, you probably should have as part of your hiring policy. So no one held accountable, which was egregious. What happened you know, in that
Bullwinkle should
report when I
pound
read with
her.
them. I can't believe it happened in the United States.
It's
of America.
KGB.
This is my frustration. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
Then it's very interesting.
Oh, is
you know,
it still the
regardless what it is,
KGB?
when people in Obama administration raise concerns.
Hillary Clinton.
You know,
Yeah, Hillary
how
Clinton.
can
You didn't-
president's sons be serving on, you know, corrupt
She's
Ukraine
yes,
and all
exactly,
sorts? Do you
Joe. Thank
understand
you.
that it
She's going
actually
for high
can
score.
undermine
This is
the war
basically you've
Ukraine and
entered the
African
Dave and
policy? I
Buster's
think
of
these concerns were raised.
politics,
Obama administration
and
didn't do
welcome.
anything about it.
It's
These
the
people
Dave
are
and Buster's of
dying right now,
politics,
and Americans don't
and
trust
you
this
lose.
president. So I want to ask you one thing. You know, and you know, I don't need answer because I know you're not going to, but
That's a
I
good
think
one.
you're probably a good American and you care. And a lot of these people are so afraid to cover up this stuff, I think, in your department because they're embarrassed with what we became as a country.
No, I don't
to
think
say
so.
that what our Department of Justice
I don't think
became,
so.
that allows Russians to do propaganda in Chinese. It allows them to destabilize our country. That is danger to our
Nope.
republic. It is significant danger. And I have just one more question.
Girl,
for
let
you.
me tell you.
know, I mean, I
Let
agree
me
on
tell you.
corporate crimes and FISA stuff, even with Democrats,
Oh,
that we
it
need to do a better
is
job. One more
beautiful.
question
Yeah,
for
it
you. Do
is
you
beautiful.
believe that, you know, you talk about rights to vote, but do you believe that only U.S. citizens
There's
should be voting in this
autocrat.
election
Oh,
and
yeah.
doing anything to make sure that only eligible people vote in elections?
Yes, and yes.
Okay, I would like to see that what you do. Thank you.
I would like to see that
Lady
what you
yields back.
do.
The gentlelady
I
from
mean, I
Vermont is
just like her
recognized for her
accent. I'm not making fun
Thank
of
you,
her.
Mr.
I'm
Chair.
making fun of her
General
stupidity.
Garland,
I'm
thanks so
making
much
fun
for
of
being here
what
today
she
and
says, not
answering
how
all
she
these
says
questions.
it.
Now, I'm relatively new to
And
the committee, and I'm
I
still getting
was
my
a
feet
Russian
under
major in
me.
college.
But as far as I can tell,
Could you repeat
what
the
we are doing
question,
today is
please?
Talking about a lot of conspiracy theories, and it's frustrating and tedious for those of us in the committee. But I can tell you, it is absolutely maddening for my constituents back home in Vermont. We have so much important work to do to keep the government open. We're days away from a shutdown. And I just want to remind folks
Yeah.
that we're in this situation because my colleagues
That.
across the aisle are reneging on a deal that a majority of their conference made along with their speaker. That's why we are in this situation. If they're successful in shutting down the government, seniors who rely on Social Security benefits will be impacted. Thousands of Medicare recipients and applicants will be impacted. Service members will stop receiving paychecks. Veteran services will be curtailed. Those are the grim consequences from
I don't.
Republicans'
I don't.
inability and unwillingness to govern. I needed to start with
So
that.
there.
Let's do some level setting here. Now, let's get to the real work of the DOJ and how Congress can help the agency better serve its mission.
Julia.
Gun violence continues to plague our nation.
Julia
We see the
Clinton.
wreckage every day on our television sets, on our computers, and in our communities.
As a member of the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force, this issue is incredibly important to me and so many of my constituents. Now, I believe there's actual room for bipartisan congressional action on gun violence, at least in some areas. One of those areas, red flag laws. It's a great place to start. Vermont is one of 21 states that was able to pass red flag laws. These
I
laws are
truly
working to keep
appreciate
guns out
that
of the
these
hands of
folks
people
are
who
just
in crisis.
keeping
And yet many
the
states did not
focus
even
on issues that
apply
are
for funding
important to
from the
their
Bipartisan Safer
constituents
Communities
and
Act,
Americans.
to better
Like, I
implement
think that
red
is such
flag
a
laws and to raise
wonderful,
awareness about
classy
in
response to
June
this
2021,
bullshit.
DOJ published model legislation to help states
Mm.
craft their own extreme risk protection order. Now, Republicans continue to make unfounded accusations that these laws violate civil rights by taking guns away from Americans without any due process. Can you explain the due process protections that are put into place in the
sometimes.
model legislation that DOJ proposed?
Yes, and I would start by saying, of course,
I wonder
there's room
how
for
accents
bipartisan
fade or
agreement, and the
grow over
Bipartisan
time.
Safer
It's
Communities
interesting.
Act is a
I've
very
never
good
lived in a
example.
country long enough.
And that includes the ability to have funding for states that want to craft and put into place red flag laws. The requirement is that the red flag law include due process protections. So I don't know every element of the model legislation, but the general idea is that relatives or friends of the person have to go to a court and get some kind of adjudication that the person is a danger to themselves or to others. This normally relates to mental illness problems. It may relate to some others. And so if a gun is taken away under those circumstances, there's then a right to appeal, to have a full hearing in order to adjudicate the question. I can't say I know every technicality, but I think that's about it.
No, I appreciate that. And it's especially important to states like mine, rural states that have real issues with the silent killers, domestic violence, and also suicide. And so these are instances in which red flag laws can really make a difference. Shifting gears here, I, along with Senator Warren and 20 of our colleagues, recently submitted a comment letter applauding the draft merger guidelines and urging agencies to finalize them. Corporate concentration remains a pressing problem for the U.S. economy, and I fear that we're falling behind in this area, and American consumers continue to feel the pain because of this. With the introduction of the draft merger guidelines, how does the department plan to ensure that future mergers and acquisitions do not
Bye,
stifle
Joe.
competition?
Thanks for
or
stopping
harm
in.
consumers?
Appreciate you.
'Cause that's often the pushback. that
Everybody follow Joe. I'll find his
Obviously, the intention
Twitter
of the
handle.
merger
Joe,
guidelines
drop your Twitter handle in there if you have a minute.
policy of the department. The different generations of the guidelines, which I hate to say it, go all the way back to the time when I was in law school, have been adopted and or been helpful to generations of judges. I've sat on at least 2 or 3 merger cases myself where we use some of the learning from the merger guidelines. And the current guidelines reflect really an adjustment to the current technology, two-sided platforms, network effects that simply did not exist at the time that the last set of merger guidelines were passed.
Thank you, Attorney General. Just briefly in closing, last year you spoke on the subject and said that DOJ's enforcement against corporate crime has waxed and waned, but it's waxing again. That is news to my ears. Thank you so much for your service. I
I'm
yield
so
back.
sorry.
Lady
Forgive me.
yields back. The gentleman
Got
from
the
Texas
wrong
is recognized.
thing there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Garland, what is a confidential human source?
Well, it's
I don't know.
It's an FBI term. I don't know all the technicality, but it's
Here, let me define it for you. It's in your own policy here. An individual who is believed to be providing useful and credible information to the FBI
There
from
you go.
any authorized information collection activity, and from whom what the FBI expects or intends to obtain additional useful and credible information in the future. All right? And whose identity, information, or relationship with the FBI warrants confidential handling. So these guys are individuals. You pay them $42 million a year. Did you know that? The IG said you're paying these sources $42 million a year. Did you know that?
I know.
Hi, holy
informants
fuck.
$42
How
million
are
a year. So
you?
do you believe that they're credible? They're valuable. The FBI is using these guys. We're paying them a lot of money. Would you agree with that?
I agree. Some are more
Very
credible-
good. So they're
more
credible. You're
than
paying them a
others.
lot of money. You got a lot of them out there.
Ooh.
So let me paint the picture for America. Hunter Biden joins Burisma in 2014. Burisma, very, very corrupt Ukrainian energy company. He has no experience in oil and gas. He admits it. I don't have any experience. I know why I'm there. I have a dad. I have with me a document called the FD.
Does he say that?
1023.
I don't
Have you seen
remember
this?
him saying that.
You're familiar with it?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
it's
have
used
seen-
by the FBI, everybody in America. It's used by
It's
the
a
FBI.
unsubstantiated set of
confidential human source
allegations.
reporting document dated June 2020.
Oh
You're
my
familiar with it.
God.
In this document, the FBI's confidential human source says Burisma, now the corrupt company, needed to keep Hunter on the board so everything would be okay. And according to the human source,
But he has
they
no
hired
evidence
Hunter
of it.
Biden to, quote, protect
Zero
us through his
evidence.
dad for
There's
all
no
kinds
evidence.
of problems.
No
Mr.
evidence.
Garland, does that concern you?
And the timing was all off. All kinds of
Okay,
shit
it
is
should.
wrong
I
with
got
that
limited
story.
time. Remember, your sources are credible, trustworthy, honest, and valuable. Are you familiar with Victor Shokin?
The document that you're.
Who is
ta-
Mr. Victor Shokin? So I got 3 minutes left.
Want me to answer that?
Yeah, Victor Shokin. Who is he?
I don't know. Do you want me to
Okay,
answer
he's the
first question?
prosecutor, folks. He's the prosecutor. that
I would
was-
just, if I were
who
Merrick,
oversees
I would
all the
just be
corruption
like,
in Ukraine. We know there's corruption over there. For the American people watching, after a few months after Hunter Biden joined the Burisma board, Victor Shokin was named Prosecutor General for Ukraine to target corruption. And one of his investigations was into Burisma. In this FD 1023 document, the human source clarified that Burisma's CEO, the man in charge of Burisma, said he has many text messages and recordings that show he was coerced to make such payment to ensure Victor Shokin was fired. Matter of fact, there
no,
was 17 of
actually,
them.
it is
Mr.
because
Garland,
our American allies and the International Monetary Fund and all kinds of actors wanted Shulkin removed. So this has nothing to do with any kinds of bribes or any kinds of bullshit. This is something that the entire fucking globe, any democracy, was asking for, and Biden happened to be the one who was conducting that part of the business. So this is all a bunch of bullshit, smoke and mirrors, smoke and fucking mirrors. Don't you fucking talk to the AG like that, you motherfucker!
They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said. I said, call him. I said, I'm telling
It's so explored and sorted out. That's right. It's all a bunch of bullshit. It's repeating it for the idiots who have no fucking critical thinking skills. Zero.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Zero.
Got fired. And they put in place someone who
There you
was
go.
solid.
Mr. Attorney General.
Yeah, he's doing it well.
Joe Biden
He's doing it
in his
well.
arrogance and role as the vice president in this country, saying if you don't fire Shokin, the United States isn't giving the $1 billion loan. Why would Joe Biden say that as the vice president? Why would he say such a thing?
Yeah, the chronology is wrong.
Policy at the time? Yes or no? It wasn't. I have documents here. Interagency Policy Committee dated October
Point of information,
15,
is the gentleman
saying,
ever going to let
"Shokin,
the
I'm
gentleman
on my
answer
time,
question?"
pipe down. And Shokin had made
Time belongs to
significant
the gentleman from
reforms.
Texas.
He's made significant reforms. Shokin did. Matter of fact, John Kerry says he
What the fuck?
And you know, within a few months after Shokin was fired, they appoint a prosecutor that said, we're not going to look into Burisma anymore. Cancel that. Forget it. We're not looking into Burisma. Boom. Here comes the $1 million. Joe Biden threatened the Ukrainian president and the prime minister. Everybody can see it, to fire Shokin, or the United States won't give the $1 billion. If that is not quid pro quo, sir, what is? I will tell you what it is, and America agrees with me. It's bribery and it's impeachable. Are you going to do something about it? I bet you not, and that's why you, sir, also need to be impeached. I yield back.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The chair now recognizes
Wow.
the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran.
Attorney General, you were a line assistant.
Yeah.
attorney for
Well, they
years,
did it.
federal judge after that, you have significant experience with the processes surrounding criminal investigations.
Shock is
What is the
possible.
normal process for obtaining and executing a search warrant?
But you're right. Bloody lot of good it does you.
Federal judge, you present an affidavit, which you believe constitutes probable cause.
So
The federal judge
depressing.
looks at it, makes a determination of whether it does constitute probable cause, he then signs a search warrant and is then executed.
And what's the purpose of a search warrant?
Purpose of a search warrant is to find either to find evidence of a crime for which there has to be probable cause that it's in that location.
When executing a search warrant on
To
a
look for
location
stuff.
that may contain evidence of a crime, what benefits are there for doing so without notifying the putative defendant or the target of the investigation or his attorney ahead of time that execution of the search warrant is forthcoming?
Sometimes you make notifications.
Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you
Who
don't.
has the evidence of a crime is
Almond
justice, or
joys
is remove the
got
evidence, or
nuts.
will
Smells
secrete it if you warn them in
don't.
advance, then you don't give it.
Because
Have been those concerns, you may give it.
sometimes you feel
So in the
like a
instance of not withholding
nut.
withholding notice, you
And
do so because sometimes
sometimes
they're
you
going to actually remove the evidence if
don't.
you give them a heads up, correct?
As a general hypothetical matter, yes.
And in most instances,
Sometimes
your
it's
experience
stuff.
of decades of law enforcement, have you
I don't
seen
know.
that more times than not, you give a heads up to the defendant, or is it odd to give a heads up to the defendant?
I can't actually make a statistical resolution. I think it's the case that the government tries to use less intrusive methods if they can, and if they can't, use more intrusive and more emergency methods.
Sometimes you look for disinfo. Sometimes you don't.
Typically, I think people would understand this from common knowledge. You would not actually
Sometimes you think for yourself. Sometimes you don't.
IRS Supervisory Special Agent Gary Shapley, one of the whistleblowers, testified that AUSA Leslie Wolf told investigators, quote,
You can't. He's not going to discuss it. That's an active
investigation.
investigation.
Delaware residents where Hunter Biden had stayed for
Yeah, because Diana, he's trying to
AUSA
make
Wolf
fetch
further told
happen.
investigators that, quote, there was more than enough probable cause
It's
for
like a
physical search warrant there, but the question
a
was
zeitgeist milkshake.
And she further said, quote, a lot of evidence in the investigation would be found in the guest house of former Vice President Biden, but there is no way investigators will get that approved. Now, do you agree with Ms. Wolf that optics of an investigation should be the driving factor in law enforcement
Hageman got
decisions
them
when investigating potential crimes?
I have to say again.
Oh, Hageman, Harriet, Harriet.
It's a dangerous matter. The supervisor of that case is Mr. Weiss. He is the one who made the decisions in that case. He is the one who can answer questions as to whether those things happened or whether
So let's take her out of the equation then. Let's
I
just
know
take
Wyoming. I like Wyoming. It's
Do you
pretty.
believe that optics of an investigation should be a
Pretzel
driving factor
brains.
in law enforcement decisions as to whether or not to execute a search warrant or not?
The Justice Department has standards for its work, and improper considerations are not part of those. The only questions are those driven by the facts and the law.
Right.
Mr. Shapley also testified that AUSA Wolf objected to a search warrant IRS investigators requested for a storage unit purportedly containing all the documents from the vacated office of the law firm owned by Hunter Biden. Investigators scheduled a call with
Big
his
Sky,
attorney
large
to agree that
Tetons.
they could search the storage unit if it
What more do you
remained abandoned
need?
for 30 days. But immediately after the call,
I like my
investigators
Tetons
learned that AUSA
grand.
Wolf had reached out to Hunter Biden's defense counsel to tell them about the storage unit, effectively ruining
They are very
access
grand,
to
by the
potential
way, I
critical
think.
evidence.
I
In
find
your
them grand
experience,
anyway.
As you said earlier, this is not the typical thing that happens, correct?
Once again, I don't know anything about these allegations. I don't know whether they are correct or not. These are questions most appropriately put to Mr. Weiss at the appropriate
Yeah.
time.
So fucking get your shit together there, congressional
Can you
dude.
conceive of a reason why Mr. Weiss or Ms. Wolf would have given a heads up to Hunter Biden's legal team?
Probably.
The storage unit was
Probably.
forthcoming?
I'm not going to get into hypotheticals.
Probably.
For somebody that was involved in the investigation at that point, who was literally delaying obtaining potential evidence in the case, do you think it was appropriate that then she was involved in the negotiation of the IRS deal with Hunter Biden?
What?
I'm not.
What the fuck are you talking about?
question,
Yeah,
assistant
nobody
U.S.
is. Hi,
attorneys
Peace Love. How are
participate in
you?
Investigation, also participate in prosecutions. Is that what you're asking?
Nobody knows what
Attorney
he's
General,
asking.
I
may have
appreciate your time here today, but I'm concerned that these facts are just some examples of what's been going on here where, I apologize. I know
You're
my
done.
time's
No,
out.
you're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I had my 5 minutes. I would ask for the unanimous consent to offer some exhibits. First, I would offer
Without objection.
District Attorney Bragg's March 31, 2023 letter in response to the committee.
Okay.
I would offer
And it was really
letter from
spicy.
Attorney Abby Lowell, Hunter Biden's attorney, to the committee.
More spice.
Judiciary Oversight and Ways and Means, dated September 14, 2023, and its attachments.
Objection.
I would offer the letter from Ms. Willis to the chairman on September 7, 2023.
Oh, I'm loving the spice.
And I would offer this article from CNN, Annie Grayer, top IRS official, latest witness to dispute allegations from whistleblower on Hunter Biden tax case.
Now you made me think about what's going on. Oh, what's going on? Tell me what's going on. Oh, what's going on?
We have been investigating very serious charges made about your department and other elements of the administration, which allege ignoring the law to protect political allies from being held accountable for their wrongdoing. One aspect of this allegation, brought by two very credible whistleblowers from the IRS,
I know.
demonstrates a strategy of delaying criminal investigation into Hunter Biden and blocking
Maybe we
any
can break the
investigations into
cycle.
corruption of Joe Biden. The whistleblower testimony notes that
I do
letters
love
from
her
the
jewelry.
IRS in November
I do.
2022
It's
allowed
beautiful.
the statute of limitations to expire, even though Hunter Biden's attorney had already agreed to extend the statute on the 2014 and 2015 charges.
Well, then I guess you're going to have to ask Mr. White.
And the fraud and false statements related to the $1 million that Burisma
Lady,
paid
he
Hunter
made a
Biden
promise.
while his father was vice president. During a recent transcribed interview with the committee, FBI officials from the Baltimore field office refused to answer questions about the expired 2014 and 2015 tax charges because they were allegedly part of a, quote, ongoing investigation.
Yeah.
The tax charges related to these years, in fact, part of an ongoing investigation?
Again, I have no familiarity with the details of this particular investigation.
So you don't know one way or the other?
That's what he said.
Up to
So
Mr.
how are
Weiss.
charges for which the statute of limitations have already expired part of an ongoing investigation?
Again, I don't know anything about this case.
So why would charges that have
You
already
wrote this
expired
for
because of
her.
the statute of limitations be part of an ongoing investigation?
To answer in the hypothetical, because I don't know the facts, often charges. of
Exactly,
previous
Max.
crimes
Thank
are
you.
used as part of an ongoing
Official.
investigation.
Official.
Inform information about
Official.
intent, about patterns and
Or other
practices.
investigations? So are there other investigations into Hunter Biden where this information may become relevant?
Girl.
I think it's a matter of public record that there is a tax investigation of Mr. Hunter Biden with respect to other years. I don't
Beyond the
think
2014 and 2015?
beyond the ones that are
Resolved.
that you are referring to. I think
Okay,
the-
Mr. Garland?
Weiss has already said that during the plea proceeding.
Okay, Mr. Garland, is it standard operating procedure in your Department of Justice for prosecutors to allow the statute of limitations to expire on very serious crimes when the potential defendant has already agreed to an extension?
So there, as I said before, there's no.
But didn't
standard
he?
operating
Oh,
procedure
man.
here.
Okay.
This is
Maybe
a-
there should be.
Well,
This is an
no,
oversight hearing.
maybe there shouldn't be because maybe discretion is actually okay in some levels of the or the. Yeah.
According to one of the IRS, you've answered my question, thank you. According to one of the IRS whistleblowers.
She should have said non-responsive. That's what people say. I've watched a lot of
2014 and 2015
very official
tax years
proceedings.
sanitized the most substantive.
Well, then shouldn't you call in? Don't you think you should call in the don't you think you should call in the IRS agents then?
Americans trusted investigation run by a special counsel.
Don't you think so?
Who, by allowing the statute of limitations to
Don't
expire,
you think so?
irreversibly, quote, sanitized the most substantive criminal conduct and concealed material facts.
Prosecutor in question is an experienced veteran career prosecutor who was appointed by
And we have
President,
no reason to trust him doing it.
by President.
I
Trump.
mean, not.
Okay. How much in terms of taxes would Hunter Biden have owed on the $1 million he was paid by Burisma?
What are you talking about?
Since I don't know anything about the facts of the case, I can't answer.
Probably about $400,000. Isn't that right? I mean, you can do the math.
No, stop it.
I don't know anything about
No.
the facts of this case, so I'm not able to do the math to apply it to
And by
facts I
failing
don't
to
know.
pay the taxes on those ill-gotten gains, what would the typical penalty have been, for example, if it was someone who didn't have the last name of Biden or a D behind their name?
I'm sorry. These are all questions you'll have to direct to Mr. Weiss, and Mr.
Good.
Weiss will
Do it.
address
Just say it that way. I don't even give a
Allowing the
shit.
statute of limitations to
Don't
lapse
give
for
it
Mr.
any
Weiss
kind of bullshit
effective
response.
if the tax money Hunter Biden owed for the 2014 and 2015 tax years to Mr. Biden.
To say again, the decisions about whether in this area and whether these allegations are correct are ones that Mr. Weiss will be able to answer.
Mr. Garland, one of the things you have done over and repeated over and over and over again is that to point out that Mr.
He
Weiss
should
was
tell her to
appointed
fuck
as
off.
attorney by President Trump, as though that
I mean, what
somehow
would happen?
inoculates him from criticism.
He
by
could say
the press.
pipe
Is
down.
that really how this game is played? That if someone is appointed by a Republican, then they're supposed to be on the Republican team, or if they're appointed by a Democrat, they're on the Democrat team. You were appointed by Mr. Biden, weren't you? Are you on the Democrat
Let me just be clear. The point of that he was appointed by a Republican counteracts the claim that this was a partisan decision.
That's
to
why he's
benefit
bringing it up, you
Democrats.
stupid cunt.
as
I'll
a member
finish
of the
it, you
Department of
stupid
Justice,
cunt.
Mr. Chairman.
Point of order.
Has expired. The gentleman.
European and U.S. officials press Ukraine defectors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to offer into evidence the testimony or segments of the testimony of Thomas Sobocinski, dated September 7th. It was taken here and before this committee. Goes to the deconfliction issue with respect to Hunter Biden's security detail and the search warrant.
Without objection.
Well said, Max. Thank you.
Sure. Now recognize the gentleman from California.
Good afternoon, Mr. Attorney General. Do you believe Christopher Wray is a competent director of the
Oh,
FBI?
God, no.
I think Mr. Wray is a person of the highest integrity, for whom I have great admiration, who has extraordinary experience, both as
Thank
a
you. And
career
so you
prosecutor.
certainly don't think he would knowingly give false testimony to this committee, do you?
I am sure that he would not.
Are you aware that Director Wray a couple months ago in sworn testimony implicated you in a sweeping abuse of power?
No.
I doubt he would characterize whatever he said in that way.
Well, he testified about the school board memo that you issued,
Oh, my God.
October 4th of 2021,
Oh, my
in which you
God.
utilized federal law
I can't.
against American
This
parents.
is so dumb. It's not even good.
You found a pretext
It's
which is
not
stated
even
right here
good
in the first line of
gaslighting.
the memo. In recent months, there has been a disturbing spike in harassment, intimidation, and threats of violence against school administrators.
Yeah, it was
board
really
members,
fucking
teachers,
scary, frankly.
What
Did you
was
see the parking lot fights and all that shit?
say again,
People
as I
ramming people with cars. It was fucking scary.
I saw numerous reports in the press of violence and threats.
You saw
Yeah.
reports in the press, and so you decided to instigate a nationwide law enforcement initiative?
If I may
No.
be permitted to answer the question.
Please.
Numerous reports in the media of violence and threats of violence against school personnel of all kinds.
Did you consult with the FBI director?
We received a letter from the National Association of School Boards reporting.
Yes, that letter contained anecdotes. It didn't contain data of an increase. Did
So
you
what?
yes or no, consult with the FBI director before issuing?
Was corroborated by evidence and facts, you know, or facts and evidence. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm stupid and high.
Clear from the memo is to ask the FBI to assess the situation, to hold meetings, and to determine whether
Mr.
It's a
Attorney General, you
bunch of
started with a conclusion that
bullshit.
There was an increase in threats. Now, if you had bothered to consult with the FBI director, here's what he would have said. This is from his sworn testimony, that he was not aware.
Oh,
of
you
these
couldn't get a
evidence.
video
so my
clip?
question to you, sir, sitting here today, is can you substantiate
What
your
did he
claim
actually
that there
say?
was an increase? Of course, there will always be sporadic criminal activity in all quarters of society, but your claim was there was an increase. Can you substantiate that sitting here today?
I can substantiate that by the reports in the press of violence and threats
Yet
of
again,
violence and
here we go.
letters sent by representatives of
That's a
thousands.
no. You're giving us anecdotes. I'm asking you if you had data. You also said in your
This
memo
guy's such a
that you were
oh
committed
God,
to using
the
the department's authority and
dick
resources
parade.
to discourage these threats identify them when they occur, and prosecute them when appropriate. Were there any such prosecutions?
The emphasis should be there on when appropriate, and there were no such prosecutions, and
Yeah.
that's good news, not bad news.
There were no prosecutions, and in fact, Director Ray said there were no arrests, there were no charges. So you have no data to show us that there was any increase. You didn't even bother to consult with the FBI director, and then there were no resulting prosecutions, even though you said that they were coming. So I have to ask you now, in retrospect, was there a compelling law enforcement justification for
Yes.
the memo?
I would have been incensed if they hadn't acknowledged the violence at school board meetings. I would have been fucking incensed.
So is that a no? Yes or no? Was there a compelling law enforcement
Yes.
justification?
I believe there was
Yes.
a reason to ask
Just
for
say
those
yes.
contacts to be made with state and
Just
local
say
law
fucking
Well,
yes.
the FBI director disagrees with you. When I
Well,
asked
that's
him,
not what the FBI director
That's
said.
right.
right here,
You're
Mr.
you're
Attorney General.
mischaracterizing
When
it.
asked, do you have any reason to
Come on,
dispute the
lawyer up,
conclusion that there was
Merrick.
no nationwide law enforcement justification?
Daniel Webster, his
He said he
fucking
didn't.
ass.
Either he didn't see the reports or he didn't see the National
This is a
Association of
transcript. I've sent
Schools.
you this transcript, Mr. Attorney General. So my question is this. Will you retract the memo? And by that, I mean issue a formal
No.
document to the effect that it is no longer operative.
I
No.
will not, because there was absolutely nothing wrong with the memo, as I have testified
That's
several
right.
times already.
Even though your own FBI director says there was no
Your time's
justification,
expired,
you will not
bitch.
retract it.
Shut up.
The memo is mine. It's my decision whether it's necessary to make assessments like this.
Shut
I
up.
asked the Bureau to
Shut
make those
up.
Assessments and the
Are
other.
you
Shut up.
familiar with the concept of a
I'm
chilling
not
effect?
you, not you, Merrick.
Are you
I'm
familiar with
sorry.
the concept
I mean
of
the
a chilling
guy.
effect?
I'm very familiar, and that's the very reason.
How would you define a chilling effect as it relates to first
Shut up.
Amendment
Is this
jurisdiction?
time not expired?
Second sentence of the memo.
Please tell me what you consider to be the definition of a chilling effect.
That memo has no chilling effect.
I didn't ask you your opinion on whether the memo has one. I asked you what is a chilling effect.
I'm telling you that the second sentence of that makes clear.
I've read.
that-
I would say I'm not
asking you,
answering
what do
your
you define a
question.
chilling effect as?
Go look it up. Just say go Google it.
Is when people's exercise of First Amendment rights are chilled by coercive activity by the government, which did not occur
So
here.
here
Correct.
we're dealing with moms and
Mr.
dads.
Chairman,
You and
point-
I
point
are
of
public
order
officials.
with respect to the time.
Yeah.
Point of order.
That the gentleman's time has expired, but it was a pretty darn important question when the Attorney General of the United States can't
Excuse
define what a
me.
chilling effect is, so I thought it would let it go. a few seconds.
Excuse me.
The Attorney General did define what a chilling effect is.
Oh my God.
He defined it, he just dismissed it.
No,
The
he
gentleman's time has
defined it.
expired. I thought it was a very
He
important 5 minutes.
defined it,
Now
you
let
stupid.
the
What were
gentleman-
you pulling on your fucking cock or something? Oh, I just fucking.
I'd like to return to the earlier discussion about FISA process and the FISC. A number of the members of this committee and of my community are gravely concerned about the well-documented abuses of the FISA process and within the FISC proceedings. In declassified opinions from the FISC in 2018 and 2019, the presiding Judge Boasberg admonished the FBI, stating there still
Hi,
appears to be
Paulina.
widespread violations of the querying standard by the FBI, and that there appears to be a fundamental misunderstanding of some FBI personnel about what the standard reasonably likely to return foreign intelligence information means. Mr. Attorney General, what measures has the FBI instituted since that time to ensure that these abuses are stopped?
So we're talking about FBI FISA Section 702.
Yes, sir.
Which is a central part of our ability to find out what foreign nation states, foreign terrorists are trying to do in the United States. I read, when I first came into the Justice Department as Attorney General, I read the opinions you talked about, and they deeply concerned me. And I agreed when I looked into it that there was a misunderstanding by operators as to, and analysts as to what the query standard were. So one of the very first things I did was send a memo to the FBI.
Let's take everyone to
directing
Applebee's.
that, the way in which Justice Department, and particularly the FBI, did the querying be examined and that corrections be made. This was an extension of a memorandum that Attorney General Barr had likewise, after he read similar concerns,
Agreed.
sent to the FBI at the end of 2020.
And Mr. Attorney General, in addition to other things, the ultimate adjustments included additional attorney oversight, requiring FBI users to affirmatively opt in to search the 702 database,
true.
updated guidance and training, and enhanced approval requirements, correct?
Yes, ma'am. All that's true, and the consequence was a 93% drop in the number of U.S. person queries.
Nonetheless, Mr. Attorney General, you would agree, would you not, that there are continued needs to review, analyze, and make
Nonetheless.
additional improvements and safeguards to ensure that we don't continue seeing these abuses?
I do agree.
In fact, in recent weeks, we saw even President Biden's Intelligence Advisory Board make recommendations that we continue to revise 702 oversight and restrictions, including a recommendation to direct the DNI and the Attorney General to research potential technological enhancement to the current oversight framework. Tell me, what technology might modernize and improve oversight of the 702 process?
One of the technologies that has already worked very effectively is to change this from an opt-out to an opt-in set of queries. So you have to, first of all, indicate that you are looking at 702 and not just across the board of the FBI holdings. You have to have a drop-down window which explains why you are going to do this. It's easy
Does
for
that
us.
window require the user to input narrative text?
That's right. That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney
Getting
General.
very
Are there
specific.
other technology
Is she writing the
specific changes
manual?
that you would recommend?
Well, I'd like to consider that more. There are various kinds of auditing programs using technology. The National Security Division, Justice
You say
Department,
AI, we're gonna
has
get mad.
done some of that. The FBI, actually at the request of Attorney General.
I don't want
Barr,
minority
began an auditing
report.
program like
Don't
that.
minority report me,
FBI
Mayor.
Director Ray, who also agrees that these kind of non-compliance shouldn't continue, put that auditing program into effect within the Justice Department.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. I yield the balance of my time to the chairman.
Gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Garland, in David Weiss's letter to Senator Graham on July 10th of this year, he says this: I was assured that I would be granted special counsel authority if it proved necessary. And this assurance came months before the October 7th, 2022 meeting referenced throughout the whistleblowers, allegations. How was that assurance given and who gave it?
I'm sorry, I think he was talking about 515 authority. Is that what I'm reading the letter now. He's not talking about special counsel authority. It says that I was assured.
515 authority. Okay.
Yeah.
Same difference.
No,
Well,
it's
not
not.
the same difference, but
It's
same
actually
fundamental
not.
question.
I understand your point.
Yeah.
He's making the point that he was assured that this was, he could get this status.
Yeah.
And that assurance, came before October 7th, 2022. How was that assurance given and who gave it?
Yeah, I made that clear in my direction, and that was transmitted to him.
So you told him that
No,
back before October 7th that
I'm
he
not
would have.
I'm not going to get into exactly the deliberation of the department, but I
There's
gave,
three simple questions. How was it given? Who gave it? When was it done?
yeah, I
Just
understand.
said
I
that.
gave a direction from the beginning that he would be able to bring a case whenever, wherever he wanted to. That direction he heard, obviously, and
Oh
he
God,
confirms that
Kathy,
here.
I don't want to hear AI.
I went a little over time, so I told the ranking member I extended him a few seconds or minutes if he wanted
Yeah,
to
why
say a
don't you
few more
do that?
things, or ask a few more questions, and then we'll.
Thank you. Let me just ask the Attorney General. Mr. Attorney General, you've been asked many questions here which you were not permitted to answer. People asked the question and just asked another question, didn't permit you to answer. Is
What?
there anything you'd like to say in answer to anything that you think should be made clear or added?
Well, look, I'm grateful for the opportunity. I just again,
There was too
I
many
want
of
to
them.
assure the American public and
It
this
was
committee,
basically
that the Justice Department follows the rule of
a
law.
hot dog fest
It
question.
enforces the law equally without regard to persons and without regard to parties, and that we do the best we can to follow the facts and the law.
I think he does.
Thank you.
I think
Mr.
he
General,
really
we appreciate
does.
you being here. And the committee, maybe I have to do something official. I guess anyone who wants to add something to it, they can submit that for the
Yeah,
record.
submit it for the
With that,
record.
the committee is adjourned.
Bitches.
Thank you.
Bitches get stitches. Oh, we got 8 minutes to 6 hours. Well, damn it. I'm not giving up. I'm not gonna give up. Wait, let me get rid of their noise though. Woo! Wow. That was a lot of bullshit for. That's sad. That makes me really sad. I'm just going to say it. It makes me really, really, really fucking sad. I wish I had something like super uplifting, you know, to like, oh, the breeze is coming in. The breeze is beautiful, actually. So there's the, oh, and actually it's a little overcast and that's nice. I like that. I like that. Wow. Wow. So, this week I am not going to do a lounge on Friday night because Saturday night is my 1 year anniversary of Lolo's Lounge. September 20 or whatever date it is. I don't even know what date it is. September 23rd, I think. Yeah, September 23rd. So we're going to, oh, Kathy, you're so kind. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. But we will, so we'll have a fun, like, thank you, Kathy. That was really nice of you. Thank you so much. We'll have a special celebration on Saturday. And, well, congratulations to all of us, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the people watching and listening and lurking and jerking and all the rest of it. So thank you. And thanks for all of the wonderful support. And just, you know, just being here just means a lot to me. But yeah, we'll have a fun, like, we'll do something fun. I'll have to think about it. I have to figure out what's fun. And yeah, and then I don't know. I'll probably go live again because I have a feeling shit's gonna just start happening and like popping up, you know. So I'll keep an eye. Didn't it? It really did escalate quickly, didn't it? Yeah, totally. Thank you, the Brain Trust. Oh my goodness. Thank you to the Brain Trust, the wonderful Brain Trust, for all of that. Actually, let me thank you, Brain Trust. You are the chat. This chat's fucking fire. Bitches, you are fire. Yeah, lurking and jerking. That's right. What time? Usual time, 6:30 p.m. Pacific, 9:30 Eastern, everything in between and outside of that. And then, you know, just tip your waitress, or no, don't tip your waitress. I'll be here all week. But have a good rest of your, what the fuck day is it? Wednesday. That's it. Have a fucking great Wednesday. Oh, October 1, New York v. Trump. Ooh, 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 ooh. Justice, lousy with justice. Thank you, Slava Democracy. That's right. Thank you all for everything. Congratulations. Thank you, Badger. You've been here from the start, girl. All right. I will see you later. Woo. Go down with the beat. Thanks. Have a good one. Bye.